The nights of Mai were never truly peaceful, especially in that cramped apartment where Uzumaki Naruto curled up. The moonlight outside cast coldly on the floor like a layer of frost. A child only 7 years old lay on the bed, his thin body trembling slightly under the meager blanket. It was not because of the autumn night's chill, but because the memories of the day were still tearing at his nerves. Demon Fox. Monster. Why don't you just die, eh? Those words pierced his heart like blades sharper than any ninja technique. Today after school, several older children cornered him in an alley, their fists and feet raining down upon him. If not for Iruka Sensei's timely arrival, he might have been beaten to death. Naruto touched the corner of his mouth. The bruise still throbbed with pain. He closed his eyes, trying to escape this world, if only temporarily. Sleep was slow to come. Every time he was about to fall asleep, those hate-filled faces would emerge from the darkness. The wary eyes of the shopkeeper, the disgust of villagers whispering among themselves, even children being taught to stay away from him. All because he was the nine-tailed demon fox. They said he caused the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. They said he was the embodiment of disaster. They said he shouldn't be alive, but why? He was just a child longing to be accepted and loved. Naruto curled up tighter, tears silently falling, soaking the pillow. He remembered the only light today, Iruka Sensei. When other teachers ignored him, when classmates refused to sit next to him, only Iruka Sensei would smile at him, pat his head, and treat him to Ichiraku ramen. Iruka Sensei, murmured Naruto, as if the name were a talisman. Finally, exhaustion overcame the pain, and he sank into restless sleep. Then the flood burst through the dam. Not a slow seepage, but an explosive eruption. Countless images, sounds, and emotions flooded into his consciousness like a tsunami. Another world, another self, another life. He saw himself standing at the top of Mount Miyaboka, draped in the Hokage robe, his golden hair dazzling under the sun. He saw the final battle with Sasuke at the Valley of the End, heaven and earth changing color. He saw himself standing at the front of the allied shinobi forces, becoming a hero admired by all. He saw the moment of reunion with his parents where Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki held him gently. He saw himself becoming the seventh Hokage of my loved and respected by everyone. That was the path of Ashura's reincarnation, a path full of understanding and forgiveness, a path that ultimately gained everyone's recognition. The torrent of memories continued to surge, then suddenly took a sharp turn. He saw the 1,000-year conflict between Indra and Ashura, saw the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, saw Sasuke's choices and pain, saw how that hero Naruto forgave hurt time and again, insisting on resolving hatred with love. Then came the truth. After everything ended, a superficially peaceful shinobi world still filled with discrimination and injustice. Underground, those who had hurt him enjoyed the peace he won with his sacrifice, without any guilt. Even in the shadows, some still muttered, that Nine-Tails brat finally turned out to be useful. False peace. Hypocritical acceptance. A world built on suppressed true emotions. The torrent of memories began to recede, leaving behind a chilling fact: in this world, he was not Ashura's reincarnation. At some fork in fate, he became Indra's successor, just like Sasuke. Naruto abruptly sat up in bed, breathing heavily, cold sweat beading his forehead. Moonlight fell on his face. Those blue eyes, always full of optimism and stubbornness, were now unfathomably deep, glinting with an age-inappropriate sharpness and coldness. He digested all this. Not only the memories, but the accompanying cognitions and emotions. Indra's chakra awakened something deep in his soul, a long-suppressed dark and powerful force. 7 years of accumulated grievances, pain, and anger found an outlet. The wounds deliberately covered by smiles, the cries in the dead of night when no one was around, the moments of isolation and rejection, all surged to his heart, resonating with Indra's chakra. How, what a joke! Naruto muttered, his voice devoid of any warmth. Who said I forgive them? He thought of what happened earlier today. After being beaten by those children, Iruka Sensei took him to treat his wounds and said gently, Naruto, people just don't understand you yet. As long as you persist and treat them with kindness, one day they will understand. At the time he nodded, pretending to accept these words. But now, merging the memories of another world and Indra's insight, he saw the truth. It was not a lack of understanding, but pure malice. Those people knew who he was, knew that the power sealed inside him protected the village, yet they still chose to hurt him. They were not worthy of forgiveness. Not worthy of kindness. True peace is not like this. Naruto stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the sleeping my village. His gaze turned sharp and cold. True peace can only be achieved under my terror and last forever. I will not forgive anyone. Under the moonlight a change occurred in his eyes. The blue iris turned bloodshot, and 3 tomos slowly appeared, rotating slowly. Sharingan. Indra's inheritance awakened in him. In this moment Uzumaki Naruto was no longer the child longing for acceptance. He was Indra's reincarnation, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, an avenger destined to achieve peace through fear and domination. On the next morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Mingren was already awake. His eyes had returned to their usual blue, yet something deep within had been altered forever. As he prepared for school as usual, he walked along the street, while the villagers continued to cast disdainful glances his way. A woman, upon seeing him approach, hurriedly pulled her child behind her, as if Mingren were a contagious menace. "Mom, why can't I play with Mingren?" asked the little girl in innocent tones. "Don't ask so many questions, you just stay away from him," came the curt reply. The woman lowered her voice, yet Mingren caught every word. For the past 7 years this scene had unfolded daily. He always pretended not to hear, forcing a brilliant smile, and greeting loudly, "Good morning," even though all he received were cold stares and silence. Today he neither smiled nor greeted. He merely cast a cold glance at the mother and daughter before continuing on his way, his icy look sending an involuntary shiver down the woman's spine. "That fox demon seems a bit off today," she murmured, clutching her daughter even tighter. The atmosphere at the ninja school remained unchanged. When Mingren entered the classroom, the previously noisy space instantly fell silent. Classmates whispered among themselves and occasionally cast wary glances in his direction. "Good morning, Mingren," a gentle voice called from behind. Mingren turned and saw teacher Iruka standing at the doorway, her face adorned with a caring smile. Teacher Iruka held 2 parcels and said, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought an extra rice ball." In days past, Mingren would have been moved to tears accepting the food, as if it were the most cherished gift in the world. Today Mingren simply observed teacher Iruka in silence. Those blue eyes seemed capable of seeing right through a person. Iruka in turn felt a tinge of unease. "Mingren, are you alright? I heard that yesterday you again." "I'm fine, teacher Iruka," Mingren replied as he accepted the rice ball, his tone so calm it belied that of a typical 7-year-old. "Thank you for the food." During class Mingren was unusually quiet. He no longer resorted to mischief to attract attention, nor did he attempt any social engagement. He merely sat quietly observing everyone. Teachers, classmates, and even the villagers occasionally passing by outside the window. During recess, a group of boys surrounded him. Leading them was Jiantao Lang, a student who always caused trouble for Mingren. "Hey fox demon, wasn't yesterday's beating punishment enough?" Jiantao Lang shoved Mingren, saying, "Every time I see you bad luck follows." In earlier days Mingren would have retaliated in anger or voiced loud protests, only to be punished afterward for the fox demon losing control again. Today Mingren simply stood firm. When Jiantao Lang reached out to push him again, Mingren deftly sidestepped while extending his foot to trip his aggressor. Jiantao Lang lost his balance and clumsily fell to the ground. "How dare you!" he exclaimed as he rose in fury, forming hand seals to execute a basic ninjutsu. A small fireball shot toward Mingren. Gasps filled the classroom. Just as teacher Iruka was about to intervene, she saw Mingren moving with unbelievable speed and precision, effortlessly dodging the attack. Moreover, during his movement Mingren's hands had unknowingly completed the necessary seals. "Sutin Satampa," he murmured softly. Suddenly a stream of water materialized and surged directly toward Jiantao Lang, drenching him completely. The entire classroom fell silent, as everyone was left speechless. This was not a ninjutsu taught in school, and Mingren had never displayed such ability before. "How could you?" Teacher Iruka exclaimed in astonishment as she looked at him. Mingren offered no reply. He simply gazed at the now disheveled Jiantao Lang with eyes as cold as ice. "Do not provoke me any further," he warned. In that moment Jiantao Lang felt an inexplicable terror, as if he were confronting not a peer, but something truly horrifying. He staggered backward and hastily left with the other children. Teacher Iruka approached Mingren, her tone mingling surprise with concern. Mingren, where did you learn that technique? It isn't part of the curriculum. Self-taught. Mingren replied curtly as he turned and walked back to his seat, leaving Iruka standing still in disbelief. Iruka sensed keenly that something in Mingren had changed, though she couldn't put her finger on it. After school, as always, she invited him to share a bowl of lucky ramen. It was their little tradition, taking place once or twice a week. Inside the noodle shop, as Iruka watched Mingren quietly eat, she finally couldn't help but ask Mingren, did something happen today? You seem different. Mingren set down his chopsticks and looked directly into Iruka's eyes, asking, teacher, why are you so kind to me? Iruka paused briefly, then smiled, saying, because you are my student. Is that all? Mingren's gaze appeared to pierce through the soul. Is it not out of sympathy? Not out of guilt? Not because I am the son of the fourth Hokage and you once were his student? Iruka almost dropped her chopsticks in shock. Information about Mingren's heritage was a top-secret matter, and theoretically, he should not have known any of it. Who told you? Iruka asked in a hushed voice. I know far more than you can imagine, teacher Iruka. Mingren replied calmly. I know your parents perished in the nine-tailed attack. I know you once hated me, believing I was to blame for their deaths. I also know that you later overcame that hatred and chose to care for me as your student. Iruka's face turned pale. These matters. You really shouldn't. Mingren let out a light laugh, one devoid of childish innocence and filled only with cold irony. Just as the villagers should not know that I am the hero who sealed the nine-tailed rather than the fox demon who brings disaster. Just as the whole village should not know that those they discriminate against and abuse are the orphans of the fourth Hokage, sacrificed to save them. Iruka opened her mouth, but no words emerged. Staring at the golden-haired child before her, she suddenly felt an unfamiliar fear. Mingren, these matters are very complex. Finally, with difficulty, she said, the third Hokage had his reasons. Mingren interjected, but you never considered the kind of pain a child hated by the entire world might bear within his heart. Iruka felt a sharp sting. Indeed, she had once pondered these very issues, constantly reassuring herself that it was all for Mingren's own good, that it was to protect him. Now, with Mingren having laid it all bare, she could no longer evade the guilt in her heart. I am sorry, Mingren, Iruka said quietly, lowering her head. As a teacher, I have indeed failed you. Mingren stared at Iruka, his blue eyes flashing with a barely perceptible emotion. In memories of another world, Iruka had been the first to truly recognize him. The teacher who blocked Shuriken, for him a figure as fatherly as could be. But this world was different. Teacher, do you know what is most ironic? Mingren whispered. In another possibility, I forgave everyone. I understood your hardships, accepted the unjust treatment. I became the hero you all expected, fighting for a village that never offered me even a hint of warmth, even to the extent of sacrificing my life for it. Iruka looked at Mingren in confusion. Another possibility. Mingren did not answer directly, but continued, that version of me chose forgiveness and understanding. But what was the result? Peace is only temporary. Hatred is merely suppressed, never eradicated. People soon forget the lessons and repeat their mistakes. Those who once hurt me never truly reflected on their actions. Mingren stood up and set aside the money for his noodles. I will not walk that path, teacher Iruka. If peace can only be achieved through understanding and forgiveness, then it is destined to be fragile and transient. True peace demands that fear be maintained, a lesson that those who inflict harm must ultimately pay for. Teacher Iruka watched in shock as Mingren's departing figure receded into the distance. In that moment, she thought she saw a trace of blood in his eyes. That night, Mingren once again stood by the window of his apartment, overlooking the village of Konoha. Moonlight bathed his face, and his blue eyes gradually took on a blood-like hue as 3 teardrop-shaped marks slowly emerged. The Sharingan flickered with a dangerous light in the night. From today, everything will change, Mingren whispered to himself. Fear shall be my tool, and dominion my means. And those who once hurt me will learn what true pain is. A cold smile curled on his lips as he murmured, teacher Iruka, you will become an important cornerstone on my path. Your death will grant me eyes that see through all illusions, he declared. In the darkness, no one witnessed the youth's metamorphosis, no one realized that the seed of hatred had grown into a towering tree, nor could anyone foresee the blood-stained future that lay ahead. The path of Indra had begun, and the village of Konoha was on the brink of its darkest dawn. Iruka Sensei had been unable to sleep peacefully for 3 consecutive days. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see Naruto's cold blue gaze, an expression that was far beyond what a 7-year-old should possess, filled with a depth and darkness that Iruka could not comprehend. The conversation from that day at the ramen shop echoed in his mind Naruto's understanding of his background, and his criticism of Konoha's hypocrisy and peace left Iruka feeling an unprecedented sense of unease. What should I do? Iruka stood in the corridor of the ninja school, gazing at Naruto practicing Shuriken, throwing on the playground, murmuring to himself. What puzzled him was that Naruto's performance had been impeccable lately. He no longer played pranks, paid attention in class, and made remarkable progress in ninjutsu practice. Many teachers praised Naruto for finally being understanding, but only Iruka could sense the turbulent undercurrents beneath that calm exterior. After school, Iruka deliberately approached Naruto. Naruto, do you want to go for ramen together today? It's on me. Naruto looked up. The coldness in his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright smile that Iruka was familiar with. Really? That's awesome. Iruka Sensei is the best. However, Iruka noticed that the smile did not reach Naruto's eyes. On the way to Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto maintained an unusual silence, no longer the chattering child he once was. Naruto, have you been troubled about something lately? Iruka asked cautiously, fearing he might touch on something he shouldn't. Naruto paused his eating, then looked up with a smile. No, why do you ask, Iruka Sensei? I just feel like you've changed. Iruka chose his words carefully. Naruto put down his chopsticks and his expression suddenly turned serious. People always change, Iruka Sensei. Just like you, who once hated me, now can treat me to ramen. Isn't that also a change? Iruka felt a sting in his heart. Naruto always managed to pinpoint his most vulnerable spots. I did have misunderstandings about you, Iruka admitted with difficulty, but that was because the Nine Tails killed your parents. Naruto calmly interjected. I know, Iruka Sensei. I know everything. Iruka's eyes widened, almost dropping his chopsticks. Who told you? This should be confident. Some things don't need to be told by others. Naruto interrupted him, his gaze once again becoming unfathomable. Just like I know that you visit your parents in the cemetery every night, I know you once vowed to kill the Nine Tails to avenge your parents, and I also know how much guilt and conflict are mixed in with your concern for me. Iruka felt a chill run down his spine. These were indeed his deepest secrets, never revealed to anyone. Don't be afraid, Iruka Sensei. Naruto's voice suddenly softened. I understand your pain, because I also live in pain every day. What else has this village given us but suffering? Iruka wanted to argue, to say there are also bonds and love, but the words wouldn't come out. He recalled his years of indifference towards Naruto, the vicious words of the villagers, and the deliberate concealment of Naruto's background by the higher-ups. He realized he had no right to speak such grandiose words. The only person I am grateful to is you, Iruka Sensei, Naruto said softly, and at that moment his gaze seemed to return to the past, to the child who longed for love. You are the only one who ever gave me warmth. This sentence pierced Iruka's heart like a... He remembered his initial rejection and fear of Naruto, the forced concern he showed, and the attack he launched on Naruto that day in the cemetery. A wave of guilt washed over him. Naruto, Iruka's voice choked. I am sorry. Naruto shook his head, continued eating, and said nothing more. Iruka also fell silent, his heart filled with complex emotions, guilt, worry, fear, and a hint of unacknowledged comfort, because it seemed Naruto still trusted him. He decided not to report Naruto's changes to the third Hokage. On one hand, he feared it would bring trouble to Naruto. On the other, he selfishly wanted to preserve this rare trust. He believed he could guide Naruto back to the right path, unaware of the consequences this decision would bring. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Konoha, another plan was brewing. Mizuki, an unsuccessful Chunin, had recently discovered a shocking secret. He learned from the drunken advisor of the third Hokage, Mizutome, that Uzumaki Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This discovery filled him with both excitement and anger. That little monster is actually the village's most important weapon. Mizuki paced in his dark room, ambition flickering in his eyes. If I can control that power. A plan gradually formed in his mind. He knew Naruto had always yearned to pass the graduation exam and become a ninja. He also knew of the existence of the sealing scroll, Inside it recorded Konoha's most powerful forbidden techniques. Days later, Mizuki began to take action. He deliberately loitered at the training grounds where Naruto frequently appeared, pretending to bump into him. "Naruto, how's your practice going lately?" Mizuki feigned a concerned expression. Naruto was practicing shuriken, throwing each throw hitting the target with precision. He turned his head, a naive smile on his face. "Mizuki-sensei, I'm working hard, but the transformation technique is still a bit off." Mizuki noticed Naruto's shuriken skill was exceptionally high, surpassing many genin, but he thought nothing of it, believing it was the Jinchuriki's innate talent. Speaking of which, Mizuki lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. "I heard you failed your graduation exam again recently." Naruto looked down, his shoulders slumped, appearing dejected. "Yeah, Iruka-sensei said my shadow clone technique isn't good enough." Mizuki secretly rejoiced, but feigned sympathy on the surface. "That's just too strict. Actually, I know a way that will definitely help you pass the exam." Naruto immediately perked up, his blue eyes widening. "Really? What method?" Mizuki looked around, ensuring no one was watching, then whispered, "Do you know about the Sealing Scroll? It contains many powerful ninjutsu, including a technique called multi-shadow clone technique. If you can learn it, passing the exam will be a breeze." Naruto's face displayed surprise and eagerness, but inside, he was mocking. He had already known everything from the memories flooding his mind, the conspiracy of Mizuki, the Sealing Scroll, and the subsequent betrayal. But he pretended to be completely captivated. "Really? But that kind of thing should be very important, right? How can I see it?" Mizuki secretly delighted, but maintained a serious facade. "Tomorrow night the guard of the Sealing Scroll will change shifts, creating a brief window of opportunity. I can help divert their attention while you borrow it and take a look. You can return it quietly the next day, and no one will know." Naruto feigned hesitation. "Isn't that stealing? What if I get caught?" Mizuki patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, as long as you return it in time, there won't be any problem. Just think about it, once you learn the techniques in there, you'll be a ninja. This has always been your dream, hasn't it?" Naruto pondered for a moment, then looked up, his eyes shining with what Mizuki thought was desire. "Alright, I'll give it a try." Mizuki smiled satisfactorily and handed Naruto a map. "Meet here at midnight tomorrow. Remember, don't tell anyone, not even Iruka-sensei. Hasn't he always doubted that you could become a ninja? Prove him wrong this time." Naruto nodded, watching Mizuki leave. As Mizuki's figure disappeared from sight, the hesitation and innocence on Naruto's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold mockery. "Foolish pawn," he muttered to himself, a flash of crimson appearing in his eyes as the Threetomo Sharingan briefly manifested and faded away. "Just right, I need a valid reason to unleash my killing intent." At midnight the following night, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, leaving the forest pitch black. Following the plan, Naruto arrived at the appointed meeting spot where Mizuki had already been waiting for some time. "You're finally here," Mizuki said impatiently. "I was starting to worry you'd changed your mind." Naruto pretended to fidget nervously, rubbing his hands together. "Mizuki-sensei, I am still a little scared. Maybe we should just forget it." "No." Mizuki grabbed Naruto's shoulders urgently, then realizing his reaction was too intense, softened his tone. "I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to prove yourself to everyone?" Naruto lowered his head, hiding the sarcasm in his eyes, and murmured, "Yes. I want to become a ninja." Mizuki nodded with satisfaction and handed him a scroll. "This is the layout of the storage room. The guards will change shifts in 15 minutes. You'll have a 10-minute window to enter. Remember, the Sealing Scroll is kept in the innermost room." Naruto took the scroll, pretended to study it seriously, and then asked, "Why is Mizuki-sensei helping me like this?" Mizuki had long prepared his answer. "Because I understand your pain, Naruto. I too was once a ninja who was never appreciated. We should help each other, shouldn't we?" What a high-sounding lie. From his memories, Naruto knew Mizuki's true goal was to steal the Sealing Scroll and sell it to Orochimaru in exchange for power and status. "Thank you, Mizuki-sensei." Naruto put on an expression of tearful gratitude. "You're much better than Iruka-sensei. He's always dissatisfied with me." A flicker of smugness passed through Mizuki's eyes. "All right, time's running short. Hurry up, they'll wait for you here." Naruto nodded and turned to sneak toward the storage room. His movements were light and agile, far surpassing the level of a student at the Ninja Academy. But Mizuki, intoxicated by the imminent success of his plan, completely failed to notice these anomalies. As Mizuki had said, the guards at the storage room were just changing shifts. Naruto slipped inside effortlessly and found the sealing scroll, a giant scroll enshrined in the center of the room. To Naruto's surprise, there were no protective barriers or traps around it. This level of slack could sink the entire ocean. He recalled the comment his other self had made in another life about such a situation. He hoisted the scroll onto his back, swiftly left the storage room, and returned to the meeting spot. Mizuki was still waiting there, and at the sight of the massive scroll on Naruto's back, his eyes betrayed undisguised greed. "You did it." He stepped forward eagerly. "Let me see it." Naruto took a step back, clutching the scroll tightly. "Mizuki-sensei," we agreed. "I'm only borrowing it to study, and I'll return it tomorrow." Mizuki's expression instantly twisted into malevolence. "Foolish child. Did you really think I'd let you return it?" He sneered and drew a kunai. "Hand over the scroll, and I'll grant you a quick death." Naruto feigned shock and fear. "Mizuki-sensei, what do you mean? You said you were going to help me." "Help you?" Mizuki laughed wildly. "Why would I help a monster? You're nothing but the container of the Nine Tails, a mistake that should never have existed." A flicker of genuine pain crossed Naruto's face. Even though he already knew the truth, hearing those words spoken aloud still cut him deeply. Mizuki continued to spew the cruel truth. "Do you know why everyone in the village hates you? Because you are the nine-tailed demon fox. 12 years ago it was you, this monster, who destroyed the village, killed countless people, including Iruka's parents." Naruto lowered his head, shoulders trembling slightly. To Mizuki it looked like a sign of shock, but in reality Naruto was suppressing the murderous intent inside him. "Now," Mizuki raised his kunai, "hand over the scroll, and I'll make sure you die without pain. Otherwise—" His words caught in his throat because Naruto suddenly lifted his head, his face devoid of any sorrow or fear. Only cold mockery. "Otherwise what, Mizuki-sensei?" Naruto's voice was terrifyingly calm. "With your pitiful strength." Mizuki was stunned, then flew into a rage. "You insolent brat. Looks like you need a lesson." He hurled his kunai straight at Naruto's throat. But in the instant before the kunai struck, Naruto sidestepped lightly and evaded the attack with ease. "What a—" Mizuki stared in shock at Naruto. "How could you?" Naruto slowly set down the sealing scroll, a blood-red tint creeping into his eyes as three-tomo Sharingan began to spin. "Mizuki-sensei, do you know why the third Hokage let me take the sealing scroll so easily?" Mizuki stared slack-jawed at Naruto's Sharingan, stammering, "That hat's the Sharingan. How is that possible? Aren't you the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? How could you have the Uchiha clans?" "Because from the very beginning this was a trap," Naruto cut him off coldly. "The third Hokage has known about your betrayal all along. I was just playing my role in this little act." Pale with terror, Mizuki realized he had been ensnared and turned to flee. But Naruto had already completed his hand seals, fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball roared forth, landing precisely on the ground in front of Mizuki, blocking his escape route. "When did you learn a jutsu like this?" Mizuki asked in panic. "This isn't even taught at the academy." Naruto did not answer. He merely walked closer. "Mizuki-sensei, you called me a monster just now. Said I was a mistake." Mizuki trembled as he retreated. "Two was wrong, Naruto. I was just joking. Please spare me." Naruto's lips curled into a cruel smile. "You know, in another world, I chose forgiveness and understanding. I forgave everyone who hurt me, even scum like you." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Mizuki quickly said, "Yes. Forgive me. I can change. I can help you." Naruto's gaze turned icy, but that version of me was a fool. Forgiveness doesn't change anything. Only fear and pain make lessons stick. The kunai in his hand glinted coldly. "So I won't forgive anyone. Especially trash like you who betrays comrades and the village." In desperation, Mizuki launched an attack, but Naruto's Sharingan had already seen through every move. Easily sidestepping the attack, Naruto's kunai pierced Mizuki's heart with precision. "Impossible." Mizuki's eyes widened as he collapsed into a pool of blood. "I was killed by a child." Naruto watched Mizuki's life fade with cold indifference, not a flicker of emotion in his eye. He wiped the blood off his kunai, then deliberately created signs of a struggle to make it appear he had been through a fierce battle. After finishing, he picked up the sealing scroll, put on a panicked expression befitting his age, and ran toward the village. Yet imperceptibly his hands, still those of a child in mind, were trembling uncontrollably. "Help! Somebody help! Mizuki sensei!" His cries for help echoed through the night, perfectly playing the part of a terrified victim. But deep inside, Naruto felt a cold satisfaction. The first target of revenge had been eliminated, and his plan was only just beginning. After killing Mizuki, Naruto stood amidst the bloody scene, his crimson Threedemo Sharingan slowly rotating under the moonlight. He knew that every subsequent step had to be meticulously calculated to make Iruka see a plausible scene while deceiving the surveillance of the third Hokage's crystal ball. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and murmured Sharingan illusory reality construction. The tomo in his eyes spun faster as an intangible force enveloped the entire area. Under the influence of the genjutsu, the signs of the struggle were subtly altered. Mizuki's fatal wounds were concealed by illusion, replaced, instead, with more superficial marks. Naruto himself used a kunai to inflict several shallow, yet gruesome-looking cuts on his arms and thighs. Most importantly, he released a layer of specialized genjutsu interference toward the sky, the direction from which the third Hokage's crystal ball might be watching. This interference did not completely block surveillance, but acted like a filter, distorting and obscuring specific details. Having done all this, Naruto collapsed beside Mizuki's corpse, his breathing rapid and weak, his face displaying the terror and pain befitting his age. Almost at the same moment, Iruka arrived at the scene, panting heavily. He had been resting at home when a sudden, inexplicable unease struck him, worrying that Naruto might be in danger, so he rushed to the training ground Naruto frequented. "Naruto!" Iruka exclaimed, stunned by the sight before him. Under the moonlight, Mizuki lay motionless on the ground, bearing multiple wounds. Naruto crouched nearby, blood streaming from his arms and legs, breathing rapidly, appearing severely injured. "What happened?" Iruka hurried to Naruto's side to examine his wounds. Naruto looked up, his blue eyes filled with tears, this time an act yet heartbreakingly convincing. "Iruka-sensei. Mizuki-sensei. He tried to kill me. He said in the nine-tailed fox that I shouldn't be alive." Iruka's heart sank. He carefully tended to Naruto's wounds while casting a wary glance at Mizuki's corpse. As an experienced chunin, he vaguely sensed something amiss. The distribution of Mizuki's wounds, the extent of Naruto's injuries, all subtly incongruous. But seeing Naruto's frightened and helpless expression, Iruka chided himself for even harboring suspicion. "It's okay, Naruto, it's okay." Iruka comforted him softly, shielding Naruto behind him. "Tell me what happened." Naruto sobbed, recounting a carefully crafted story, how Mizuki tricked him into stealing the scroll of seals, turned on him after obtaining it, revealed the truth of his being the nine-tailed fox, and finally attempted to kill him to silence him. In self-defense, he accidentally killed Mizuki. "I didn't mean to, Iruka-sensei." Naruto clutched Iruka's sleeve, his fingers trembling slightly from fear. "He just lunged at me. I only instinctively fought back." Iruka hugged Naruto tightly, his heart filled with guilt and anger. Guilt for failing to better protect Naruto, anger that Mizuki had exploited and betrayed this already suffering child. "This isn't your fault, Naruto," Iruka said firmly. "You were defending yourself. Mizuki made the wrong choice." From an angle, Iruka could not see Naruto's lips curled into an almost imperceptible sneer. The power of the Sharingan was subtly influencing Iruka's perception, deepening his trust in the story. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was observing the scene through his crystal ball. But to his confusion, the image in the crystal ball intermittently blurred, as if under some interference. "Strange." The third Hokage muttered, smoke from his pipe swirling around him. "The crystal ball rarely malfunctions like this." In the fragments, he saw Naruto and Mizuki did indeed clash, but the details remained indistinct. Eventually, Mizuki fell and Naruto was injured. This generally matched Iruka's later report, but the third Hokage felt that something important had been omitted. Unbeknownst to him, the special genjutsu released by Naruto's Sharingan had specifically interfered with the crystal ball's scrying function. This interference did not completely block the surveillance, but subtly altered and blurred crucial details, preventing the third Hokage from witnessing Naruto's ruthless side and the truth of the scene. "It seems Mizuki indeed betrayed the village," the third Hokage finally concluded, sighing. "At least Naruto is safe." Yet a lingering unease remained in his heart. Naruto's recent changes and the coincidences of tonight's events made him suspect that matters might not be so simple. The next day, the incident caused an uproar in Konoha. The official explanation was Mizuki attempted to steal the scroll of seals and defect was discovered by Naruto, who happened to pass by, and a conflict ensued resulting in Mizuki's accidental death. Most villagers accepted this explanation, though some even changed their view of Naruto. After all, he had prevented a defection. But many still whispered among themselves, considering Naruto a dangerous monster capable of killing even a Chunin instructor. Iruka insisted on defending Naruto, passionately arguing that Naruto acted in self-defense, even clashing with several jonin who questioned Naruto. "You didn't see him that night," Iruka exclaimed emotionally in the Hokage's office. "He was so scared, so helpless. He just wanted to protect himself." The third Hokage listened quietly, finally nodding. "I trust your judgment, Iruka. Naruto is a good child." But he did not tell Iruka about the crystal ball interference, nor did he reveal his own doubts. Some things required his personal investigation. A few days later in the forest at night, Naruto resumed his training. The Sharingan emitted a faint glow in the darkness as he practiced more refined genjutsu applications. From the memories flooding his mind, he not only knew the secrets of various genjutsu from the original timeline, but also gained deeper understanding and innovations through the legacy of Indra. Genjutsu sensory manipulation, Naruto murmured, casting the technique on a hare before him. The hare suddenly panicked, darting wildly, as if it saw a natural enemy, though nothing was there. Naruto, through the Sharingan, directly influenced the hare's senses, making it see and hear things that did not exist. "Still not fine enough," Naruto muttered to himself. "To fully control another's perception, I need more practice." He knew that genjutsu would be a key weapon in executing his plan. Unlike large-scale ninjutsu that would attract attention, refined genjutsu could alter people's cognition and behavior without detection. Especially concerning Iruka. Naruto thought of the only teacher who cared for him, a complex emotion stirring within him. In the memories of another world, Iruka was like a father, even once blocking a fatal shuriken for him. But in this world, on this path, Iruka was destined to become a sacrifice. Not because he had done anything wrong. Quite the opposite, he had done too much right. He gave Naruto the only warmth and trust, and that trust would become the key for Naruto to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The deeper the emotion, the more intense the pain when lost. Naruto sneered, the three tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. And pain brings power. He gazed at the distant lights of Konoha, his Sharingan unwavering. The genjutsu had already been woven, a truth was concealed beneath the surface. Konoha remained unaware that the accident they perceived was a meticulously orchestrated performance. Even less did they foresee that this was just the beginning. Naruto's path of revenge and peace had already taken its first step. And Iruka's fate too had been silently sealed without his knowledge. After killing Mizuki, Naruto underwent a profound transformation. The once boisterous blonde-haired child who had sought attention through pranks vanished, replaced by a taciturn figure who moved with quiet urgency. Between the ages of 7 and 12, Naruto became a different person. He no longer tried to fit in or yearn for acceptance. Instead, he poured all his energy into self-improvement. In the early morning, as the sky barely began to lighten, Naruto would already be at the training ground behind Konoha's mountain. This was his secret base, far from the villagers' eyes and their looks of disdain and fear. Chakra control is the foundation, Naruto muttered to himself, standing before a large tree. He started with the simplest exercise, tree climbing. This wasn't ordinary climbing. It involved using chakra to adhere to the trunk and walk vertically. In his memories from another world, he had once trained alongside Sasuke under Kakashi's guidance. But this time he was alone. On his first attempt, he channeled too much chakra, causing his feet to stick heavily and making him lose balance and fall. "My chakra is too vast to control with precision," Naruto analyzed calmly, brushing off the dust and trying again. Day after day he persisted. He fell, got up, fell again, and rose once more. His legs were covered in bruises and scrapes, but he paid them no heed. Pain was an excuse for the weak, he told himself. Months later, he could move effortlessly among the treetops, as if walking on level ground. Next came water walking. He found a small stream and began practicing the precise gathering of chakra on the soles of his feet, enough to support his weight without causing ripples. This was harder than tree climbing. In the first few days, he repeatedly sank into the icy water, his soaked clothes clinging to his small frame. But the determination in his eyes never wavered. If I can't even master this basic skill, how can I talk about change? He said to himself, stepping onto the water again. The Sharingan played an unexpected role in this process. By observing his own chakra flow, he could adjust his output more precisely. Those crimson eyes could not only see through an enemy's movements, but also perceive the subtle shifts in his own energy. A year later, Naruto could stand in the middle of a raging river with only faint ripples on the surface. His chakra control had reached an astonishing level. Taijutsu training was equally grueling. Every afternoon, while other children played or trained in teams, Naruto conducted intense physical exercises alone in the mountain. Push-ups, pull-ups, weighted runs. He designed a complete training regimen to progressively enhance his physical capabilities. Taijutsu is the most basic of basics. He recalled the prowess of Might Guy and Rock Lee. Without a strong physique, even the most exquisite ninjutsu is nothing but a castle in the air. He placed special emphasis on speed and agility. The Sharingan granted him exceptional dynamic vision, enabling him to see fast-moving objects clearly, but his body needed to keep pace with his eyes. So he set up obstacles among the trees, weaving through them at top speed to train evasion and movement. Initially, he often crashed into trunks or tripped, accumulating fresh wounds. Yet he never grew discouraged. After every failure, he calmly analyzed the cause and adjusted his movements. 3 years later, at 12, Naruto could dash through dense forest without brushing a single leaf, moving like a golden shadow. The most challenging part was ninjutsu training. Without a teacher, he could only rely on the memories flooding his mind and his own experimentation. Fortunately, the Sharingan granted him the ability to copy techniques. After seeing one, he could roughly imitate it. He started with the basics, mastering the clone technique, transformation technique, and replacement technique. This time no longer a joke that always failed, but a flawless execution. Then he gradually learned more complex techniques: fire style, fireball; jutsu, water style, water bullet; earth style, mud wall. Through the Sharingan, he copied various techniques he remembered seeing, but he practiced them in secret, never showing them in public. However, what he most wanted to master was that iconic technique, the Reincarnation. According to his memories, this was a no-hand sign technique developed by his father, concentrating chakra in the palm and rotating it in irregular directions while compressing it, yielding tremendous destructive power. No hand signs needed, suitable for close combat, adjustable power. Naruto analyzed the technique's advantages. This is exactly what I need. But self-learning the Reincarnation was far more difficult than imagined. The first step, learning to gather chakra in his hand and make it rotate. In the first few days, he could only produce a faint air current in his palm, not even enough to stir a water balloon. Chakra output isn't stable enough. He diagnosed the problem, using his Sharingan to observe the chakra flow in his palm. Through continuous adjustments, after a week, he could create a stable rotation in his palm enough to churn a water balloon. The second step was to constrain the rotating chakra within a certain range while increasing its intensity. He bought many rubber balls and tried to explode them with chakra. This was much harder than the first step. Either the rotation was too weak or the chakra lost control and scattered. Countless nights, he practiced alone in his apartment, his palm red and swollen from the friction of chakra. Not enough. Still far from enough. He gritted his teeth and continued. 3 months later, the first rubber ball burst in his hand. At that moment, there was no joy on his face. Only a calm assessment: weak power. Need faster rotation. The third step was to combine the first two, forming and maintaining the Reincarnation directly, without any prop. This was the hardest part. He needed to control rotation, compression, and stability simultaneously, requiring extreme precision in chakra control. Countless nights, he practiced alone in the mountain. Time and again, a blue chakra sphere gathered in his palm, only to dissipate uncontrollably. Sometimes the Reincarnation would explode, suddenly lacerating his hand. But thanks to the Ninetales' regenerative power, the wounds always healed quickly. Why does it keep failing? He analyzed calmly his Sharingan, closely observing the chakra flow pattern in each attempt. Finally, on the night of his 12th birthday, a perfect blue orb of light formed in his palm, humming softly and illuminating his cold expression. Success. No hand signs needed. The Reincarnation could be formed with a mere thought. But he was not satisfied. Leveraging the insight of the Sharingan and the talent of Indra, he further refined the technique, making it form faster and consume less chakra. Still not enough. He stared at the spinning energy sphere in his hand. In my memories, there are higher levels of shape transformation, but those will require gradual development later on. In the quiet of night, Naruto often stood by the window evaluating his own strength. Right now, if I could access the demon fox's chakra, I should be at least Chunin level. With the Sharingan's control, I might barely reach Jonin level. He analyzed calmly. As for special individuals like Kakashi Hatake and my guy, I still can't afford to provoke them for now. His gaze swept beyond the village farther still. Next targets Kakashi's Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and the 8 inner gates. An immense plan brewed in the mind of this boy not yet 13. Revenge was merely the beginning. What he truly wanted was to fundamentally change this twisted world. To achieve that goal, he needed power. Power capable of intimidating everything. Under the moonlight, his Sharingan glowed faintly. It was no longer a simple 3-mo pattern, but had the faint outline of a more complex form. The power of Indra was awakening within him, resonating in a strange harmony with the Nine-Tails chakra. Dawn was approaching, and no one in Konoha knew that the most underestimated child among them was becoming the most dangerous existence. After mastering chakra control physical techniques, and the Rasengan, Naruto turned his attention to one of the most fearsome abilities of the Sharingan, genjutsu. According to the memories flooding his mind, the Uchiha clan's most terrifying aspect was not their fire techniques, but rather those eyes that could manipulate hearts and create illusions. Naruto understood well that to realize his plans, genjutsu would be an indispensable weapon. His initial attempts were frustrating. Standing in a clearing among the trees, Naruto cast the simplest form of genjutsu on a squirrel. His Sharingan slowly rotated, attempting to influence the little creature's mind, making it believe that danger lay ahead. But the squirrel merely tilted its head to look at him before returning to nibble on its nut. I can't even influence a single animal. Naruto frowned, a hint of defeat flashing in his eye. He realized the issue: genjutsu was not merely a simple application of chakra, but required a subtle transmission of spiritual energy, a precise understanding and intervention of the target's mind. This was far more complex than mimicking ninjutsu hand seals or controlling the flow of chakra. In the days that followed, Naruto began an in-depth study of genjutsu. He secretly infiltrated the restricted area of the Konoha library, searching for information on genjutsu and the Uchiha clan. He observed the behavioral patterns of people, trying to understand the principles of mental operation. He even conducted experiments on his own body to feel the flow of chakra in his brain. Gradually, he discovered that the genjutsu of the Sharingan was not merely a simple casting, but a delicate connection, establishing a brief link with the target's spirit and then implanting specific perceptions or thoughts. It's like throwing a stone into a calm lake. Naruto pondered, the ripples will naturally spread without the need to forcibly control the entire surface of the lake. This realization led to a breakthrough in his genjutsu training. A month later, he could make the squirrel believe there was food in the empty space of his hand, causing it to leap after the illusion. He could make a passing wild rabbit suddenly change direction as if it had seen a predator. He could even make a bird fall from the sky, as its wings suddenly felt powerless in its perception. But these were merely tricks on animals. Casting genjutsu on humans was the real challenge. Naruto chose a cautious target, Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. This child of a similar age would occasionally try to approach Naruto, perhaps out of curiosity or maybe at his grandfather's request. Most of the time, Naruto would coldly avoid him, but now he decided to make Konohamaru his first human test subject. One afternoon, Konohamaru was lingering near the training ground, clearly wanting to speak with Naruto, but hesitating to approach. Naruto sighed and walked towards the hesitant child. His Sharingan quietly activated the moment he got closer, the 3-tomo slowly spinning. Konohamaru, Naruto said calmly, you should go home. Konohamaru paused for a moment, his eyes becoming somewhat dazed. Go home. Yes, I should go home. He turned to leave, his steps mechanical, as if executing a programmed command. Naruto frowned slightly. The effect was too obvious, too unnatural. Anyone who saw Konohamaru would sense something was amiss. The next day, Naruto tried again. This time he operated with more finesse, not directly issuing commands, but implanting an idea. It was getting late, and his grandfather would worry. Konohamaru looked at the clearly bright sky, yet suddenly displayed anxiety. "Ah, it's so late, Grandpa will scold me." He hurriedly bowed to Naruto in farewell, and quickly ran home. The effect this time was naturally more subtle, but Naruto was still not satisfied. What he wanted was an entirely invisible influence, one that the target wouldn't even realize they were being affected. As time passed, Naruto's genjutsu skills improved significantly. He learned how to subtly influence others' perceptions, how to implant seemingly spontaneous thoughts, and how to create nearly perfect illusions. But he found that his Sharingan seemed to possess a unique talent, a nascent ability that transcended ordinary Uchiha genjutsu. By chance, Naruto attempted to induce a brief feeling of dizziness in a store owner who constantly spoke ill of him. But the result was unexpected. The owner not only felt dizzy, but was unusually friendly to all blonde customers for the entire day, as if he had experienced some form of enlightenment. This isn't mere perception manipulation. Naruto reflected on this experiment late at night in his apartment. It seems I affected his emotional patterns. Subsequent cautious experiments confirmed his suspicions. His Sharingan could not only create illusions, but also subtly influence others' emotions and emotional tendencies. This influence was not lasting, typically maintaining for a few hours to a day, but it indeed existed. Most surprisingly, this emotional influence seemed capable of bypassing conventional genjutsu defenses. Once he experimented on a chunin who had evidently undergone genjutsu resistance training, the other party completely failed to notice that their emotions were being affected, merely feeling that they were in a particularly good mood today. Emotional manipulation. Naruto stood before the window, the moonlight illuminating his contemplative face. Is this the true power of my Sharingan? Yet he also discovered that this ability was extremely difficult to control. Sometimes the effect was too weak to be noticeable, other times it was too strong, leading to the target's emotional breakdown. In the state of 3 Tomo, this ability was clearly still immature. On the eve of his 12th birthday, Naruto decided to undertake a bold attempt. His target was Yamashiro Isamu, one of the most powerful mental-type ninjas in Konoha, skilled in mind reading and telepathy. If he could influence Isamu without arousing his awareness, that would prove Naruto's genjutsu had reached a considerable level. The opportunity arose during a chance encounter on the street. Isamu was returning from a mission, appearing slightly fatigued as he walked home. Naruto pretended to pass by casually activating his Sharingan the moment he brushed past Isamu. There were no obvious chakra fluctuations, no hand seals, not even eye contact. Naruto simply lightly pushed a thought: go to the dessert shop and buy a gift for his daughter. Isamu suddenly stopped, scratching his head. Right, Ino has been wanting that store's dango. He turned and walked in the completely opposite direction, completely unaware of how this thought had suddenly emerged. Naruto hid in the shadows of a street corner, observing Isamu's reaction. Success. Even the leader of the Yamashiro clan had failed to perceive his influence. But just then Isamu suddenly shook his head as if waking up. What am I doing? I haven't written the mission report yet. He turned back. Naruto's heart sank. Isamu's mental defenses instinctively resisted and nullified the influence, even though he might not have realized he had been affected. Not perfect enough yet. Naruto calmly analyzed. The duration is too short, easily resisted by strong mental powers. Despite this, it was still an important milestone. Being able to briefly influence a ninja like Yamashiro Isamu proved that his genjutsu had surpassed the level of an ordinary chunin. Late at night, Naruto often pondered the unique abilities of his Sharingan. Dual manipulation of emotions and perceptions. He gazed at the blood-red eyes in the mirror. Perhaps this is the unique talent of my Sharingan. In the memories flooding in the Uchiha clan's genjutsu, primarily focused on visual illusions and mental pressure, while his ability seemed more subtle and profound, directly touching the core of emotions. He recalled Uchiha Shizui's Kotoamatsukami, the ability known as the strongest genjutsu that could unknowingly alter others' thoughts and wills. Was his ability related to that? Or was it a completely new variant? More practice and understanding are needed. Naruto told himself, this ability in the 3 Tomo state is still unstable, but if it can evolve into the Mangekyo. He didn't finish the sentence, but he understood in his heart to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan required experiencing extreme emotional trauma, typically the death of a loved one. and in his plan that role was already predetermined. Under the moonlight, Naruto's Sharingan glimmered slightly, the three tomo, seemingly undergoing a silent change heralding the awakening of some deeper power. The path of genjutsu had already begun while no one in Konoha knew that the most underestimated child among them was becoming a master in manipulating hearts. Dawn was approaching and Naruto's genjutsu training continued, each attempt bringing him closer to that dark goal. Time slipped away like a fleeting shuttle, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. At 12 years old, Mingren stood in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, his face expressionless as he listened to teacher Iruka announce the team assignments. Over those 5 years, he had absorbed every piece of knowledge like a sponge, honing his abilities in secret while awaiting this very day. Team 7 Mingren Schwanwa, Shunaing Uchiha Zwaju. Jonin instructor Kakaki Kakaxi. Iruka's voice trembled slightly as he uttered those names. Mingren noticed the complex look Iruka cast his way. Concern, anticipation, and a faint trace of unease. The shadow of that night 5 years ago seemed to still haunt the teacher's heart. Whispers rippled through the classroom. Most students felt sympathy for Zwaju and Xiaoying for having to be grouped with that monster. Mingren paid them no heed. His gaze cut through the crowd, landing on the dark-haired orphan of the Uchiha clan. Zwaju sat silently in a corner, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Mingren recognized the emotions swirling in those eyes, the pain of betrayal, the thirst for power, and a deeply buried hatred. The reincarnation of Indra. Mingren sneered inwardly. We are cut from the same cloth yet destined for divergent paths. After school, 3 unfamiliar teammates waited in the classroom for their assigned Jonin instructor. Xiaoying attempted to strike up a conversation with Zwaju, but was met only with cold indifference. Zwaju completely ignored Mingren's presence. Meanwhile, Mingren sat quietly by the window, observing his 2 future companions. Kakaki arrived a full 3 hours late. When the silver-haired Jonin lazily pushed open the door, Mingren's eyes instantly caught a wealth of details, the concealed vigilance beneath that casual demeanor, the sharp glint in his only visible right eye, and the fingers already poised to form a hand seal beneath the cover of his Make-Out Paradise book. Yo, good morning everyone, Kakaki greeted nonchalantly. I got lost on the path of life. Xiaoying's face flushed with anger. Zwaju let out a cold snort, but Mingren calmly replied, Good morning, teacher Kakaki. Kakaki's gaze lingered on Mingren for a fraction of a second longer, as if slightly taken aback by his composure. Then, after briefly introducing himself, he had each person give a self-introduction. When it was Mingren's turn, he said succinctly, Mingren Schwanwa. I like training, I despise hypocrisy, and my interest lies in becoming stronger. No mention of a dream, Mingren. Kakaki remarked thoughtfully. My dream will be spoken when the time is right, Mingren answered calmly. Kakaki did not press further. He simply announced the time and place for the next day's meeting, then vanished in a puff of white smoke. The following morning, Team 7 gathered for the first time at the training ground. Kakaki leaned against a tree trunk and asked in a seemingly casual tone, All right, let's talk about your dreams. After all, knowing my students' aspirations is part of a team leader's duty. Xiaoying was the first to raise her hand, her face reddening as she glanced at Zwaju. My dream is to be with the one I love and build a happy family. She stole a glance at Zwaju, hoping for a response, but he completely ignored her. Kakaki nodded and turned to Zwaju. And you, Zwaju? Zwaju lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with icy hatred. To kill a certain man. That's all. The atmosphere in the training ground froze instantly. Xiaoying stared at Zwaju in fright, while Kakaki's expression grew serious. They all sensed the unbridled murderous intent and hatred in Zuozu's words. Just then Kakaki shifted his gaze to the ever-silent Mingren. So Mingren, what is your dream? Mingren raised his head, sunlight glinted off his golden hair, yet his blue eyes were unfathomably deep. He spoke calmly, his voice low, but remarkably clear. Peace. True peace. Those words stunned everyone. Zwaju let out a scoff, dismissing the dream as childish and naive. Xiaoying frowned in confusion. Even Kakaki seemed taken aback. This was not the answer he had expected. Care to elaborate, Mingren? Kakaki asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Mingren's gaze swept across the 3 of them before settling on the distant Hokage rock. The peace I speak of is not a fragile balance reached through understanding and tolerance, nor a false harmony built on sacrificing the interests of a minority. His voice was calm, yet carried an uncanny power that made everyone hold their breath. True peace requires absolute order. It demands that everyone understand that harming others will come at a price. Fear is sometimes more effective than love, for it transcends the boundaries of race, nation, and creed, reaching the deepest recesses of the human heart. A profound silence fell over the training ground. For the first time, Zhuozhu looked directly at Mingren, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. Xiaoying, however, was utterly horrified by those words. Kakaki's expression turned more serious than ever before. A very intriguing idea, Mingren, Kakaki said slowly. But don't you think such peace is too cold-hearted? Mingren offered a faint smile devoid of any warmth. Teacher Kakaki, you have experienced war and witnessed true death. Tell me, is cold peace more valuable, or is warm war preferable? Kakaki fell silent. He recalled comrades lost in battle, thought of Daitu and Lin, remembered teacher Shuiman. He could not refute Mingren's words. Peace is not a slogan. Mingren continued, his voice gradually taking on a strange, infectious quality. It requires strength to maintain and determination to achieve. As he spoke, Mingren's Sharingan subtly activated, subtly influencing the emotions of his listeners. Zhuozhu felt his inner hatred find resonance. Xiaoying, inexplicably, found those words quite compelling. Even Kakaki experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness, as if glimpsing some possible truth. But the effect dissipated quickly. Kakaki shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to reality. A grand dream, Mingren. Then tomorrow at noon, gather at the training ground. And remember, don't eat beforehand. Once again, Kakaki vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving the three behind. Mingren paid it no mind. Having voiced his ideal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Years of suppressed anguish, though tempered by his memories, were still hard to alleviate. The next day at noon, the three members of Team 7 arrived at the training ground on time. The sun blazed down, and the air was thick with tension. Kakashi arrived late, using his usual excuse, "I got lost on the path of life." 2 bells hung from his waist, clinking crisply with every movement. "Today's test is simple," Kakashi said lazily. "Before noon, snatch these 2 bells from me. Those who fail get no lunch, and will be tied to that wooden stake over there watching the others eat." He pointed to the stake in the middle of the field, then added, "Most importantly, you must come at me with the resolve to kill me. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance." Sakura swallowed. Nervously, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, while Naruto calmly observed every subtle movement Kakashi made. "Begin." As Kakashi's words fell, Sasuke charged forward, immediately shuriken flying like raindrops. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then followed. Only Naruto quickly retreated, vanishing into the nearby woods. "Scattering. A wise choice," Kakashi commented, easily dodging all attacks. Sasuke's assault was fierce, but futile. Kakashi seemed to anticipate every move, always evading a step ahead. Sakura tried to flank him, but Kakashi neutralized her attack, without even looking directly at her. "Too weak." Kakashi sighed. "If this is all you've got, you might as well go back to the academy." The words enraged Sasuke, who began forming hand seals for a fire release, but Kakashi had already appeared behind him, a kunai pressed against his throat. "A ninja needs not just offense, but vigilance," Kakashi murmured, then kicked Sasuke away. At the same time, Sakura was lured into a trap by a simple clone technique and bound with rope by Kakashi emerging from underground. "Now it's just you, Naruto." Kakashi called toward the woods. "Not going to come out and try?" No response came from the woods. Kakashi frowned slightly. He sensed Naruto's chakra nearby, but the position kept shifting, making it hard to pinpoint. What surprised him more was how exquisitely Naruto controlled his chakra, leaking almost no aura. Suddenly, multiple shadow clones of Naruto charged at Kakashi from different directions. Shadow clones, not ordinary clones. Kakashi showed slight surprise, but still handled them easily. Plenty, but not enough. He swiftly swung his kunai, dispatching Naruto's shadow clones in quick succession. But the moment the clones vanished, Kakashi realized it was only a feint. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto's real body had somehow appeared behind Kakashi, unleashing a powerful gale of wind pressure. Genuine surprise flickered in Kakashi's eyes as he instantly used the substitution technique to evade. The ground where he had stood was torn apart by the wind jutsu, leaving a deep gash. "This is..." Kakashi reappeared a short distance away, his expression turning serious. A wind release jutsu. And this power? Naruto didn't answer. He simply began forming hand seals again. This time for fire release, great fireball. A massive fireball roared toward Kakashi, forcing him to retreat further. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke and Sakura broke free from their binds and rejoined the fight. Work with me, Sasuke called out to them, uncharacteristically already weaving hand signs. Naruto understood immediately, creating more shadow clones to obscure Kakashi's vision. Sakura used the opening to circle around and close in from Kakashi's blind spot. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke spat out numerous small fireballs, sealing off Kakashi's escape routes. Just as Kakashi was about to dodge, Sakura had reached throwing range and swiftly hurled several shuriken attached to wires, attempting to entangle him. Now, Naruto and Sasuke attacked simultaneously from both sides, aiming directly for the bells at Kakashi's waist. In that hair's breadth moment, Kakashi suddenly vanished into a bolt of lightning. Substitution technique. Nice teamwork, Kakashi's voice came from above the three. But still a bit off. He stood on a tree branch, seemingly unscathed. But when he looked down at his waist, he realized the two bells were gone. Beneath the tree, Naruto calmly opened his palm, the two bells jingling in his hand. When? Kakashi was genuinely astonished. He hadn't even noticed when Naruto had taken them. When you were dealing with the fire release and the shuriken, Naruto replied succinctly. A simple clone technique and a stealth maneuver. Kakashi jumped down from the tree, studying Naruto closely. This child, once called the dead last by the villagers, had displayed strength and tactical thinking far beyond what Kakashi had expected. Alright, you got the bells, Kakashi said, resuming his lazy tone. But now there's a problem. Only 2 bells and 3 of you. Which means one person will go hungry and be tied to the stake. The 3 looked at each other. Sakura glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto, and Naruto calmly regarded the bells in his hand. I give up, Naruto suddenly said, handing the bells to Sasuke and Sakura. You take them? Sasuke froze. Why? Because I don't need them, Naruto replied simply and mysteriously. Being tied to the stake won't stop me from training. Sakura hesitated, looking at the bells, and then at Sasuke before making a sudden decision. Then I give up too. Sasuke can take both bells. Sasuke stared at the 2 bells in his hand, his expression shifting. Finally, he snorted and tossed the bells back to Kakashi. Boring test. Tie me up if you want. Kakashi looked at his 3 yielding students, his expression under the mask complicated. He had expected a brutal scramble for survival, but instead saw cooperation and a spirit of sacrifice. Yet his keen instincts told him nothing was that simple. Especially Naruto, his surrender seemed less about team spirit and more about some deeper calculation. Well, since you've all given up the bells, Kakashi said slowly, then according to the rules you all fail. The 3's expressions froze. But Kakashi suddenly laughed. Just kidding. Actually, you've passed the test. He looked at the confused students and explained the true purpose of this test wasn't your ability to snatch the bells, but whether you understand the importance of teamwork. In the ninja world, those who break rules are scum, but those who don't care about their comrades are worse than scum. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke pretended to be disdainful, but a flicker of thought crossed his eyes, and Naruto remained expressionless. Kakashi especially noticed that when he said care about your comrades, Naruto's eyes flickered for an instant. A look far too complex and deep for a 12-year-old. Starting tomorrow, well, take on missions, Kakashi announced. Well, begin with Drank. Dismissed. With Kakashi's departure, only the 3 members of Team 7 remained on the training ground. Sasuke left first, not sparing a glance at the others. Sakura hesitated, then chased after him. Naruto stood alone, watching their retreating figures, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Teamwork. Caring for comrades. He murmured to himself, his 3-tomo Sharingan flickering for a moment. Such a beautiful ideal, Kakashi-sensei. But soon you'll realize. Some comrades are destined to be sacrificed. He turned and left the training ground, already planning his next move in his mind. The bell test was only the beginning. His real trial still lay ahead. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing atop a tall tree, looked back at the training ground with a furrowed brow. Something about Naruto felt off. That calm and strength far beyond his years, that outwardly cooperative, yet inwardly detached attitude. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi murmured. Minato sensei. Your child is nothing like you. Beneath the peaceful surface of Konoha undercurrents began to stir. And the story of Team 7 had only just begun. Team 7 began their monotonous cycle of drank missions. From weeding and trash collection to babysitting, these trivial tasks gradually bored and frustrated Haruno Sakura, while Sasuke's brow furrowed ever deeper. Naruto alone tackled each task with astonishing patience, as if these mundane chores concealed some profound meaning. I can't take it anymore. One day, while helping an old lady search for her cat, Sakura kicked a pebble by the roadside and complained. How long do we have to keep doing these boring tasks? We're ninja. Sasuke snorted coldly, hands in pockets, his eyes full of contempt. A waste of time. Naruto glanced at them calmly, continuing to tidy the old lady's garden. Every mission is a form of training. A ninja is more than just combat, Sakura. His voice was flat, but his words carried a strange weight. Observation, patience, attention to detail. These are often more important than powerful jutsu. Sakura opened her mouth to retort, but suddenly noticed Naruto's weeding technique. Every stroke was incredibly precise, perfectly removing weeds without harming a single flower. What incredible control and focus that required. She realized then that Naruto wasn't simply completing tasks. He was using these opportunities to train. Whether practicing precise control of chakra blades while weeding, honing tracking and perception skills while searching for a cat, or extending the duration of his clone technique while babysitting, Naruto was constantly growing stronger. Sasuke seemed to notice this as well. He stopped complaining, instead silently observing Naruto's every move, occasionally imitating his training methods. Days passed one after another until that fateful morning. In the mission assignment room, the third Hokage gazed at Team 7 before him and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. There's a crank mission today, he said, his gaze sweeping over the four. An escort mission. The client is a bridge architect from the Wave Country. He needs to be escorted home and protected until the bridge is completed. Sakura's eyes lit up and Sasuke straightened his back slightly. Finally, a real ninja mission. Naruto, however, frowned slightly. Wave Country. In his memories, this mission was far from an ordinary crank. The rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza from the Hidden Mist, Kakashi's arduous battle with his Sharingan, Haku's ice release, Kekkai Genkai. All this went far beyond the scope of a crank mission. But he said nothing, merely standing quietly to the side. At that moment, the door slid open, and an old man reeking of alcohol entered. He was ragged and shifty-eyed, looking highly suspicious. Are these the ones? The old man sized up Team 7, especially the youngest-looking Naruto. Can these little brats really protect me? Especially that yellow-haired kid. He looks completely unreliable. Sakura was about to retort, but Naruto stopped her with a glance. Although we are young, we are all qualified ninja, Naruto replied calmly, his voice carrying a steadiness that belied his age. Besides, our instructor is Hatake Kakashi, an elite jonin of Konoha. The old man, Tazuna, seemed a bit intimidated by Naruto's demeanor and mumbled, ceasing his complaints. After accepting the mission, Team 7 began preparing for the journey. Naruto returned to his apartment and carefully inspected every piece of equipment: kunai, shuriken, wire, soldier pills. He also prepared antidotes and medical supplies based on the warnings from those memories. Zabuza's silent killing technique, Haku's demonic mirroring ice crystals. Naruto muttered to himself, the three tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. This is a dangerous mission, but also an opportunity. He recalled Haku's Kekkai Genkai, the ability to instantly create ice mirrors and move through them. In the memories of another world, this ability nearly annihilated Team 7. A Kekkai Genkai. If I could obtain it. A flicker of desire crossed Naruto's eyes, but it quickly subsided. He knew his current strength was insufficient to face Zabuza and Haku, but he had the Sharingan, the tactical foreknowledge from those memories, and Kakashi. It's time to test the strength of the copy ninja. A cold smirk tugged at Naruto's lips. The next morning, Team 7 gathered at Konoha's main gate. Tazuna was already waiting there, looking even more nervous and uneasy than the day before. Kakashi appeared lazily late as usual, but Naruto noticed his gear was more complete than normal, and his eyes were more alert. Clearly Kakashi didn't fully believe this was just a simple crank mission either. Then let's set off. Kakashi set his gaze lingering on each person for a moment, especially on Naruto for a few extra seconds. The group passed through Konoha's gates and began their journey to the Wave Country. Naruto walked in the middle of the formation, observing every detail around him. He knew that danger would soon arrive. The chapter of Wave Country was about to begin. And this time, Uzumaki Naruto was no longer that hot-blooded, impulsive youth. He was a calm calculator, a hunter lurking in the shadows. The path to peace must be paved with blood, and the Wave Country would be the first stop. Team 7 embarked on their journey to the Land of Waves. Throughout the trip, Naruto maintained an unusual vigilance. Although his Sharingan was not activated, his perception was at its fullest extent. Sasuke also wore a serious expression, occasionally scanning their surroundings. Only Sakura was excited to finally be on a real mission, chatting casually with Tazuna. "So what kind of place is the Land of Waves?" Sakura asked curiously. Tazuna took a sip of his drink, his eyes flickering. "It's just an ordinary little island nation, nothing special." Naruto keenly sensed the unease and concealment in Tazuna's tone, but he said nothing, merely keeping it in mind. As they walked along a forest path, Naruto suddenly stopped. His gaze fell upon an unnatural puddle by the roadside. Despite the clear weather for several days, there was a pool of standing water, and there were faint fluctuations of chakra within. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Kakashi asked casually, though he had already noticed the anomaly. "It's not," Naruto replied calmly, but his fingers had already stealthily moved towards the kunai at his waist. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two shadowy figures suddenly sprang from the puddle, bringing with them a menacing aura. They wielded claw-like weapons entwined with iron chains, lunging straight at the last member of the team, Kakashi. "Watch out!" Sakura screamed. Kakashi seemed caught off guard, instantly getting tightly bound by the chains. With a powerful tug, the two attackers tore Kakashi's body into pieces. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sasuke and Sakura cried out in unison, stunned by the gruesome scene. However, Naruto observed calmly the torn Kakashi did not bleed, but rather transformed into shattered wooden blocks. Substitution technique. The real Kakashi had long since hidden away, watching their reactions from the shadows. "Take out the first one. Next is the second," one of the attackers shouted, turning towards Naruto, who was closest. The iron chains rushed towards Naruto with a piercing whistle. Naruto appeared to panic and retreat, but in reality, he cleverly adjusted his position, shielding Tazuna behind him. Just as the chains were about to strike Naruto, he gracefully sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a precise strike with his kunai at the chain's connection point. Sparks flew from the metal collision as the chain snapped cleanly. The attackers clearly did not expect Naruto to possess such skills, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Naruto had already advanced towards him. "What a..." the attacker exclaimed hurriedly, raising his claw to block. Naruto's movements were succinct and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. After several clashes between his kunai and the claws, he found an opening and thrust his kunai directly at the opponent's throat. The attacker barely dodged the fatal blow, but his shoulder was pierced, blood gushing forth. Seeing this, the other attacker immediately abandoned the search for Kakashi and turned to attack the seemingly weakest Sakura. Sakura stood frozen in fear, unable to move. "Get away!" Sasuke reacted instantly, quickly blocking in front of Sakura and engaging in battle with the second attacker. Meanwhile, the injured attacker furiously launched a more intense assault on Naruto. However, Naruto effortlessly dodged, seemingly assessing the opponent's skill level. "Is it only Chunin level?" Naruto murmured, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Just then, Kakashi finally revealed himself. He effortlessly subdued the attacker fighting Sasuke, and then looked at Naruto. "Do you need help, Naruto?" "No need." The moment Naruto replied, his actions suddenly accelerated. His Sharingan quietly activated, instantly discerning all of his opponent's movements. The kunai struck like a venomous snake, precisely slicing through the attacker's wrist, knocking away his weapon, and then with a kick, he sent him crashing to the ground, kunai aimed directly at his throat. "Leave one alive, Naruto," Kakashi reminded. Naruto nodded, but secretly used his Sharingan to cast a simple illusion on the captured enemy, ensuring he would disclose the necessary information later. Kakashi approached, looking sternly at the two subdued attackers. "You are Rogue Nin from the Mist, the Demon Brothers. Haku and Zabuza, right? Who sent you?" The attackers stubbornly kept silent, but under the subtle influence of Naruto's illusion, one of them eventually spoke. "It was Kato. Lord Kato sent us." Upon hearing this name, Tezuna's face instantly went pale. Kakashi turned to Tezuna. I believe you owe us an explanation, Mr. Tezuna. Kato is a renowned businessman in the world. Why would he send ninjas to kill you? This mission likely isn't just a crank, is it? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tezuna finally broke down and revealed the truth. The land of waves had fallen under Kato's control, and he was building the bridge to break Kato's monopoly. Kato had hired more ninjas to stop him, including the infamous rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. You misreported the mission level, putting us in danger, Kakashi stated solemnly. By the rules, we can terminate this mission. Suddenly Naruto spoke up. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we should continue the mission. Everyone looked at Naruto in astonishment. Sasuke and Sakura, who had assumed they would be the most eager to return, were the first to advocate for moving forward. Why Naruto? Kakashi inquired, studying him. The people of the Land of Waves are suffering under oppression, Mr. Tezuna is risking his life for their freedom. Naruto's words were surprisingly filled with a sense of justice, yet his gaze remained calm. As ninjas of Konoha, we should not retreat at such a time. While Naruto spoke, he subtly utilized the power of his Sharingan to slightly influence Sakura and Sasuke's emotions, creating a sense of resonance. Naruto is right. Sakura suddenly felt a surge of courage. We can't turn a blind eye. Sasuke nodded as well. Avoidance is not the ninja way. Kakashi looked at his three students, finally sighing. All right, the mission continues. But from now on, everyone must remain vigilant, ready to fight at any moment. He turned to Tezuna, his eyes sharpening. And you, Mr. Tezuna, do not hide anything further. Do you understand? Tezuna nodded, eagerly looking gratefully at Team 7. The group continued forward, but the atmosphere was entirely different. Everyone understood that they were about to face opponents far beyond the abilities of mere genin. Naruto walked within the team expressionless, yet his mind was already calculating how to utilize the upcoming battle. Zabuza Momochi, the bloodline limit of ice release. The journey to the Land of Waves was no longer a simple escort mission, but a looming storm. And within this storm, Naruto would pave the first road to piece the peace of the Land of Waves. Like a tangible curtain, the dense fog silently enshrouded the forest on the border of the wave country. Visibility plummeted to a mere few meters, and the air was thick with cold moisture and a faint, elusive aura of murderous intent. Hidden mist technique. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Everyone be careful. Form a circle and protect Mr. Tezuna. Before his words faded, a shadowy figure emerged from the mist like an apparition. Zabuza Momochi stood upon the water's surface, his massive executioner's blade resting on his shoulder, exuding a suffocating pressure. The copycat ninja of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. Your head is mine. Zabuza's voice was low and icy. Naruto swiftly positioned himself in front of Tezuna, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Sasuke had already drawn a kunai, his Sharingan quietly activated, two tomos spinning slowly. Sakura stood nervously on the other side of Tezuna, her hands trembling slightly. The demon of Kirigakure, Zabuza Momochi. A rogue ninja from the mist, Kakashi replied calmly. I never expected to encounter you here. In an instant, the battle erupted. Zabuza's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Kakashi in the next moment. Kakashi spun around to block the clash of kunai and executioner's blade, sending harsh sparks flying. Too slow, Zabuza sneered, his blade suddenly gaining weight. Kakashi was forced back, ripples spreading across the water beneath his feet. As he adjusted his stance, Zabuza swiftly formed hand signs, water release, water prison technique. A stream of water coiled around Kakashi like a living serpent, rapidly forming a massive orb that imprisoned him. Kakashi struggled within, but could not break free. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura cried out. TCH, first I'll deal with the troublesome brats. A water clone of Zabuza separated from the main Bodis water and advanced toward Team 7. Naruto made a quick decision. Sakura, protect Mr. Tezuna. Sasuke, work with me to rescue Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke shot Naruto a slightly surprised glance, but immediately nodded. The two split up in tacit coordination, approaching Zabuza's water clone from opposite directions. Fire release, Phoenix, Sage fire technique. Sasuke spat out several small fireballs, forcing the clone back. Naruto seized the opportunity to charge his kunai, aimed directly at the clone's vital point. The water clone barely parried, but Naruto's sweeping kick disrupted its balance. Now, Naruto shouted. Sasuke understood instantly, his hands flashing through signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive blazing sphere roared forth, hurtling toward the water clone. The water clone was forced to concentrate all its energy on defense, leaving no attention for the main Boda's situation. Meanwhile, Naruto had silently closed in on Zabuza's real form. Calculating the angle and timing, he hurled his kunai with precision at Zabuza's right hand, which was maintaining the water prison technique. Zabuza was compelled to withdraw his hand to defend, and the prison shattered instantly. Kakashi emerged coughing and gasping for air. Nice coordination, Zabuza said, stepping back with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect Konoha's genin to reach this level. After breaking free, Kakashi's expression turned deadly serious. Stand back. The next part of the battle is beyond your reach. He slowly lifted the headband that always covered his left eye, revealing a crimson eye with 3 tomo spinning slowly. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan. Zabuza's demeanor grew grave. I suppose I'll have to take this seriously. Amid the thick fog, their duel resumed. Kakashi's Sharingan precisely tracked every movement of Zabuza. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. They both formed signs almost simultaneously. 2 water dragons rose from the lake's surface, colliding violently and exploding into a cascade of water. Then came close-quarters combat. The executioner's blade and kunai clashed, sending harsh sparks flying. With the predictive power of his Sharingan, Kakashi always managed to evade lethal strikes by half a step, yet Zabuza's strength and speed still held the upper hand. Earth release, mud wall. Kakashi quickly formed hand signs, raising a solid earthen barrier. Useless. Zabuza gripped the executioner's blade with both hands, infusing it with chakra to enhance the slash and cleave through the wall with a single stroke. Kakashi continued retreating, seemingly on the verge of collapse, but in truth his Sharingan was constantly copying and analyzing Zabuza's tactical patterns. Suddenly the 3 tomo in Kakashi's eye spun at full speed. It's over, Zabuza. I can see your future. Zabuza's heart tightened as he realized Kakashi was forming signs in sync with him, even half a step ahead. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi completed the jutsu first. A torrent of water surged forth, engulfing Zabuza and slamming him violently against a tree, rendering him completely unconscious. Just as Kakashi approached to confirm Zabuza's condition, several Senbon suddenly shot out from the forest, piercing Zabuza's neck with precision. A figure wearing a Kirigakure Yanbyu mask, Haku, emerged from the woods. I am the pursuit ninja from the mist assigned to hunt down Zabuza. Thank you for your assistance. Haku's voice was calm and neutral. Kakashi knelt on one knee, exhausted from chakra depletion. The strain of overusing the Sharingan left him momentarily immobile. As Haku was about to take Zabuza away, Naruto suddenly moved. Stop, he said calmly, appearing instantly before Haku. A pursuit ninja from the mist. What a coincidence, Haku replied with slight surprise. What do you mean? Zabuza is a rogue ninja. It's true that Kirigakure would send a pursuit squad, Naruto analyzed coolly. But why wait until he was subdued before showing up? More suspiciously, those Senbon of yours, though seemingly lethal, precisely avoided all vital points. Haku's body stiffened slightly. Naruto continued, his voice turning icy. Even more important, I sense no murderous intent from you. How could a pursuit ninja harbor no killing intent toward a rogue ninja? In the moment Haku was stunned, Naruto made his move. His Sharingan activated stealthily, casting a subtle genjutsu that slowed Haku's reaction time. Naruto's movements were lightning fast. His left hand precisely seized Haku's wrist while his right hand completed the hand signs. One-handed. Fire release, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball erupted from Naruto's mouth, hurtling straight at Haku's face. Due to the genjutsu, Haku's reaction was a fraction too slow. He barely tilted his head to evade the direct hit, but the mask grazed by the flame shattered. Before Haku could recover from the shock, Naruto leaped up, delivering a fierce knee strike that precisely connected with Haku's chin. The unexpected blow sent Haku staggering backward. Sasuke! Sealing rope! Naruto shouted. Sasuke instantly reacted, hurling a set of specialized ninja ropes. Naruto caught them, and with a few clean moves bound Haku securely. By then Kakashi had recovered slightly and approached to check on Zabuza, Indeed, as Naruto said, the Senbon only induced a state of suspended animation. He cast a complicated look at Naruto. Excellent judgment. Naruto made no reply, silently bringing Haku beside Zabuza and binding them back to back in the same manner. With this, the threat of the demon of Kirigakure is completely eliminated, Naruto said calmly. Kakashi nodded and fired a signal flare into the distance. Before long, a squad of Konoha Yenbu appeared, escorting Zabuza and Haku back to the village. The mission continues, Kakashi told Team 7. But we must be even more vigilant from now on. Gato will likely send other ninjas. Naruto gazed toward the direction of the wave country, a profound glint in his eyes. Though the threat from Kirigakure had been neutralized, the true challenges were only beginning. And the power hidden beneath his calm surface had already quietly revealed a glimpse. Tazuna's home stood at the edge of the wave country, a modest but sturdy wooden house. Kakashi, having overused his Sharingan, needed rest and stayed inside to recover. Naruto and Sakura accompanied Tazuna to the nearby market for supplies, ostensibly to restock, but in truth continuing their escort mission. The walk to the market was suffocatingly tense. The sky over wave country seemed perpetually shrouded in a gray mist, making even the sunlight appear pale and feeble. Along the roadside, abandoned houses and shops were everywhere. Occasionally, gaunt villagers hurried past, their eyes filled with vigilance and fear. This is the wave country under Gato's rule, Tazuna said, his voice low and barely concealing his fury. Once this place was lively. Fishermen returning with full catches, vendors hawking their wares, children running and playing in the streets. Now all that had vanished. In its place lay a lifeless, desolate scene. Sakura couldn't help asking, what exactly did Gato do? Why is everyone so hopeless? Tazuna gave a bitter laugh. Gato controls the entire economic lifeline of wave country. First he bribed the officials, then he extorted exorbitant safety fees from fishermen and merchants under the guise of protection. Anyone who refused to pay would have their property harassed and vandalized by thugs. Gradually no one could afford it. Businesses collapsed, boats couldn't set sail. He pointed to a more imposing building in the distance. That's Gato's office, actually a gathering place for his henchmen. They come out every day for patrols, really just to intimidate anyone who still dares to resist. Naruto listened quietly, his Sharingan observing the surroundings with calm precision. He noticed several figures lurking in the shadows, clearly Gato's spies. Further off, a group of fierce-looking men surrounded an old fisherman, apparently threatening him. Look over there, Naruto whispered. Sakura followed his gaze and frowned. They're bullying that old man. The elderly fisherman tremblingly offered a few small fish to the thugs, only to be shoved roughly. One thug snatched the basket and smashed it to the ground, the fish writhing in the dust. That's old fisherman Yoshida, Tazuna said, pain in his voice. His son tried to fish at night last month. Gato's men found him. They sank his boat, and he's still bedridden with injuries. Sakura clenched her fists, anger blazing in her eyes. This is outrageous. Isn't anyone doing something? What about wave country's officials? Tazuna laughed sarcastically. Officials? They were bought off long ago. Even the daimyo of wave country turns a blind eye out of fear of Gato's power. We common folk have no strength to resist. Naruto observed calmly, his mind racing. Gato's method of rule, though brutal, was remarkably effective. Control through violence and fear. It bore a striking resemblance to the peace he planned to establish. Only Gato did it for selfish gain, while Naruto had a higher purpose. We have to help that old fisherman, Sakura said, starting forward, but Naruto gently held her back. Wait, he whispered. Look. The old fisherman suddenly fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging the thugs for mercy. The thugs roared with laughter. One kicked him and then swaggered away. The old fisherman sat frozen, staring blankly at the trampled fish. Sakura was stunned. How can they do this? Why doesn't anyone stop them? Tazuna sighed. Because of fear, Sakura. Fear is more effective than any weapon. Gato makes people believe resistance is futile, that it only brings more suffering. Over time, even the thought of resistance disappears, replaced by numbness and submission. A strange glint flickered in Naruto's eyes. Tazuna's words struck a chord within him. Fear was indeed the most effective tool of rule, he agreed wholeheartedly. But Gato's mistake lay in that his fear brought only oppression and despair, not true order. True peace required not just fear, but also hope. A carefully controlled, meticulously designed hope. The market scene was even more miserable. A handful of stalls displayed pitifully few goods, skinny fish, shriveled vegetables, and crude handmade necessities. The vendors had blank expressions and hollow eyes, as if they had lost all expectation from life. This place used to be full of fresh seafood and all kinds of merchandise, Tazuna said, pointing to an empty stall. That was Uncle Yamamoto's fish stand. His grilled fish skewers were the best in all Wave Country. Now, he can't even afford ingredients. A wave of helplessness washed over Sakura. As a kunoichi, she had combat training and knew various jutsu, but she didn't know how to counter the despair gripping this entire nation. She could defeat a few thugs, but she couldn't change this systemic oppression. Mr. Tazuna is building the bridge your way to break this deadlock? Sakura asked. Tazuna nodded, a spark of fire rekindling in his eyes. Exactly. Gato's key to controlling Wave Country was isolating us from the outside. Without a bridge, we depend solely on his ships for trade, letting him inflate prices and depress purchase costs. Once the bridge is built, we can trade directly with the Land of Fire and other countries, breaking Gato's monopoly. His tone was resolute, but quickly dimmed. But Gato won't let the bridge be built easily. He's already sent ninja to kill me. This time Zabuza, next time probably someone even stronger. I may never live to see the bridge completed. Naruto suddenly spoke. The bridge will be built, Mr. Tazuna. His voice was calm, but carried an unshakable certainty. Sakura and Tazuna looked at him in surprise. Naruto. Sakura started, but stopped. Naruto didn't explain, he simply continued observing his surroundings. His Sharingan captured many details, hidden hand signals among vendors, several figures pretending to be customers, but actually monitoring, and a glint of telescope light on distant rooftops. Gato's surveillance network spanned the entire market. In a relatively concealed corner, Naruto noticed an old woman secretly distributing food to a few thin children. Her movements were quick and wary, clearly dodging Gato's henchmen. There, Naruto gestured. Tazuna's face lit up with relief. That's Granny Mommy. She's been secretly helping orphan children. Gato forbids private charity, claiming it undermines labor motivation, but really he wants people completely dependent on his jobs. Sakura felt her heart clench. Even helping children has to be done in secret. That Gato is inhuman. Naruto silently noted the location and Granny Mama's features. In his plan, people like her, those who retained kindness and courage under oppression, could prove useful in the future. Once empowered, they would become the most loyal followers. The shopping trip was brief and oppressive. Tazuna used what little money he had left to buy basic staples: rice, some dried fish, and vegetables. The vendors gave him slight nods of respect and concern. Everyone knew Tazuna was challenging Gato's rule and worried about his fate. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion erupted at the market entrance. A group of Gato's thugs swaggered in, led by a scar-faced man with a conspicuous weapon at his waist. Time to collect the market management fee. The scar-faced man bellowed, and his men began collecting fees from each stall. The vendors silently handed over their meager earnings. Some could only offer a few copper coins. When they reached an old woman, she tremblingly handed over a worn purse. This is all. The scar-faced man weighed it contemptuously. Not enough. You're still behind on this month's stall fee. The old woman begged for more time. Please, just a few more days. My son is injured. The medical bills have drained all our savings. The scar-faced man sneered. More time. Lord Gato has already been generous. Since you have no money. He signaled his men, confiscate her stall. The thugs began roughing up the old woman's goods. She knelt and wept, but to no avail. Sakura could no longer hold back and rushed forward. Stop. How can you bully an elderly woman like this? The scar-faced man raised an eyebrow at Sakura, leering. Oh, where did this little girl come from? Not a local, are you? I suggest you mind your own business, or else. Naruto appeared silently beside Sakura, saying calmly, or else what? The scar-faced man felt a chill from Naruto's icy gaze, but emboldened by numbers he insisted, or else we'll teach you both a lesson. In Wave Country, Lord Gato is the law. A crowd began to gather, but all kept their distance, none daring to intervene. Tazuna hurriedly pulled Naruto and Sakura back. Don't be rash, they're Gato's trusted thugs, not to be trifled with. But Naruto showed no sign of backing down. He observed the thugs carefully. Though they looked fierce, their steps were disorderly. clearly untrained, just bullies riding on their reputation. Dealing with them wouldn't even require ninjutsu. They'll give you 3 seconds to drop the goods and leave. Naruto's voice was low, but carried an odd pressure. The scar-faced man paused, then burst out laughing. Kid, you're asking for it. Boys teach these outsiders a lesson. The thugs charged. Sakura instinctively assumed a fighting stance, but was amazed to see Naruto already in motion. His movements were concise and efficient, no wasted flair. He easily dodged the first thug's punch, delivered a precise chop to the neck, and the man crumpled. He sidekicked another while grabbing a third's arm and twisting it, deftly dislocating it with a scream. Within seconds, all 5 thugs lay groaning on the ground, leaving the scar-faced man standing agape. "Whoa, who are you?" the scar-faced man stammered. Naruto didn't answer, only stared coldly. In that instant, the scar-faced man seemed to see a flash of red in Naruto's eyes, an inexplicable dread that made him involuntarily step back. "Tell Gato," Naruto said calmly. "Wave Country will not be under his rule forever. Get lost." The scar-faced man hastily helped his men and fled the market, abandoning even the scattered management fees they had collected. The market fell silent. Everyone stared at Naruto in astonishment. Then someone started. A light applause and whispers of gratitude rippled through the crowd. The old woman picked up her scattered goods and repeatedly thanked Naruto. But Naruto's face showed no joy or pride. He calmly observed everyone's reactions, assessing the potential fallout of this small skirmish. Gato would surely hear of it, and might send more men, even ninja, to save face. This could bring more trouble to Tazuna and the bridge construction. Yet from another perspective, it was also an opportunity, a chance to plant seeds in the hearts of Wave Country's people. They saw Gato's thugs could be defeated. They saw the possibility of resistance. This realization, once rooted, would become a vital force to topple Gato's rule. On the way back to Tazuna's house, Sakura couldn't help asking Naruto, "Why didn't you let me use genjutsu, or a gentler method back there? That might have caused less commotion." Naruto replied calmly, "Sometimes gentle methods don't send a strong enough message. Those men only understand the language of violence, so we had to respond in a way they could comprehend." He paused, then added, "Fear only loses its power when faced with greater fear." Today those thugs experienced fear, and the onlookers saw hope. That resistance is possible. Sakura fell into thought. She felt that Naruto's words carried a wisdom and ruthlessness beyond his years, yet she couldn't argue with the logic. Indeed, the eyes of those vendors had changed, from numb despair to a glimmer of hope. Tazuna remarked with emotion, "You Leaf Ninja are truly different. Especially you, Naruto. You remind me of those legendary shinobi, calm, powerful, with wisdom beyond the ordinary." Naruto didn't respond, simply walking ahead. His Sharingan silently recorded every detail along the way: potential ambush points, escape routes, strategic locations. Though Wave Country was small, its island terrain held unique strategic value. In his long-term plan, such a relatively isolated place could become an ideal starting point. A bridge isn't the real solution here, Naruto muttered softly, unheard by Sakura and Tazuna. Back at Tazuna's home, Kakashi was able to sit up and was studying a map. After hearing the team's report, he looked thoughtfully at Naruto. "You've drawn Gato's attention. This could make the mission more dangerous," Kakashi said, but without blame in his tone. "But sometimes showing strength intimidates enemies more than feigning weakness. Still, we need to be more vigilant. Gato won't let this slide." Naruto nodded. "I've already surveyed the surrounding terrain and identified several possible surveillance points and defensive positions. I can take the night watch tonight." Kakashi was surprised by Naruto's initiative and thoroughness, but agreed. "All right, but don't overdo it. Sakura, you take the first half, of Naruto the second. Signal immediately if anything happens." Night fell. Wave Country's evenings were eerily quiet. Even the sound of waves felt oppressive. Sakura stood guard outside, periodically scanning the area. Naruto sat inside, seemingly resting, but using his Sharingan-enhanced perception to monitor a wider range. Tazuna crept over to Naruto and whispered, "Thank you for everything you did today, Naruto. Those vendors, they haven't shown that glimmer of hope in a long time." Naruto looked at the old man calmly. "Hope needs to be protected, Mr. Tazuna. Your bridge is a symbol of hope. We'll make sure it's built." Tazuna's eyes glistened as he nodded emphatically. "I believe you. I don't know why, but I feel you're different from other ninja. You have Some special power, not just in jutsu. Naruto didn't deny it. He knew he was changing. The memories flooding into his mind and the power of Indra were gradually merging, giving him a completely new perspective on the world. The suffering of Wave Country was just a microcosm of the entire shinobi world's problem. The strong preying on the weak with no real order or justice. His path to peace might be cruel, but it was necessary. Just like today at the market-appropriate violence and fear had actually brought hope. This paradox was the core of his plan. In the dead of night, Naruto relieved Sakura for the watch. Standing outside, he stared up at the overcast sky of Wave Country, his three-demo Sharingan slowly rotating. Fear and hope, oppression and resistance. He murmured, "That's the essence of human society. To break this cycle requires a new order." His gaze hardened. "An order I will establish." In the distance, waves crashed against the shore as if echoing his vow. The fate of Wave Country was quietly changing. And Naruto's path of revenge and peace had taken its first substantial step from this small country's market. During his recuperation at the Dazuna household, Kakashi realized that he would soon face more enemies potentially sent by Kato and decided to take the opportunity to instruct Team 7 on chakra control training. He took Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the forest behind the house, preparing to teach them the crucial chakra control techniques fundamental to being a ninja. Chakra control is the cornerstone of a ninja's strength. Kakashi leaned against a large tree, his tone significantly more serious than usual. Precise control allows you to use ninjutsu more effectively, conserve chakra in battle, and even determine life and death. He first demonstrated the tree climbing exercise, concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet to walk vertically up the trunk. Kakashi easily walked up the tree, even hanging upside down from a branch, explaining, "This training helps you master fine chakra control. The soles of your feet are one of the hardest places to gather chakra." To everyone's surprise, Naruto calmly approached the tree after just one demonstration. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, the perfect amount of chakra had gathered beneath his feet, allowing him to steadily walk up the trunk, the entire process flowing smoothly until he stood at the top. Sasuke and Sakura stared in astonishment at Naruto, unable to believe that this once hopeless student had effortlessly mastered such a difficult technique. Kakashi felt a stir in his heart, but maintained a calm exterior. "Good job, Naruto. It seems you have grasped the basics. Next is the water walking training, which requires even finer control." He walked to a nearby stream, demonstrating how to walk on the water's surface as if it were solid ground. Naruto succeeded once again, standing lightly on the water with barely a ripple. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke up, "Kakashi-sensei, I have already mastered the basics of chakra control. Please allow me to train alone. I need to focus on a training method that suits me better." Kakashi carefully observed Naruto, noting the determination in his eyes and a certain hidden urgency. As an experienced jonin, Kakashi could sense an unusual aura around Naruto. An air of calm and strength that surpassed that of a mere genin. "All right, I agree to your solo training," Kakashi finally nodded. "But do not stray too far and remain vigilant. Sasuke, Sakura, we will continue training." Naruto nodded slightly, his figure flickering before he vanished into the forest, leaving Kakashi deep in thought and Sasuke and Sakura feeling stimulated. Kakashi's contemplation as he watched the direction Naruto had disappeared. Kakashi's heart was in turmoil. He recalled Naruto's earlier performance. His exquisite control of chakra hardly resembled that of a novice genin. What was even more surprising was that Naruto seemed to have developed his own training system and methods. Is this the talent of the fourth Hokage's child? Kakashi mused to himself, recalling the brilliance of the fourth Hokage. Yet he was puzzled by the fact that Naruto seemed to possess something else, an icy demeanor and a maturity beyond his years. Kakashi noticed that Naruto had chosen a route that perfectly avoided all possible angles of surveillance, moving without a sound, a stealth technique that surpassed that of many chunin. Recalling Naruto's performance during the battle with Zabuza, Kakashi increasingly felt that this student harbored many secrets. Sasuke and Sakura's shocked. Sasuke clenched his fists, gazing in the direction Naruto had vanished, filled with resentment and confusion. He had always considered himself a genius of the Uchiha clan, yet he was far outpaced by Naruto in this fundamental training of chakra control. Why? Why has that underachiever suddenly become so strong? Sasuke's heart surged with a strong sense of competitiveness accompanied by an indescribable anxiety. If even Naruto had surpassed him, what hope was there for revenge against that man? Sakura was equally shocked, but her feelings were more of confusion and concern. She noticed that Naruto's recent changes were not just in strength, but also in temperament. A complete transformation from his once lively and cheerful demeanor to one that was silent, calm, and somewhat distant. Kakashi-sensei, why has Naruto changed so much? Sakura couldn't help but ask. Kakashi withdrew his gaze and replied calmly. Everyone has their own path of growth, Sakura. What matters is not to let others affect your own pace. Come on, let's continue training. You both need to master these techniques. In the dense forest away from the training ground, Naruto was engaged in training far beyond the level of a genin. His Sharingan glimmered in the forest with multiple shadow clones floating around, each engaged in different training tasks. One clone practiced precise chakra blade control, slicing specific points on branches, another trained in throwing shuriken while moving at high speed, and another attempted new applications of genjutsu. Kakashi's training is too basic, Naruto assessed calmly. It may be useful for ordinary genin, but it is no longer sufficient for me. Through the memories flooding into his mind, Naruto understood that the enemies ahead would not be simple. Kado might hire more rogue ninjas, and the situation in the Land of Waves was more complex than it appeared. He needed to become stronger more quickly and to master more power. Especially that boy named Haku. Though captured, Naruto sensed that he possessed a special power within. That ice release Kekkei Genkai, if he could obtain or understand it, would greatly enhance his strength. Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan. Nine-Tails Chakra. Naruto murmured to himself, a glint of desire flashing in his eyes. I need to master all these powers. Meanwhile, back with Kakashi, the training continued. Sasuke and Sakura were struggling to practice tree climbing and water walking under Kakashi's guidance. Despite Sasuke's outstanding talent, his inner agitation affected his control, causing him to fall from the tree or sink into the water multiple times. Sakura, on the other hand, demonstrated an unexpected talent for chakra control, quickly mastering the basic techniques, and even progressing faster than Sasuke. Kakashi observed the speed of his two students' progress and couldn't help but think of Naruto again. He realized that Team 7 had begun to show a clear stratification of strength, which could lead to changes in team dynamics. Naruto, what exactly are you pursuing? Kakashi gazed into the depths of the forest, filled with questions. That gaze does not resemble that of a 12-year-old child. It is as if he has experienced countless battles and witnessed too much suffering. As night fell, Naruto returned to the Dazuna household. He appeared unchanged from when he left, but Kakashi keenly noticed the occasional blood-red glimmer in his eyes and the subtle fluctuations of chakra around him. Clearly, an afternoon of solitary training had led to a new breakthrough for Naruto. The three members of Team 7 shared dinner, each with their own thoughts, under the night sky of the Land of Waves, as the wheels of fate quietly turned. Naruto's journey of solitary training had just begun, and this journey would lead him toward an unpredictable future. Night descended upon the coast of the Land of Waves, shrouding it in an eerie, unnatural silence. Inside Tazuna's home, all others slept soundly, except Naruto, who sat cross-legged on the floor of the guest room, eyes tightly shut, his breathing unervingly calm and steady. His consciousness sank deep within himself, traversing a familiar shadowed corridor until it reached a vast, damp expanse. Beyond iron bars, a colossal beast slowly opened its crimson eyes, nine tails twitched restlessly, churning the stagnant water beneath its feet. Back again, brat. The nine tails' voice thundered through the sealed space, resonating like distant tempests. Come once more to beg for my power. Naruto stood before the prison cage, dwarfed by the titanic Biju, yet radiating an aura no less commanding. He lifted his head, locking cold, unflinching eyes with those scarlet orbs brimming with hatred. Beg. A sardonic curve flickered at the corner of his lips. You misunderstand, Fox. I did not come to plead. I came to declare. The nine tails rumbled with dark laughter, shaking the very air. Arrogant whelp. Do you truly believe this frail seal can hold me? When I break free, you will be the first I tear apart. Naruto remained impassive and took a single step forward. Ripples trembled across the water beneath his feet, yet his stride was immovable as stone. It seems you still fail to grasp your situation, beast. His voice was quiet, yet laced with glacial cutting frost. You are not my prisoner. You are my possession. Like a blade. Like a kunai. Merely a tool. Enraged, the nine tails slammed against the seal, massive claws thrust through the bars, only to halt helplessly inches from Naruto's face. A tool, eh? Dare you call me a tool? I am the mightiest of all tailed beasts. I have sundered mountains, razed villages, and shaken the entire shinobi world with fear. Naruto did not flinch. Not even as he stepped forward again, coming nearly nose-to-claw with the beast. That was the past. Now, you are nothing but a caged beast. And I, he added, voice unwavering, will be your tamer. A flicker of uncertainty passed through the nine-tails' eyes. It sensed something profoundly different about Naruto today. No rage, no fear, not even the desperate hunger for power that had always defined him. Only a chilling, almost merciless composure. Who are you? The nine-tails rumbled low. That noisy brat could never possess such eyes. Naruto offered no direct reply, only slowly raised his head. In that instant, his azure irises bled crimson, and three tomos spiraled into being, rotating with eerie precision. The Sharingan. For the first time, true shock colored the nine-tails' voice. How do you bear the Uchiha's cursed eyes? Impossible. Having endured the control of Madara Uchiha, the nine-tails knew better than any being the terror those eyes could wield, not only to dominate it, but to resurrect its most harrowing memories. Naruto's Sharingan pulsed with ominous red light in the dim confines of the seal. So you recognize these eyes. Good. I need not waste breath explaining. Instinctively, the nine-tails recoiled half a step, then seethed at its own retreat. Do you think this immature three-tomo form can subjugate me? Far too naive. Perhaps full control is not yet possible, Naruto conceded, yet his tone carried unshakable certainty. But enough to make you suffer. Care to test it, Fox? The nine-tails fell silent, studying Naruto intently. It sensed his chakra now, utterly transformed, no longer chaotic and overwhelming, but refined, dense, and imbued with an ancient sovereign authority. There is a familiar scent upon you. The nine-tails narrowed its eyes. Who are you? A subtle shift stirred within Naruto, but outwardly he remained perfectly still. Who I am matters little. What matters is that you will soon understand your place. My mount, my weapon, my tool. Nothing. The nine-tails roared in fury, a sonic wave that nearly hurled Naruto backward. Yet he held his ground, his Sharingan blazing brighter still. How dare you speak to me thus? When I break free, the entire world shall pay. With you as the first sacrifice, brat. Naruto shook his head gently, his voice edged with pity. Poor caged beast still clinging to delusions. Let me tell you a truth, Fox. You will never taste freedom. Not because of the seal, but because I will not allow it. He took his final step, pressing so close to the barrier that his gaze pierced directly into the nine-tails' blood-red eyes. If I cannot fully command you, I will destroy you without hesitation. I would rather forfeit this power than keep an unruly tool. The nine-tails stared stunned, not at the threat itself, but at the absolute, unassailable resolve behind it. This boy wasn't bluffing, he was stating fact. You're mad. The nine-tails snarled. Kill me, and you die with me. A cruel smile touched Naruto's lips. Death. Merely another beginning. But for a beast governed solely by instinct, you'll likely never comprehend that. Again the nine-tails slammed against the seal, but this time unease tinged its fury. It realized this boy was no longer the pliable vessel it once manipulated with ease. Something fundamental had shifted, transforming Naruto into something alien, dangerous. Savor what remains of your peace, Fox. Naruto turned his back, voice ice cold and absolute. When I require you, you will obey. Otherwise. He left the sentence unfinished, but the deepening crimson glow of his Sharingan spoke louder than any words, carrying a menace too profound to bear. The nine-tails watched his retreating figure in silence, for the first time gripped by an indescribable disquiet. Within this boy dwelled a change it could not fathom. The icy ruthlessness, the utter finality of his will. Even the nine-tails' embodiment of hatred felt a chill creep along its spine. Returning to reality, Naruto opened his eyes, back in the waking world. Outside, the moon over the land of waves cast a pale, indifferent light. He felt the nine-tails' chakra churning uneasily within him, yet the beast no longer sought to overwhelm or corrupt him as before. Fear is the most effective tool, even for tailed beasts. Naruto murmured softly, a flash of crimson flickering in his gaze. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the inky black sea. The fate of the land of waves, the Nine Tails, and indeed the entire shinobi world, would now pivot upon his choices. And those who had wounded him, scorned him, underestimated him. They would soon learn one irrevocable truth. Naruto Uzumaki was no longer the pitiful boy craving validation. He was the encroaching shadow destined to eclipse the shinobi world. In the moonlit night, his Sharingan glowed faintly, an omen heralding the storm to come. The Nine Tails' defiance was merely the first tremor. His path stretched long ahead, each step paved with blood and dread. Peace demands a price, he whispered to the night sky, and I will ensure every soul pays it in full. Beneath the moonlight, his silhouette stood alone, unyielding, resolute, as if already bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Within him, the Nine Tails felt something it had never known before, not fear of the seal, nor of the Sharingan, but raw primal terror of the boy's gaze, colder than hatred, deeper than vengeance, absolute in its resolve. The night over the land of waves remained still, but beneath that silence the gears of destiny were turning. Naruto's path was set, and the Nine Tails, merely the first piece upon his board. Kakashi's recovery speed was astonishing. In just a few days he was able to move normally, although the use of his Sharingan was still somewhat limited, but it was enough to handle regular battles. Team 7 began to guard the bridge construction site around the clock, ensuring that Dazna and his workers could work safely. However, Kato's interference never ceased. Batch after batch of wandering warriors were sent to create chaos. Unlike ninjas who used ninjutsu, they relied on brute force and numerical advantage to harass. Sometimes they threw stones at the construction site, other times they sabotaged completed sections at night, and more often, they directly intimidated the workers. These guys are relentless, Sakura said wearily after fending off yet another wave of attackers. Sasuke coldly wiped his kunai, stating, they're just cannon fodder. Naruto, however, silently observed. He noticed a troubling phenomenon. Whenever Kato's subordinates appeared, the workers of the Land of Waves would panic, with some dropping their tools and fleeing. Even more disappointing was that the villagers from nearby hamlets merely watched from afar, with no one stepping forward to help, not even offering a word of support. Building the bridge alone won't solve the problem, Naruto murmured to himself, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. That evening the bridge construction was once again cut short due to another attack. Instead of returning directly to Dazna's house, Naruto headed towards a nearby small village. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the thoughts of the people in the Land of Waves. The village was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. People hurried past with their heads down, rarely conversing, and when they did, it was in hushed whispers. Naruto noticed a few children playing in an open area, but their games appeared restrained and lacking in vitality. Why aren't you helping the adults build the bridge? Naruto approached and asked. The children were startled, and a slightly older boy looked at him warily, saying, Dad said we can't go, Kato's men will beat us up. But once the bridge is built, Kato won't be able to control you anymore, Naruto said. Another little girl quietly added, Grandpa said Kato is a big monster that can't be driven away. Uncle Kisha tried before and then he died. Naruto remembered Dazna mentioning Kisha, Inari's stepfather, who was publicly executed for resisting Kato. This public reign of terror had sown deep fear in the hearts of the people. Upon returning to Dazna's house, Naruto asked him for more information about Kato's rule. Kato doesn't just use violence, Dazna sighed. He also uses economic control. He monopolizes all maritime transport and controls prices. The villagers rely on the jobs he provides to survive. Although the pay is meager, at least they won't starve. Resistance means losing everything, even life. After Dad Kisha died, everyone became afraid. They say the brave will die while the weak can at least live. Naruto fell silent for a moment, and then asked, what is Kato most afraid of? Dazna pondered. He fears our bridge being completed because it would break his monopoly. But what he fears even more is people uniting to resist. So he uses fear to divide us, making everyone care only about their own survival. That night Naruto stood alone outside, gazing at the gloomy night sky of the Land of Waves. His Sharingan faintly glowed in the darkness as his mind raced. Fear can only be broken by greater fear or replaced by hope, Naruto murmured. but hope requires role models and proof that resistance is possible. He recalled the memories flooding his mind. In another timeline, the people of the Land of Waves ultimately gathered the courage to resist only after witnessing Naruto and his friends' fierce fight. But that process was too passive, too reliant on external factors. A more direct approach is needed, something that can shake hearts and break apathy. A resolute glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. The next day, when Kato's subordinates attacked again, the situation had changed. This time the attackers were not ordinary wandering warriors, but several seemingly trained ninjas, clearly newly hired by Kato at a high price. Be careful, these are not ordinary thugs, Kakashi warned as he drew his kunai. The battle was about to begin. Kakashi confronted two Chunin-level enemies while Sasuke and Sakura dealt with the remaining genin. Naruto was originally responsible for protecting Dasna and the workers, but he noticed something unusual. These ninjas seemed to have specific targets. Sure enough, one ninja bypassed the main battlefield and charged directly at several key craftsmen among the workers. Clearly Kato had gotten intelligence and knew who the core technicians for the bridge were. Help! Old craftsman Yoshida cried out as he was about to be struck by a kunai. In that critical moment, Naruto moved. His speed was beyond imagination, appearing before Yoshida in an instant, grabbing the attacker's wrist with one hand. Kato sent you to kill the craftsman? Naruto asked coldly, applying a bit of pressure, causing the ninja to drop his weapon in pain. The attacker sneered. Lord Kato said, kill a core craftsman, and the bounty is 50,000 Ryo. The workers were in an uproar, feeling both fear and anger. They knew Kato was ruthless, but never expected him to target the technicians directly. A flash of bloodlust crossed Naruto's eyes. He suddenly raised his voice, ensuring all the workers could hear. So Kato not only wants to stop the bridge from being built, but also wants to kill everyone who can build it. Even if the bridge cannot be completed, he won't spare you. The attacker realized he had let something slip and hurried to remedy it, but Naruto had already achieved the desired effect. Then Naruto's voice echoed across the construction site. Will you choose to wait for death, or will you resist? In the shocked gaze of the workers, Naruto made a surprising move. He released the attacker, took a few steps back, and loudly proclaimed, I will not protect those who are willing to wait for death. If you do not have the will to survive, then protection is meaningless. Seeing this, the attacker lunged at Yoshida again. The old craftsman was so frightened that he sat on the ground, closing his eyes and waiting for death. But just as the kunai was about to fall, a rough shovel suddenly deflected the attacker's arm. It turned out to be another old craftsman, Uncle Yamamoto. Enough! Uncle Yamamoto trembled, but stood firm. We have already lost Kisha, we cannot lose more people. If Kato wants us to die, we will insist on living. We will insist on building the bridge. This action was like a spark falling into a haystack. Other workers looked at each other, and the long-lost flame gradually ignited in their eyes. Uncle Yamamoto is right. A young craftsman picked up an iron rod. We can't be afraid anymore. Protect Uncle Yoshida. More people picked up tools as weapons and formed a circle to protect the old craftsman. Naruto quietly watched this scene, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. But he knew this was not enough. Temporary courage was hard to sustain, a deeper awakening was necessary. In the following days, Kato's harassment intensified, clearly enraged by the craftsman's resistance. Now attacks were no longer limited to the construction site, but had extended to villages and fishermen. One morning, bad news arrived. A fisherman named Kobayashi's father went out to sea at night to fish, but was discovered by Kato's men. The boat was sunk, and although he was rescued, he was seriously injured. Villagers gathered outside Kobayashi's home, the atmosphere heavy and filled with anger. My father just wanted to feed the family, Kobayashi cried. Why can't we even have this little chance to live? Naruto stood on the outskirts of the crowd, observing calmly. What he saw was anger, but more importantly, helplessness. People did not know how to resist, fearing that resistance would bring even greater retaliation. At that moment, Kakashi approached, asking, Naruto, what are you thinking? Naruto did not turn around, softly saying, they are waiting for a leader, someone to tell them how to resist. Don't you already have a plan? Kakashi asked sharply. Over the past few days, he had noticed Naruto often lost in thought, seemingly planning something. Naruto smiled slightly. Yes. But it requires the right timing. The opportunity soon arrived. That afternoon, a group of Kato's thugs brazenly invaded the village, demanding the surrender of rebels. They randomly beat villagers and seized property, their arrogance overwhelming. Team 7 quickly sprang into action and soon subdued the thugs. But just as Kakashi was about to bind them, Naruto stopped him. "Let them go," Naruto said. Everyone was shocked, including the thugs. "Let them go." Sasuke frowned. "They'll bring more people." Naruto calmly replied. "Exactly, I want them to bring more people." He turned to the villagers, raising his voice. "Everyone. Today we can defeat these thugs, and we can do it again tomorrow. But as long as we fear Kato, he will keep sending people to harass us." He walked to the ruined house that had been vandalized by the thugs, pointing at the ruins and saying, "Look at this. This is the price of compliance. Kato will not show mercy because of your compliance. He will only become more ruthless." The villagers remained silent, but their expressions began to change. Naruto continued, "The land of waves doesn't need heroes to save them. What it needs is the courage of every ordinary person, not waiting for others to save them, but standing up to resist." At that moment a thug suddenly sneered, "Easy for you to say. When Lord Kato sends ninjas, you will know the consequences." Naruto abruptly turned his head, his Sharingan activating instantly. The thug was caught in a genjutsu, suddenly kneeling and begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I was just following orders." Naruto released the genjutsu, and the thug collapsed to the ground, staring at him in terror. "Look," Naruto said to the villagers, "they can be afraid too. Kato is not invincible. As long as we unite, we can protect our homeland." In the following days, Naruto began organizing the villagers for basic self-defense training. He taught them how to use everyday tools as weapons, how to set up simple alarm systems, and how to defend collaboratively. Initially, only a few people participated, but as they successfully repelled small groups of harassers, more and more joined in. Naruto even persuaded Kakashi to teach some basic evasion and defense skills. But Naruto knew that awakening the land of waves truly required a decisive victory, a victory achieved by the ordinary people themselves. The opportunity soon presented itself. Intelligence indicated that Kato would send a batch of important supplies through the land of waves. Although the escort team was of a certain scale, it mainly consisted of ordinary thugs with only a few ninjas. Naruto meticulously planned an ambush. He instructed the villagers to hide on both sides of the road, preparing traps and obstacles, while Team 7 was responsible for dealing with any ninjas that might appear. When the escort team entered the ambush zone, Naruto signaled. In an instant, logs and stones rolled down from the hillside, blocking the road. Though nervous, the villagers threw stones and fired makeshift arrows in an orderly manner. The thugs clearly did not expect to encounter organized resistance and fell into chaos. A few ninjas tried to counterattack, but were intercepted in time by Team 7. After the battle, the villagers looked at the captured thugs and the seized supplies, unable to believe they had actually defeated Kato's forces on their own. We did it," Kobayashi shouted excitedly, still holding a harpoon that served as a weapon. Other villagers cheered, their eyes glistening with tears and pride. Naruto stood atop a high point, calmly observing it all. His Sharingan recorded every detail: old craftsman Yamamoto embracing young fishermen, women bandaging the injured warriors, and children looking at their parents with admiration. At that moment, the land of waves truly began to change. With the awakening of the people, the construction of the bridge accelerated significantly. Now not only craftsmen were working, but many ordinary villagers also volunteered to help. They built the bridge during the day and trained for self-defense at night, forming a strong sense of community. Although Kato's harassment continued, its effectiveness diminished. The villagers were no longer fearful, but united to face each challenge. One evening, Naruto stood on the nearly completed bridge, gazing at the sunset on the distant horizon. Dasna approached gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Naruto. You not only helped us build the bridge, but also helped us regain our courage." Naruto shook his head slightly. "Courage has always been in your hearts, Mr. Dasna. It just needed to be awakened." He looked at the villagers training for self-defense in the distance, and softly said, "Bridges can connect lands, but only courage can connect hearts." The land of waves needs not only material bridges, but also psychological bridges. A bridge connecting the past and the future, fear and courage. Dasna pondered, "You are right. This bridge," he patted the railing, "will become a symbol of the rebirth of the land of waves." On the eve of the bridge's completion, Kato, unable to endure any longer personally, led nearly 100 elite wandering warriors and hired ninjas charging towards the bridge construction site. He stood at the front of the line, his chubby face twisted with rage. A bunch of ignorant peasants. Today let you know who is the true ruler of the Land of Waves. However, this time the people of the Land of Waves did not flinch. Led by old craftsman Yamamoto, the villagers picked up harpoons, shovels, and hoes, standing shoulder to shoulder with Team 7, forming an unbreakable human wall. For the Land of Waves. For freedom. Uncle Yamamoto shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the sea breeze. The battle erupted in an instant. Kakashi engaged the main force of ninjas, his Sharingan accurately predicting every move. Sasuke and Sakura maneuvered across the battlefield, protecting the villagers and breaking through the enemy's flanks. Most astonishing was the ordinary people of the Land of Waves. They fought fiercely against Kato's elite forces with crude weapons, using newly learned self-defense skills and incredible courage. Naruto moved across the battlefield like a ghost, every strike precise and deadly. His Sharingan constantly analyzed the battlefield, directing the villagers to coordinate and form effective defensive formations. When Kato saw his subordinates being suppressed by ordinary villagers, he finally panicked. He tried to escape, but was immediately blocked by Naruto. "Get out of the way, brat!" Kato roared, drawing a short knife from his waist. Naruto's eyes were cold. He didn't even use ninjutsu, easily knocking Kato's weapon away with pure taijutsu and kicking him to the ground. "Kakashi-sensei, please restrain the villagers," Naruto suddenly said as a shimmer passed over his kunai. Kakashi had just finished off the last ninja and turned to see Naruto's actions, urgently shouting, "Naruto, stop. He is no longer a threat." But it was too late. Naruto's kunai precisely sliced across Kato's throat, blood gushing out. Kato's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the golden-haired boy before him, ultimately collapsing to the ground lifeless. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Naruto, who stood beside Kato's corpse, watching the blood dripping from his kunai, observing his eerily calm expression. Sakura's face turned pale as she covered her mouth with her hand. "Naruto. You." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, feeling both shocked and a strange sense of resonance. He understood this decisiveness, but this coldness even surpassed his own desire for revenge. Kakashi hurried to Naruto's side, lowering his voice. "You shouldn't have done that, Naruto." He had already surrendered. Naruto slowly turned around, the blood on his kunai gradually solidifying in the sea breeze. His eyes were as calm as water, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. "Why kill Kato?" Kakashi finally asked, his voice tinged with undeniable concern. Naruto looked up at the nearly completed bridge, his tone eerily calm. "Why not? He was a wall standing in the way of peace, a presence that had to be broken." Kakashi stared into Naruto's indifferent blue eyes, the figure in his mind becoming difficult to reconcile with that of the fourth Hokage, who always wore a warm smile. The boy before him seemed like a being emerged from a completely different world. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the bridge and the people. The Land of Waves had gained its freedom, but a new shadow loomed in Kakashi's heart. Concerning this student named Naruto Uzumaki, and the true meaning of the peace he spoke of. Naruto wiped his kunai clean and walked towards the group. Behind him was the complex gaze of the people of the Land of Waves, filled with gratitude, awe, and unspoken fear. In that moment, he not only killed Kato, but also completely severed the past self that longed for recognition from everyone. However, did Naruto truly feel satisfied with this? Clearly not. The occurrence of such a situation was inseparable from the influence of Naruto's Sharingan abilities. Perhaps there might have been a better way. With this thought, Naruto set out on the road back to Konoha, with Kakashi and the others taking the first solid step towards peace. In the days following their return to Konohagakure, Team 7 found themselves once again trapped in a monotonous cycle of drank missions. Weeding, picking up trash, babysitting, and searching for lost pets. These mundane tasks gradually wore down Sakura's patience. Another cat search for an old lady. Sakura exclaimed angrily as she slammed the mission scroll onto the table. "We've been doing this kind of task for 4 consecutive days. What kind of ninja training is this?" Sasuke leaned against the wall, his expression impassive, yet the tightness of his lips betrayed his inner dissatisfaction. As the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, he yearned for strength and revenge, not these meaningless chores. Meanwhile, Naruto calmly organized his gear, as if these tasks were no different from strength missions. He knew this tranquility wouldn't last long. The Chunin exam was approaching, and it would be the stage where his plans would officially unfold. Naruto, how can you be so calm? Sakura couldn't help but ask. Naruto lifted his head, his blue eyes deep and unfathomable. Every task is a part of training, Sakura. Patience and precision are just as important in battle. What he didn't say was that he was using these seemingly dull tasks to continue honing his chakra control and observational skills. More importantly, he knew this calm would not last long. One afternoon after finishing their mission, the 3 members of Team 7 were wandering the streets of Konoha. Sakura continued to complain about the boredom of the task. Sasuke walked in silence, while Naruto keenly observed his surroundings. He noticed many unfamiliar faces in the village, clearly ninjas from other hidden villages. On a relatively quiet street, they encountered 2 distinct foreign ninjas. A blonde female ninja carried a large fan, and a male ninja with purple tattoos on his face bore a strange bandage package. They are from Sunagakure, Sasuke said softly, watching them warily. Just as the 2 sides were about to pass each other, a familiar small figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner. Naruto! Konohamaru shouted excitedly as he ran towards Naruto. Due to Naruto frequently experimenting and training with various jutsu on him, Konohamaru was now exceptionally close to Naruto. However, while running, Konohamaru accidentally bumped into Kankuro's leg and stumbled to the ground. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Konohamaru quickly apologized, trying to get back up. But Kankuro had already grabbed Konohamaru by the collar, hoisting him up in the air. That hurt, you little brat. Temari frowned and reminded, be a little more restrained in someone else's territory, Kankuro. Let me go. Konohamaru struggled. Kankuro, however, tightened his grip. Shut up, let's pass the time until that annoying guy comes. Konohamaru struggled, desperately kicking Kankuro's chest, but this only infuriated Kankuro further. You've got some strength, huh, little brat. Kankuro sneered, increasing the pressure in his grip. Just when Konohamaru was about to gasp for breath, a golden figure suddenly flashed beside Kankuro. Naruto precisely grabbed Kankuro's wrist with one hand, the force making Kankuro involuntarily release Konohamaru. So fast. Kankuro looked at the suddenly appeared Naruto in shock. Temari also cautiously gripped the fan behind her. What's up with this, guys? Naruto shielded Konohamaru behind him and said calmly but coldly, though we were in the wrong first, but you're going a bit too far, aren't you? In the next moment, Naruto suddenly exerted force, causing Kankuro to feel a sharp pain in his wrist, forcing him to let go. Konohamaru took the chance to escape and hid behind Sakura. Bastard. Kankuro, embarrassed and angry, stealthily reached for the bandaged package behind him. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, a cold voice suddenly came from the tree nearby. Stop. Everyone looked up to see a red-haired boy quietly standing on a branch, carrying a massive gourd on his back. His gaze was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine, emanating a dangerous aura. Kankuro immediately suppressed his anger and respectfully lowered his head. Gaara's eyes fell on Naruto, a flicker of interest flashing across his dark-circled gaze. Naruto, unyielding, met Gaara's gaze, and their eyes clashed in the air. In that moment, it felt as if a wondrous resonance was generated between the two. Jinchuriki. Let's go, Gaara finally said indifferently, his figure disappearing from the tree. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances and hurriedly left, with Kankuro casting a fierce glare at Naruto before departing. Thank you, Naruto. Konohamaru said gratefully, then was taken away by Ebisu, who had rushed over. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Those Sunagakure ninjas looked tough. Sasuke stared at Naruto. Your speed, just now. It's faster than before. Naruto did not respond, merely gazing in the direction Gaara had vanished, a hint of deep thought crossing his eyes. He could sense that the red-haired boy contained a similar monster sealed within him, yet chose a completely different path. The next day, Team 7 arrived at the training ground as instructed. Kakashi, rarely on time, was already waiting there. Today there's an important announcement. Kakashi's tone was more serious than usual. The Hokage has issued orders that the Chunin exam will begin tomorrow. What? Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. The Chunin exam. Tomorrow. But we just became Genin not long ago. Sasuke's eyes flashed with excitement. Finally a chance to prove our strength. Which villages are participating? Naruto asked calmly. Kakashi, surprised by Naruto's question, replied, mainly Konoha, Sunigakure, Amigakure, and a few others. Why do you ask? Just curious, Naruto said casually, but in his heart, he was rapidly planning. Sunigakure's participation meant Gaara would also be present, adding new variables to his plan. Kakashi scrutinized his 3 students. The Chunin exam is no child's play, there are casualties every year. You need to think carefully about whether to participate. I definitely want to participate, Sasuke said without hesitation. Sakura hesitated for a moment, glancing at her 2 teammates, and finally said with determination, I will participate too. All eyes turned to Naruto. He lifted his head, a hint of barely perceptible bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Of course he'll participate. This is exactly the opportunity I've been waiting for. Kakashi looked deeply at Naruto, feeling that this student had become increasingly difficult to read lately. That calmness beyond his years and the occasional hint of coldness reminded him of certain dark past events. Alright, since you all have decided to participate, go back and prepare well. Remember, the Chunin exam is not a simple test, but a real battlefield. As they left the training ground, Naruto fell behind. He gazed at the scene of Konoha, the Three-Tomo Sharingan quietly manifesting in his eyes. The first step of the plan, he murmured softly, is finally about to begin. The Chunin exam would be his stage to showcase his power to the entire ninja world, and also the first step on his path toward peace. And those who obstruct him, regardless of who they are, would become stepping stones on this road. The Land of Waves was merely a warm-up. The true trials were just beginning. The news of the Chunin exam rippled through Konoha like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, completed their registration and proceeded with their final preparations. On the morning of the exam, the area outside the central testing ground in Konoha was bustling with people. Ninja from various villages gathered here, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The forehead protectors of Sunigakure, Amigakure, Kusagakure shimmered in the sunlight, representing different ninja villages and their respective factions. Sakura nervously glanced around, instinctively moving a bit closer to Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze sharply scanned the crowd, assessing potential competitors. Don't be intimidated by their numbers, what matters is quality. Naruto quietly observed everyone, his Sharingan passively collecting information. That red-haired boy from Sunigakure harbored a violent chakra. The rain ninjas moved with excessive coordination, and the glasses-wearing ninja from Otogakure exhibited unusual chakra fluctuations. Interesting, Naruto muttered to himself, a barely noticeable curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just as they were about to enter the exam hall, a familiar figure blocked their path. Wait! Lee appeared at the entrance in his signature pose, pointing directly at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Before the exam starts, let's settle this with a match. Sasuke coldly regarded him, not interested. But Lee was relentless, abruptly launching an attack. His speed was astonishing, closing in on Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke barely dodged the first strike, but Lee's relentless assault forced him to retreat. So fast! Sakura exclaimed. Just as Lee was about to unleash the leaf whirlwind, a figure silently interjected between them. Naruto calmly blocked Lee's kick with one hand, saying, "It's unwise to exhaust your energy before the exam, Rock Lee." Lee stared at Naruto in shock. He hadn't expected anyone to deflect his attack so effortlessly, let alone someone rumored to be the dead last. Naruto-kun. Lee blinked in confusion. At that moment, Tenten and Neji approached. Neji's Byakugan opened slightly as he scrutinized Naruto. Interesting. Your chakra flow is quite unique. Naruto did not respond, merely glancing at Neji. In that instant, Neji felt an invisible pressure and involuntarily took a step back. Let's go, Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura, ignoring the stunned members of Team 3. The first written exam was held in a spacious hall furnished with neatly arranged desks and chairs. Marino Abiki stood on the podium as the chief examiner, overseeing all the candidates. The scars on his face and his cold expression intensified the already oppressive atmosphere of the exam. The rules are simple. Ibiki's voice was deep and intimidating. There are 10 questions in the written exam with a total score of 100 points. The exam duration is 60 minutes. If caught cheating, you lose 2 points for each time, and anyone scoring below 60 points will be eliminated. Additionally, if one member of a team fails, the entire team is disqualified. Sakura's face turned pale. Written exam. No one told us there would be a written exam. Sasuke frowned as well. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was more adept at combat than theory. Only Naruto remained calm. He had long since gathered enough information through his Sharingan, understanding the true purpose of this exam. As the test papers were distributed, gasps filled the room. The difficulty of the questions far exceeded that of a mere genin, involving advanced ninja techniques, complex tactical analyses, and profound principles of chakra control. Sakura was one of the few capable of tackling these questions, fervently writing. Sasuke, on the other hand, used his Sharingan to replicate the actions of others. Naruto glanced at the test paper, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his Sharingan was quietly activated. His gaze swept across the room, instantly locking onto several candidates answering correctly. Shikamaru from Tsunagakure, a glasses-wearing Kunoichi from Amigakure, and Ino from Konoha. Moreover, Naruto discovered that his Sharingan seemed to possess a unique ability. He could not only see others' movements clearly, but also vaguely read their surface thoughts. When the candidates contemplated their answers, he could capture the subtle chakra fluctuations generated by their thoughts. The 10th question is a trap. Naruto suddenly whispered to Sasuke and Sakura, "Don't rush to answer the first 9 questions. Oh, wait for the rules of the 10th question." Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise, but chose to trust him. Though confused, Sakura also slowed her answering pace. Time ticked away, and the pressure in the exam room grew heavier. Candidates were continuously penalized for cheating, and some chose to give up under the mounting stress. When the clock hit 45 minutes, Ibiki finally announced the rules for the 10th question. The 10th question, he revealed with a cruel smile. You can choose to answer or not. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, you will forever lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam. If you choose not to answer, you can leave now, but all members of your team will be disqualified. The exam room erupted in chaos. This meant that once they chose to answer, they were gambling their entire ninja career. Under the pressure, one candidate after another opted to withdraw. Hands trembled, foreheads sweated, and some even began to cry. Naruto coolly observed. He noticed Gaara's expressionless face, while Temari and Kankuro, though tense, held their ground. Sasuke's fists were clenched, but his gaze was resolute, and Sakura, though afraid, showed no signs of backing down. After the last batch of candidates left, less than half remained in the examination room. Ibiki revealed a rare smile. Congratulations to those who remain, you have passed the first exam. Everyone was stunned. What? But we haven't answered any questions, Sakura said in confusion. The test of the 10th question is courage and decisiveness. Ibiki explained, making judgments with insufficient information and bearing the consequences of your choices. That is the quality required of a Chunin. The first 9 questions were irrelevant. Naruto nodded slightly. Oh, everything was as he had anticipated. Through memory, he had long seen through the true purpose of this exam. Just as Ibiki announced the results, a window suddenly shattered, and a figure burst into the exam room amidst a cloud of smoke. Now is not the time to celebrate, kids. A vibrant female voice rang out. As the smoke cleared, Mitarashi Anko made a dazzling entrance. She wore a fishnet bodysuit and a trench coat, looking particularly flamboyant. I am the chief examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, she announced with passion. Everyone follow me. The next exam will be held at Training Ground 44, commonly known as the Forest of Death. The candidates exchanged glances, not yet having recovered from the tension of the first exam, now facing the next challenge. Anko continued explaining the rules. The second exam is a survival challenge. Teams of 3 must retrieve scrolls from the tower at the center of the Forest of Death within a set time. Each team will randomly receive either a heaven or earth scroll, and they must gather a matching pair to qualify. She flashed a dangerous smile. There's only one rule: no killing. Beyond that, any means are allowed. Of course, if someone accidentally dies, it won't be thoroughly investigated. The atmosphere in the exam room instantly grew more serious. This meant that the upcoming exam would be a true test of life and death. Naruto's Sharingan gleamed slightly. The Forest of Death. This was precisely the next stage in his plans. There he would begin sifting through suitable pieces to prepare for future schemes. Gather at the entrance of Training Ground 44 tomorrow at 8 a.m., Anko announced finally. Now disperse. As they left the exam room, Sasuke suddenly asked Naruto, "How did you know the 10th question was a trap?" Naruto calmly replied, "Observation and reasoning." Ibiki's microexpressions and the setup of the exam hinted at it. Sakura looked at Naruto with admiration. "Naruto, you've become so impressive recently." Naruto did not respond, merely gazing into the distance. Gaara was coldly staring at him, and the moment their eyes met, sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Plans were proceeding step by step. The Chunin exam, this seemingly ordinary selection process, was becoming a stepping stone for Naruto to realize his ambitions. Unbeknownst to all behind this exam, a far greater storm was brewing. At dawn on the second day, the 44th training ground, the periphery of the Forest of Death, was suffused with a suffocating tension. A towering barbed wire fence enclosed a dense primeval forest, and at the entrance hung a warning sign reading "Entry Prohibited," beside which a chilling skull emblem was painted. Genin from various hidden villages gathered before the entrance, the air thick with a mingled sense of sweat and fear. Many genin had pallid faces, constantly glancing around nervously, as if the pitch-black depths of the forest concealed some monstrous predator. Anko Mitarashi stood before them, a dangerous, exhilarated smile on her face. "Welcome to the Forest of Death, little ones. The survival rate here isn't too optimistic, you know." She deliberately dragged out her words, relishing the terror etched on the examinees' faces. She began distributing consent forms and scrolls. Each team randomly received either a Heaven or Earth scroll. Team 7 obtained the Earth scroll, meaning they needed to seize a Heaven scroll to pass. Let me reiterate the rules. Reach the central tower with a pair of scrolls within 5 days. Killing is forbidden, but Anko's grin turned sinister. Accidents are inevitable, aren't they? After all, this is the Forest of Death. Every year many people remain here forever. Naruto calmly signed the consent form, his gaze coolly sweeping over the other teams. He noticed the Sound Trio eyeing Sasuke with ill intent, while Gaara of the Sand stood expressionless, yet the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. The Rain Ninja were whispering among themselves, and the grasped genin nervously checked their equipment. The entrances will open at staggered times to avoid large-scale conflicts from the start. Anko explained. Now enter in order. Team 7 was assigned to enter in the third batch. When their turn came, Naruto suddenly spoke. "Head southeast after entering. There's terrain suitable for ambushes." Sasuke frowned. "Why should I listen to you?" "Because it's the optimal strategy," Naruto replied calmly, stepping into the forest first. "Trust me, this is best for us." Sakura hesitated for a moment, then followed Naruto. Sasuke snorted coldly, but also fell in behind. The interior of the Forest of Death was even more eerie and terrifying than imagined. Towering trees blocked the sky and sun, only sporadic rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled spots on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of decay and danger, and from afar came the roars of unknown creatures. "It's so scary here," Sakura whispered, instinctively drawing closer to Sasuke. But Naruto appeared unusually calm, his Sharingan operating quietly under normal conditions, gathering information from all around. "Stay alert, but don't be tense. Fear impairs judgment." After marching for about an hour, Naruto suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt. "There's an ambush," he said in a low voice, the tomo in his Sharingan rotating slowly. 3 at 3 o'clock, 2 at 9 o'clock. Rain Ninja, Chunin level. Sakura clutched her kunai nervously. "What do we do? Should we avoid them?" Naruto analyzed calmly. "No need to avoid them. Sasuke, you handle the 3 at 3 o'clock. Use fire style to draw attention. Sakura, create noise and clones to distract those at 9 o'clock. I'll take them down." Sasuke wanted to retort, but seeing the absolute confidence in Naruto's eyes, inexplicably chose to obey. He noticed a subtle change in Naruto's demeanor, more composed, more dangerous. The battle erupted instantly. Sasuke used the Great Fireball technique to cause chaos, while Sakura created multiple clones to generate even more confusion. Naruto slipped behind the enemy like a phantom, taking down 2 Rain Genin with simple clean taijutsu, without even using any ninjutsu. "The scroll is heaven," Naruto said, examining the spoils. "But we don't need it." Sasuke was puzzled. "Why not? Don't we need a pair?" Naruto tossed the scroll to Sasuke. "Keep it safe. But our real goal isn't to pass the exam. It's selection." Sakura and Sasuke both looked at him in confusion, but he offered no further explanation. In truth, Naruto was evaluating every opponent he encountered, judging whether they might become future pawns or obstacles in his plan. On the second day, deep in the forest, a bone-chilling killing intent suddenly enveloped Team 7. Strange hissing sounds came from among the trees, as if countless poisonous snakes were spying in the shadows. "Watch out," Naruto warned, but it was too late. A figure shot out from the tree shadows at an unbelievable speed, lunging straight at Sasuke. It was a pale-faced ninja with snake-like golden vertical pupils and long black hair reaching his waist, none other than Orochimaru disguised as a grass ninja. The boy with the Sharingan. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Let me give you a gift." Sasuke reacted swiftly, activating his Sharingan and thrusting a kunai at the opponent's throat. But Orochimaru easily dodged and struck Sasuke's chest with a backhand. Sasuke was sent flying, crashing into a tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Sasuke!" Sakura cried out, trying to help, but Orochimaru was faster. He appeared instantly before Sasuke, his fingers forming seals, cursed seal technique, imprint. Just at that critical moment, Naruto suddenly stepped in front of Sasuke. His Sharingan spun rapidly, as if he intended to confront Orochimaru with all his might. Yet the instant his gaze met Orochimaru's, a barely noticeable flicker of calculation passed through Naruto's eyes. He deliberately allowed Orochimaru's genjutsu to affect him, his body stiffening slightly and his movements slowing half a beat. "Too weak," Orochimaru sneered, kicking Naruto away. Naruto slammed heavily into a distant tree, tilted his head, and pretended to lose consciousness. But his Sharingan continued to operate covertly beneath his eyelids, observing everything closely. "Naruto." Sakura watched in horror, but she was paralyzed by Orochimaru's killing intent and couldn't move. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke, pressing his finger against the boy's neck. "Accept my gift, Sasuke. This will awaken the deepest darkness within you." Black, cursed seal patterns spread from Orochimaru's finger across Sasuke's neck. Sasuke let out a pained roar, his entire body convulsing, and finally fell unconscious. Orochimaru looked at his work with satisfaction, then glanced at the unconscious Naruto and the paralyzed Sakura, before vanishing into the forest with a cold laugh. No sooner had Orochimaru left than 3 sound ninja appeared, Dosu, Zaku, and Kin. Obviously, they had been drawn by the sounds of battle. "It seems Lord Orochimaru has already succeeded," Dosu said with a sneer. "But I can't just follow Lord Orochimaru so easily." Sakura trembled as she stood in front of the unconscious Sasuke, and "Naruto, you don't come any closer." Dosu looked at her contemptuously. "Do you think you can stop us? Move aside, little girl. We're only interested in Uchiha Sasuke." Sakura stood firm. "Unless I die, you won't touch Sasuke." Kin laughed scornfully. "Then don't blame us for being rude." She took out a flute and began playing an eerie melody. Sakura immediately felt dizzy, but she gritted her teeth and formed hand seals, genjutsu release. Though she dispelled the illusion, Sakura was already panting heavily. She knew she was no match for the 3 sound ninja, but still refused to retreat. Sokka stepped forward. "Let me deal with her." Decapitating airwave. The device on his arm released a high-pressure air blade hurtling towards Sakura. Sakura barely dodged, but the air blade grazed her arm, leaving a bloody gash. She clenched her teeth, hurled a kunai in retaliation, but Zaku deflected it easily. "Too weak," Dosu shook his head. "End it, Kin." Kin played her flute again. This time the melody was even more sinister. Sakura felt her strength drain away, and her vision began to blur. Just as she was about to collapse, 3 shuriken suddenly flew out from the forest, forcing the sound trio back. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji burst out from the trees. "What a drag." Shikamaru complained, but already assumed a combat stance. "Hey sound ninjas, how about 3 and 3? Ino immediately used mind body switch technique on Sakura. "Sakura, hang on. We're here to help." Choji swallowed a soldier pill, partial expansion jutsu. His arms suddenly swelled, and he punched at Zaku. The sound trio responded swiftly. Dosu's sound-based attack precisely disrupted Ino's technique. Iku's decapitating airwave pushed Choji back, and Kin's flute genjutsu trapped Shikamaru in difficulty. "Is that all you've got?" Dosu taunted. "The genin of Konoha really are pathetic." Ino struggled to her feet. "These guys are strong." Shikamaru frowned in analysis. "That guy with glasses uses sound attacks. The bandaged one uses air blades. The girl uses flute genjutsu. Troublesome combination." Just as Team 10 was about to be completely defeated, the previously unconscious Naruto slowly stood up. Enough, Naruto said calmly, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. Sakura, take care of Sasuke. Leave this to me. The sound trio stared in surprise. What? Weren't you knocked out by Lord Orochimaru? Naruto didn't answer. He instantly appeared before Dosu, his speed unimaginable, the three tomo in his Sharingan, rotating slowly. Dosu immediately launched a sound attack, sound wave burst. But Naruto had already read the trajectory and sidestepped with ease. What? Dosu was stunned. He actually dodged my sound wave. Naruto didn't give him a second chance. A precise karate chop struck Dosu's throat. Dosu's eyes bulged and he collapsed in disbelief. Zaku, seeing this, immediately fired a decapitating airwave die. The high-pressure air blade howled toward Naruto. But Naruto merely raised his hand, wind-style airflow dance. He cleverly redirected the airflow of the air blade, deflecting it to hit Kin beside her. Kin screamed, sent flying by her own teammate. Impossible. Zaku stared in horror at Naruto. How did you? Naruto was already before him, the three tomo in his Sharingan, spinning rapidly, genjutsu, hell viewing technique. Zaku instantly fell into a terrifying illusion, seeing himself devoured by countless venomous snakes. With a scream, he passed out. The entire process took less than a minute. All three sound ninja were neutralized. Ino stared at Naruto, dumbfounded, her face flushing slightly somehow. Naruto seems kind of cool. Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Hey, now's not the time for that, is it? Just then Sasuke let out a pained groan and slowly regained consciousness. The cursed mark on his neck was clearly visible, radiating an ominous aura. What happened? Sasuke sat up with difficulty, feeling intense pain all over, especially in his neck, as if branded by a hot iron. Sakura hurried to support him. Sasuke-kun, are you alright? That weird guy put something on you. Sasuke touched his neck. When he felt the strange black patterns, an inexplicable fury and power surged within him. His Sharingan activated involuntarily, more crimson than ever. That bastard. Sasuke growled through gritted teeth, sensing a strange and powerful dark force churning inside him. Naruto quietly observed Sasuke's transformation, thinking to himself, the power of the cursed seal, as he remembered, could indeed stir the deepest darkness within a person. This might prove useful for his plan. After enduring countless trials, the remaining teams gradually arrived at the central tower. Once Naruto's team unlocked the secret of the Heaven and Earth scrolls, the survivors gathered together. Surprisingly, the number who passed the second exam far exceeded expectations. 21 ninja in total. Anko Mitarashi looked at the passing candidates and frowned. There are too many participants. The third exam can't have this many contestants. Just then Hate Gecko suddenly appeared in the tower. After a few coughs, he said, please allow me to consult the Hokage. The third Hokage's figure appeared before them. Congratulations on passing the second exam. However, because the number of passers is too high, we now need a preliminary round. He explained the preliminaries will be unknown battles. Only the winners can participate in the official third exam 1 month later. The referee will be Hate Gecko. Hate stepped forward to announce the rules. The competition is a knockout format. The winner advances. The match continues unless one side concedes, falls unconscious, or dies. Now opponents will be randomly matched. An electronic screen began to randomly assign battle pairs. Naruto watched the screen calmly, knowing that the true test was only beginning. After Hate Gecko announced the preliminary rules, a clamor of discontent filled the tower. Having endured the brutal survival test of the Forest of Death for 5 days, many genin were utterly exhausted and bore injuries of varying severity. Are you kidding me? A rain genin shouted, slamming the wall in anger. We barely survived that hellhole, and now we have to fight in some preliminary. A grass female ninja, clutching her injured arm, said tearfully, my chakra is depleted and I'm wounded. This is so unfair. Kiba scratched his head in irritation. What a pain. Akamaru is injured too. We can't fight at all right now. Even the perpetually calm Shino adjusted his sunglasses and voiced rare displeasure. This decision is indeed ill-considered. Many teams expended a great deal of chakra in the Forest of Death, and some are still injured. Sakura looked at the still reddening cursed mark on Sasuke's neck with concern. Sasuke-kun, your condition. Can you still fight? Sasuke gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his Sharingan flickering with reluctance. I have to participate. Ino walked over to Sakura and whispered this arrangement really is unreasonable. Look at those rain ninja over there. They can barely stand. Tintin counted her dwindling supply of weapons and sighed, I've almost run out of tools in the forest. What do I do now? Even Temari of the Sand frowned, saying to Kankuro, this arrangement disrupts our plans. Gaara's state. She glanced worriedly at Gaara, who was trembling slightly from suppressing Shikaku. Kankuro lowered his voice, keep it down. Don't let Konoha see any weakness. In a corner of the hall, genin from smaller villages gathered, their emotions running high. We risked our lives to get scrolls, and now they say we might be eliminated just like that. Is Konoha deliberately targeting small villages? These rules clearly favor those ninja from big clans. A mist genin suddenly protested loudly, this isn't fair. Our team lost a member in the forest, and now we have to enter the preliminaries with a depleted squad. Another rock ninja chimed in, that's right. At least give us time to recover. The hall grew louder with complaints, and some even began questioning the fairness of the exam. Is Konoha trying to weaken other villages this way? This last-minute rule was obviously made just to control the number of qualifiers. Facing the discontent, Gecko coughed a few times and said calmly, but firmly, the rules will not change. In the world of shinobi, there is no absolute fairness. Adapting to unexpected conditions is also part of the exam. He scanned the crowd and added, if anyone wishes to withdraw, you may leave now. A true ninja gives their all in any situation. His words gradually quelled the complaints, but discontent still hung in the air. Many genin wore expressions of resentment, but they had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Naruto calmly observed everything, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This chaos and dissatisfaction were exactly what he had hoped to see. Under pressure and injustice, people would more easily be drawn to extreme ideologies. Complaining doesn't change anything. Naruto suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet clearly audible throughout the hall. The strong adapt to the rules, the weak only complain. His words stunned many genin. They stared in astonishment at the golden-haired boy once known as the Dead, last finding him transformed. Calm, confident, even carrying a disquieting aura of authority. Sasuke gave Naruto a complex look, said nothing but clenched his fists. Sakura watched both teammates with worry, sensing that unsettling changes were taking place in each of them. Gecko checked the time and announced the preliminaries will begin in 1 hour. Use the time to rest and prepare. The hall immediately buzzed with activity. Medical teams hastily treated the injured, teams gathered to discuss tactics. Ninjas seized every minute to recover chakra. The complaints gradually gave way to an atmosphere of preparation, but tension and unease still enveloped the entire tower. Everyone understood that the coming battles would be more brutal than the Forest of Death, because this time they would not fight monsters or enemies, but other genin who had endured the same ordeal. Amid this tense atmosphere, Naruto stood quietly by the window, gazing out at Konoha village. His Sharingan glimmered faintly in the shadow, his mind already planning every step ahead. The preliminaries would be the stage where his plan formally launched, and the complaints and discontent were the seeds he could exploit in the future. In this world full of injustice, he would show everyone what true order and peace really meant. The atmosphere within the tower was suffocatingly dense. Yueguang Jifeng stood at the center of the arena, coughed a few times, and announced, the Chunin exam preliminaries now begin. First match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Chitong Kai. The electronic screen displayed the pairing, and all eyes focused on Sasuke. The curse mark on his neck still throbbed with pain, yet his gaze shone with unwavering determination. Sasuke-kun, be careful, Sakura called out anxiously. Naruto watched calmly as Sasuke walked toward the arena, his eyes sharp as they analyzed the opponent's strength, a spy from the hidden sound. Orochimaru's man. The battle began and Chitong Kai launched an immediate assault. His ninjutsu was eerie and insidious, seemingly capable of absorbing chakra. Sasuke struggled, the pain from the curse mark constantly disrupting his focus. What's wrong, genius of the Uchiha clan? Chitong Kai taunted. Is this all you've got? Sasuke gritted his teeth and persisted, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. The agony from the curse mark grew more intense, and black patterns began spreading toward his cheek. In the stands, Sakura clenched her fists nervously. Sasuke-kun's condition is really bad. Kakashi's expression turned grim. The curse mark is eroding his chakra. Just as everyone thought Sasuke was about to lose, Naruto suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet clear enough to reach the arena. Sasuke, remember your fight in the forest of death. Fear will only become your shackles. These words struck like a bolt of enlightenment, and Sasuke's eyes snapped open. He recalled Naruto's performance in the forest, a composure and precision beyond the ordinary. That's right. I can't let fear control me. Sasuke muttered, his gaze suddenly turning even sharper. He abandoned his resistance against Orochimaru's curse mark and began to channel that dark power instead. The black patterns spread rapidly, but Sasuke's eyes became unusually clear. Sasuke roared, creating his own new taijutsu that perfectly combined the insight of the Sharingan with the speed and strength enhanced by the curse mark. Chitong Kai was caught off guard by this sudden counterattack and was ultimately sent flying out of the arena by a heavy blow, unconscious. The arena fell silent, then erupted in gasps of astonishment. He actually controlled the curse mark in the middle of battle. Kakashi stared at Sasuke in shock. And that taijutsu? Uegwang Jifeng announced, winner Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke returned to the stands panting heavily and looked at Naruto earlier. Thanks. Naruto replied calmly. You found the answer yourself. Sakura hurriedly tended to Sasuke's injuries as the next match began. At the other end of the stands, Ino stared intently at Naruto, a puzzled expression on her face. Somehow, Naruto seems to have changed a lot. Ino whispered to Shikamaru. When he was advising Sasuke, just now he was like an experienced jonin. Shikamaru leaned lazily against the wall, but his eyes were sharp. Ah, what a drag. That guy is definitely off. In the forest of death, he took down the 3 sound ninjas, all by himself. That level of strength is far beyond a genin's. Ino's cheeks flushed slightly. Actually, if you look closely, Naruto is pretty handsome. Especially the way he fights. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Hey. Didn't you used to like Sasuke the most? You switched sides way too fast. It's not switching sides. Ino quickly defended herself. It's just that Naruto seems more manly now. Don't you think he's been especially reliable lately? Shikamaru didn't answer, but silently agreed inwardly. Naruto had indeed become extraordinary. Calmer, more confident, and even exuding an unsettling dignity. The matches continued, and many genin were eliminated. When the electronic screen displayed Uzumaki Naruto versus 2Oz, the entire arena fell silent. That sound guy. Sakura said worriedly. Naruto, be careful of his sound wave attacks. Sasuke also frowned. That guy's sound waves are tough to deal with. Naruto walked calmly into the arena without any sign of nervousness. 2Oz smirked at Naruto. Kid, you were lucky in the forest. This time you won't get away with it. The match began and 2Oz immediately launched a sound wave attack, sound wave burst. A piercing sonic blast surged straight at Naruto. But surprisingly, Naruto didn't dodge at all. He simply stood still, his sharp eyes tracking the trajectory of the sound waves. What's going on? 2Oz was shocked to find that his sound waves seemed to deflect automatically as they neared Naruto. Why can't I hit him? In the stands, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He saw through the sound wave's trajectory and evaded the attack with minimal movement. In reality, Naruto was doing far more than that. He could precisely analyze 2O's chakra flow, predicting his every move while skillfully concealing this ability. Time to end this. Naruto said softly, appearing instantly before 2Oz. 2Oz hurriedly launched a second attack, but Naruto simply raised a hand. Wind release, airflow manipulation. He deftly altered the direction of the sound wave, causing it to rebound back at 2Oz. 2Oz was struck by his own sound wave, crying out in pain as he clutched his ears and collapsed to his knees. Naruto didn't press the attack, only looking at him calmly. Give up. You have no chance of winning. 2Oz gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but when he met Naruto's icy gaze, a strange fear suddenly gripped him. Those eyes were not those of a genin, but of an experienced killer. I give up. 2Oz found himself saying it, involuntarily surprising even himself. Uegwang Jifeng announced, winner Uzumaki Naruto. The arena fell silent, then buzzed with murmurs. It's over that fast. That sound guy didn't even have a chance to fight back. Uzumaki Naruto. Is he really the dead last? Ino watched Naruto walk calmly back to the stands, her face even redder, as expected. Naruto is really cool. Shikamaru sighed in exasperation. What a drag. Everyone is getting so strong. The atmosphere of the Chunin exam preliminaries in the tower grew extremely tense. Yueguang Jifeng announced the pairing, and all eyes focused on the next two names on the electronic screen, Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Rock Lee leaped into the center of the arena first, and performed a proper ninja bow to Gaara. Gaara merely stood coldly, the sand in the gourd on his back, beginning to writhe restlessly. From the very start of the battle, Lee launched a storm of high-speed taijutsu attacks, but Gaara's sand automatically formed an absolute defense, blocking all assaults. After several attempts, Lee's right leg was caught by the sand, and he was slammed violently into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Encouraged by his teacher, Might Guy, Lee finally removed the weights he had always strapped to his legs. When the two weighted steel plates crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, their immense weight shook and cracked the entire arena floor, leaving all spectators dumbfounded. With the weights removed, Lee's speed increased to an astonishing degree. His movements were as swift as a bolt of lightning. His relentless barrage of attacks came from all directions, and Gaara's sand defense began. Finally, Lee's fist broke through the speed of the sand defense, followed by a kick that struck Gaara's head, drawing a trace of blood. He had successfully injured Gaara. Desperate to secure victory, Lee decided to use a forbidden technique. Under Guy's watchful gaze, he activated the 8 gates. He opened up to the 5th gate, the Gate of Limit, unleashing a surging blue chakra pillar around his body, his skin turning bright red. The powerful chakra pressure left the genin in the stands, including Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru, deeply awestruck. The 8 gates. Already the 5th gate. Naruto, who only knew the basics of the 8 gates, was far inferior to Lee in taijutsu. At this moment, although Naruto had learned the 8 gates, he could only open the 2nd gate. With all 5 gates open, Lee's attacks became ferocious. Using a technique similar to airwalking, he kicked Gaara around like a ball in the air, his speed even outpacing Gaara's sand defense. At the peak of his speed and power, Lee unleashed his ultimate move, the Inner Lotus. This strike hit Gaara heavily, forcing him to turn the gourd on his back into sand for a final defense. However, the 8 gates placed an immense burden on the body. After the fierce assault, Lee's strength was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground, barely able to move. Although Gaara was also significantly injured, with his remaining strength, he used sand to break Lee's left arm and left leg. Just as Gaara was about to deliver a killing blow, Guy intervened in time, stopping Gaara and protecting Lee's life. As Lee was carried off the field by the medical team, though gravely wounded, his efforts to prove the ninja way that even with only taijutsu one can become an excellent ninja earned the admiration of many. Yueguang Jifeng announced winner Gaara. After a series of intense matches, the preliminaries finally concluded. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced that the official 3rd exam would be held 1 month later, giving the advancing contestants time to rest and prepare. This match between Rock Lee and Gaara became an unforgettable battle in the Chunin exam preliminaries. It vividly showcased Lee's astonishing taijutsu power achieved through immense effort, as well as the terror of Gaara's absolute defense and his inherent cruelty. All the genin who witnessed this battle deeply understood the harshness of the exam and the severe challenges of the upcoming official matches. The matches continued, and several genin were eliminated. After Hyuga Niji easily defeated Hyuga Hinata, the preliminaries neared their end. Yueguang Jifeng announced the list of advancing contestants. Those passing the preliminaries are Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Temari, Gaara, Hyuga Niji, Kankuro, Akimichi, Choji, Aburame, Shino, Tenten. These 10 will participate in the official 3rd exam 1 month from now. Yueguang Jifeng coughed and said, "You are dismissed. Prepare well." Everyone gradually left the tower, but the atmosphere remained tense. Sakura looked anxiously at Sasuke and Naruto. "You both passed." But Sasuke touched the curse mark on his neck, his expression grave. "I need special training to control this power." Naruto said calmly, "1 month is enough." As they exited the tower, Ino suddenly ran up to Naruto, her face bright red. "Naruto, your preliminaries were amazing." Naruto nodded slightly, "Thanks." Ino's face grew even redder, and she dashed off in a fluster. Shikamaru watched and shook his head. "Women are such a hassle." Kakashi approached Sasuke and Naruto. "Sasuke, about the curse mark on your neck. I need to give you special training to teach you how to control it." Sasuke nodded. That's exactly what I need. Kakashi then looked at Naruto. And you? Need training. Naruto shook his head. I have my own training plan. Kakashi looked thoughtfully at Naruto. Your performance in the Forest of Death was unusual. That fighting style wasn't like a genin. Naruto met Kakashi's gaze calmly. Everyone has their own way of growing, Kakashi Sensei. Kakashi didn't press further, but the doubt in his mind deepened. He sensed that some fundamental change had occurred in Naruto, a calmness and confidence far beyond the ordinary. That night Naruto stood alone by the window of his apartment, gazing at Konoha's nightscape. A faint trace of blood red flickered in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. 1 month. He murmured to himself, is enough time to implement my next plan. He recalled every opponent from the preliminaries, analyzing their abilities and potential. Hyuga-Niji's Byakugan, Gaara's power of Shikaku, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. All these abilities could become part of his future plan. Fear and order. A cold smirk curled on Naruto's lips. Soon everyone will understand what true peace really means. Under the moonlight his figure appeared solitary and resolute. The stage of the Chunin exam was set, and Naruto was about to walk onto that stage, showcasing his ideals and power to the entire ninja world. The preliminaries were over, but the real trial had only just begun. In the official exam 1 month later, Naruto would take a critical step in his plan. A step that would change the entire ninja world. The sound of the moonlight and swift wind announcing the end of the preliminary round echoed within the tower, yet the tense atmosphere did not dissipate. The 10 lower ninjas who passed the exam exchanged glances, each reflecting a variety of emotions: excitement, worry, ambition, and fear. Medical ninjas quickly surged into the arena, rushing first to the severely injured Rock Lee. His left hand and foot were twisted at unnatural angles, and his face was devoid of color. Hurry! Prepare a stretcher, a medical ninja shouted. His injuries are severe and require immediate surgery. Teacher Mike Guy closely followed the medical team, worry etched on his face. Lee, hang in there. You performed exceptionally well. Rock Lee managed to open his eyes weakly, saying, Teacher Guy. I didn't embarrass you, did I? Of course you didn't. Mike Guy choked back tears. You are my pride, Lee. You have proven the pinnacle of physical arts. Meanwhile, medical ninjas were also examining other injured individuals. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck left the medical team helpless. This curse mark. I've never seen before. A medical jonin frowned. It is eroding his chakra system. We need a specialized sealing technique expert. Leave it to me. I know who can handle this curse mark. Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto silently observed everything, his gaze shifting between Gaara and Sasuke. 2 cursed boys, 2 vessels parasitized by monsters, yet walking entirely different paths. In the observation room at the top of the tower, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed down through a crystal ball. The smoke curling from his pipe contrasted with his serious demeanor. Orochimaru. The 3rd murmured, his gaze fixed on the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. Have you already begun to act? He turned to a nearby Umbu, strengthen the guard at the exam site, especially the safety of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru's target could be any one of them. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu vanished in an instant. The 3rd's gaze shifted back to Naruto. This child, who he had once regarded as the greatest threat to the village, had recently shown remarkable performance. That calmness and tactical thinking far beyond his age was not at all like the mischievous brat who only played pranks. Minato, your son, seems to be undergoing some sort of change. The 3rd murmured softly, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. The 10 lower ninjas who passed the preliminary round dispersed, yet each carried a distinctly different mood. The Sand siblings quickly left the tower, Temari and Kankuro nervously following Gaara. The killing intent emanating from Gaara was more intense than ever, with the Sand restlessly writhing, as if it would go berserk at any moment. Gaara, you need to rest, Temari said cautiously. Shut up, Gaara coldly interrupted her. That thick-browed fool actually hurt me. He touched the spot on his cheek where Rock Lee had kicked him, a mad glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In the official match, I will kill him. Niji Hyuga left expressionlessly, his Byakugan revealing no emotions. But as he passed by Naruto, he paused slightly. Uzumaki Naruto. Niji said flatly, it seems you were holding back during the preliminary round. Naruto calmly replied, Everyone has their trump cards, Niji. We'll see the results in the official matches. Niji scoffed, turning to leave. Fate has already been determined, the tail end will always be the tail end. Shikamaru stretched lazily, complaining, what a hassle. We have to fight again. Yet there was a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, clearly already contemplating strategies. Ino caught up with Sakura, whispering, Sakura, is Sasuke okay? His injuries. Sakura worriedly looked at the departing Sasuke, and Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi took him to see an expert who specializes in curse marks. I hope he's alright. Ino's face turned slightly red as she glanced at Naruto. Naruto looks pretty cool today, right? Sakura was taken aback, looking at Ino in confusion. Why are you suddenly? Kakashi brought Sasuke to a special ward in the Konoha hospital. A female ninja with a purple mark on her face was already waiting there. This is Mitarashi Anko, a special jonin from Konoha, Kakashi introduced. She was once a disciple of Orochimaru and has knowledge of curse marks. Anko solemnly examined Sasuke's curse mark. This is Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark. It will erode your chakra system and unleash the darkest depths of your heart. But at the same time, it can also grant you immense power. Sasuke gritted his teeth and asked, can it be controlled? Yes, but it requires an extremely strong will. Anko began forming seals. I will temporarily suppress it with sealing techniques, but ultimately the one who must control it is you. As the sealing technique progressed, the markings of the curse on Sasuke's neck gradually faded, but the pain did not completely disappear. This is only temporary, Anko warned. During emotional upheaval or chakra depletion, the curse may still erupt. You need to learn to control it, not let it control you. Kakashi added, in the coming month I will provide you with special training. Not only to control the curse mark, but also to develop your own new techniques. A determined light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. I will become stronger. Strong enough to kill that man. Naruto did not return to the apartment, but instead arrived at the edge of the forest of death. He needed to find a quiet place to plan his next actions. 1 month. Naruto murmured. That should be enough time for me to implement my next plan. He recalled every opponent from the preliminary round: Niji Hyuga's Byakugan, Gaara's Shikaku's Power, Shikamaru's Shadow imitation technique. All these abilities could become part of his future plans. Especially Gaara, the boy who, like him, was parasitized by a monster. Gaara chose to be consumed by hatred, becoming a Shura who loved only himself. While Naruto, he chose a different path. He decided to accomplish several things within this month. First, to further master the chakra of the Nine Tails. Second, to develop new ninjutsu. And finally, to gather intelligence on all the participants, particularly the movements of the Sand Village. As Naruto pondered, several figures quietly observed him from the distant woods. Is that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? One voice whispered. He doesn't seem as terrifying as the legends say. Another voice responded, don't be careless. Lord Orochimaru specifically warned that this child may be more dangerous than Uchiha Sasuke. Are we proceeding with the plan as usual? Yes. We will act during the official matches. Lord Kazekage is already prepared. The figures vanished silently, as if they had never appeared. But Naruto's Sharingan opened and closed in an instant, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sand Village spies. He murmured. As I remembered, Orochimaru has indeed infiltrated. On the morning after the preliminary round ended, while most people were still asleep, Naruto had already appeared at the training ground outside Konohagakure. He chose a remote canyon as his training site, far from the village where no one would easily discover him. Naruto stood in the center of the canyon, forming hand seals with both hands, attempting to condense wind-natured chakra in his palm. This was an attempt based on the memories flooding into his mind to develop the signature jutsu that belonged to him in another world: wind release Raisin Shuriken. The nature transformation of chakra. Naruto murmured, recalling the details of this jutsu from his memories. I need to compress the wind-natured chakra to its extreme, forming countless microscopic chakra blades. The initial attempts were extremely difficult. The chakra sphere in his hand either dissipated quickly or failed to form a stable shape. Worse still, the sharp nature of wind chakra often backlashed against him, leaving his palms covered in bloody cuts. Not precise enough. Naruto calmly analyzed the reason for failure. Need finer chakra control. He changed his strategy, starting from the basics. Every morning he used chakra to cut leaves, practicing the most fundamental wind nature control. In the afternoon, he tried injecting wind nature chakra into water to observe the trajectory of the cuts. At night, he studied the shape transformation of chakra, attempting to stabilize the chakra sphere. After a week, Naruto's hands were covered with fine wounds, but he finally managed to maintain wind nature chakra steadily in his palm. At the beginning of the second week, Naruto adopted a new training method, using shadow clones for collaborative practice. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed hand seals and created 10 clones. Each clone was assigned a different task. Some specifically maintained the shape of the chakra sphere, some focused on the nature transformation of chakra, some studied the speed and direction of rotation, and others recorded the data from each attempt. The efficiency of this method far exceeded solo training. The experience and sensations of each clone would return to the original upon dismissal, allowing Naruto to accumulate experience at 10 times the speed. But the risks were equally enormous. Whenever a clone exploded due to chakra loss of control, all the pain and damage would transfer back to the original. Several times Naruto was blasted away by the backlashing chakra and slammed heavily into the rock wall. Failed again. He crawled up from the rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The rotation speed is still not uniform enough. He noticed a problem: pure wind nature chakra was too violent and difficult to control. He needed to find a way to keep the chakra sharp while maintaining stability. Perhaps I can borrow the rotation principle of the Rasengan, Naruto thought, using rotation to constrain and stabilize the chakra blades. This discovery brought a breakthrough in his training. In the third week, Naruto began attempting to combine shape transformation and nature transformation. This was the most difficult part of the entire training. He first condensed a Rasengan in his palm, then tried to inject wind nature chakra into it. But the two transformations were extremely hard to balance. Either the shape of the Rasengan collapsed, or the wind nature chakra could not distribute evenly. Repeated failures frustrated Naruto, but he did not give up. The Sharingan silently activated during training, helping him analyze the cause of each failure and adjust the chakra flow pattern. Rotation speed, chakra density, intensity of nature transformation. Naruto continuously adjusted the parameters, searching for the optimal balance point. On the afternoon of the third day, an unexpected breakthrough occurred. When Naruto maximized the rotation speed of the chakra, the wind nature chakra suddenly formed a stable, microscopic structure. A chakra sphere emitting a piercing noise formed in his palm, with countless tiny wind blades spinning at high speed within it. It worked. Naruto's eyes flashed with excitement, but then his expression changed. The chakra sphere suddenly became extremely unstable, and the violent energy began to backfire. Naruto quickly hurled the technique toward the distant rock wall. A tremendous explosion ripped through the air, blasting a crater several meters in diameter in the rock wall, with countless fragments scattering. Naruto gasped for breath, gazing at his handiwork. Enough power but not enough control. Can't maintain stability in my hand. He realized that the completion of this technique was far from sufficient. The current version was more like an unstable bomb than a precise weapon. In the final week, Naruto began the last sprint. He reduced the number of shadow clones and shifted focus to precision control. I don't need greater power, I need more precise control. He adjusted his training direction. He started to reduce the scale of the technique, lowering its power in exchange for stability. At the same time, he studied the throwing technique. Since he couldn't maintain it in his hand, he had to complete the shape fixation the moment it left his hand. This decision brought a new breakthrough. The smaller chakra sphere was easier to control, although its power decreased, stability greatly improved. During the last 3 days, Naruto trained almost non-stop. His chakra consumption was immense, and he often collapsed from overtraining. But each failure brought him one step closer to success. On the evening before the preliminary round, Naruto finally achieved decisive progress. He stood in the center of the canyon, condensing a chakra sphere that emitted a piercing noise in his palm. Countless tiny wind blades spun at high speed within it, forming a stable structure. Wind release Rasen Shuriken. Naruto launched the technique at the target. There was no huge explosion, but a silent cut. The target was instantly pulverized by countless microscopic chakra blades scattering into fine dust. Naruto gasped for air, finally revealing a satisfied expression. The prototype is complete. But he knew this was far from the full form of the technique. The current version had limited power and consumed enormous chakra, making it impossible to use multiple times in actual combat. More importantly, the throwing distance and accuracy still needed further improvement. A month of harsh training cost Naruto dearly. His hands were covered with scars, his chakra overconsumption left him pale, and he had lost weight. But the gains were equally immense. He not only mastered the prototype of the Raisin Shuriken, but also reached a new level of chakra control. More importantly, through this training process, he became more proficient in handling the chakra emanating from the Nine Tails. As night fell, Naruto returned to his apartment. He stood by the window gazing at the night scene of Konoha playing with a shuriken in his hand. Tomorrow is the official exam. He murmured softly to himself. Let me see how powerful this technique can be in real combat. Under the moonlight, the shuriken slowly rotated in his palm, emitting a faint humming sound. The day of the official third stage of the Chunin exam finally arrived. The massive circular arena was packed to capacity as ninjas and civilians from various hidden villages gathered eagerly anticipating this showdown, representing the highest level of the new generation. Yueguang Jifeng stood at the center of the arena, coughed a few times, and announced, first match, Xuanhua Mingren versus Rixiang Ningxi. Explosive cheers erupted from the audience, mingled with many voices of doubt. The genius of the Rixiang clan against that dead last. What suspense is there in this? Ningxi will definitely win. I heard Mingren performed well in the preliminaries. On the grandstand, Xiaoying nervously clenched her hands. Mingren. If he goes up against Ningxi. Zuozhu had a grave expression. Ningxi's Byakugan and Gentle Fist are hard to handle. That guy Mingren. On both sides of the arena, Mingren and Ningxi stood facing each other. Ningxi's Byakugan was already activated, veins bulging his eyes, carrying the characteristic coldness and arrogance of the Rixiang branch family. Xuanhua Mingren. Ningxi said calmly. You did make some progress in the preliminaries, but before a true genius you are still nothing but a dead last. Mingren gazed calmly at Ningxi with no anger or fear in his eyes, only an unfathomable composure. A genius, or a caged bird bound by fate. Ningxi's pupils sharply contracted. What did you say? The moment the match start signal fell, Ningxi immediately launched an attack. His movements were elegant, yet lethal. His gentle fist aimed directly at Mingren's chakra points. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Ningxi roared, his palm shadows descending upon Mingren like raindrops. Yet surprisingly, Mingren did not dodge frantically, as everyone expected. His movements were simple and efficient, always evading the attacks at the last moment with minimal motion. Impossible. Ningxi was shocked to find that all his gentle fist strikes missed. Has he seen through my movements? On the grandstand, Rixiang Rizu frowned slightly. All of Ningxi's attacks were seen through. That blonde boy. Mingren stepped back calmly and said indifferently, the gentle fist of the Rixiang clan is indeed exquisite, but it relies too much on fixed patterns. Every one of your movements tells me where you will strike next. Ningxi's face darkened, arrogant. Let me show you the true power of the Byakugan. The full power of the Byakugan was unleashed. Ningxi could clearly see the flow of chakra within Mingren's body. He confidently believed he could predict all of Mingren's movements. However, strangely, Mingren's chakra flow pattern was extraordinarily complex, seemingly shifting constantly, making it difficult for Ningxi to predict accurately. Your Byakugan can indeed see through chakra flow. Mingren suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet sharp. But can you see through the human heart? Can you see through the lies of fate? Ningxi accelerated his assault, but Mingren still dodged with ease while continuing in a calm tone. The genius of the Rixiang branch family, yet branded with the caged bird curse seal by the main family. You hate this restraint, yet you willingly let it define you. Ningxi's movements halted slightly. Shut up. You don't understand anything. I don't need to understand. Mingren easily dodged a heavy palm. What I see is a coward who calls himself a genius, yet willingly submits to the shackles of fate. What did you say? Ningxi roared, his attacks becoming fiercer, yet losing their usual precision due to rage. Mingren continued calmly. You hate the main family, you hate fate, yet you never thought of breaking the cage. You would rather hide behind the excuse of fate than face the real enemy. On the grandstand, Rixiang Rise's expression turned grave. Rixiang Huahua whispered, Father, what is he talking about, the caged bird? Rizu did not answer, but his hand unconsciously tightened. In the arena, Ningxi's breathing grew rapid. You have no idea of the pain of the Rishiang branch family. Pain. Mingren let out a soft laugh tinged with a hint of mockery. Compared to the pain of being hated by the entire village and called a monster, what is your pain? Ningxi was stunned, his attacks slowing again. Mingren continued, at least you have the surname Rishiang and the so-called genius name. But I have been regarded as the embodiment of calamity since birth. Ningxi gritted his teeth, so what? This is fate. No one can escape their own fate. Fate. Mingren abruptly stopped dodging and stared straight into Ningxi's Byakugan. Tell me, Ningxi, who defined your fate? The main family, the caged bird, or yourself? Ningxi was rendered speechless, momentarily unable to answer. Mingren pressed forward. You talk about fate incessantly, yet you never considered that fate can be changed. You would rather believe you are a caged bird than try to fly. Shut up. Ningxi roared and launched a full-power strike, 8 trigrams air palm. A powerful chakra shockwave hurtled toward Mingren, but Mingren merely sidestepped slightly, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. See, this is your problem. Mingren's voice remained calm. You rely too much on so-called absolute defense and absolute attack, forgetting that the essence of combat is change and adaptation. Ningxi panted heavily, his Byakugan fixed intensely on Mingren. Who are you really? You cannot be that dead last Mingren. Mingren did not answer, but suddenly launched a counterattack. His movements were simple and direct with no flashy techniques, yet they precisely seized every opening in Ningxi's assault. Mingren gave a low shout, and his speed suddenly exploded. Ningxi hastily defended, but was shocked to find that Mingren's taijutsu perfectly avoided all chakra points, targeting instead his joints and balance centers. Impossible. His taijutsu. Ningxi looked at Mingren in disbelief. This fighting style completely counters the gentle fist. After several exchanges, Ningxi was panting heavily, while Mingren still breathed steadily. Why? Why don't you use stronger ninjutsu? Ningxi asked resentfully. Do you look down on me? Mingren replied calmly, no need. Against you who are bound, taijutsu is enough. These words deeply stung Ningxi's pride. He roared and launched a final assault, gathering all his chakra into his palms. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Full release. Palm shadows engulfed the entire arena like a storm. This was Ningxi's strongest strike. But Mingren simply stood still, and the moment the palm shadows reached him, he suddenly cut into Ningxi's embrace at an impossible angle. Palm breaker. Mingren murmured, landing a precise handblade strike on Ningxi's wrist, disrupting his chakra flow. Ningxi let out a grunt, and his attack instantly crumbled. He tried to counter, but Mingren had already swept his legs, tripping him, and lightly pressed a kunai against his throat. It's over, Ningxi, Mingren said calmly. The whole arena fell silent, then erupted in thunderous cries of astonishment. Ningxi lost. He defeated the Rishiang genius with only taijutsu. That Mingren. Is he really a dead last? Yueguang Jifeng announced, winner Xuanhua Mingren. Ningxi sat on the ground in a daze, murmuring, why? Why did this happen? Mingren did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood before Ningxi and said calmly, you lost not because of lack of strength, but because you were bound by your own heart. Ningxi looked up, his Byakugan filled with confusion, anger, and bewilderment. The caged bird curse seal can bind your body, Mingren continued. But what truly binds you is the heart that willingly lets itself be defined. He turned to leave, but then paused and looked back at Ningxi. Remember, Ningxi, fate is not given. It is something to be broken. On the grandstand, Rishiang Rizu gazed intently at Mingren, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Rishiang Huahua whispered, Father, is what that blonde brother said true? What is Ningxi brother bound by? Rizu did not answer, but the armrest in his hand was already cracked from his grip. Xiaoying and Zhuozhu watched Mingren in the arena in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Using only taijutsu. Zhuozhu murmured, that guy. How much strength has he been hiding? Xiaoying said worriedly, Mingren. He seems like a different person. That calmness is frightening. On another side of the grandstand, Luan scratched his head. What a pain. That guy Mingren has become so strong. The next matches will be even harder. Jingya's face slightly flushed, but Mingren like this is really handsome. On the Suna Hidden Village grandstand, Shoju frowned, that yellow-haired kid. is not simple. Kanjuro nodded, defeating the Rishiang genius with only taijutsu. This kind of ability. Woluo stared fixedly at Mingren's sand, unconsciously writhing around him. Interesting. So interesting. That guy. As he left the arena, Mingren calmly sensed the gazes from all sides. He knew that this victory was not merely a win in the exam, but a message he was sending to the entire shinobi world. Fear and order. He murmured softly to himself. Start by breaking the so-called. He did not use the Rasengan, did not reveal the Sharingan. He defeated Rishiang Mingzi with only taijutsu and a small amount of ninjutsu. This restraint itself was a declaration. He did not need to rely on those iconic abilities to overcome the so-called genius. On the high grandstand, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep draw from his pipe, a complex glint in his eyes. Shueimon. Your son is walking a path we could not foresee. The first match of the preliminaries ended with such an unexpected result, setting a tone full of uncertainties for the entire third stage of the exam. Meanwhile, Mingren, once the dead last, was now displaying his strength and philosophy to the entire shinobi world in a brand new stance. The third match of the Chunin exam continued. Following the astonishing duel between Naruto and Neji, several exciting matches took place. Temari easily defeated Tintin. Kankuro triumphed over Yamanaka Inoichi with his puppet technique, and Shikamaru outsmarted Kin. The audience was fully engaged, cheering for their favored competitors. However, the atmosphere in the VIP section grew increasingly tense. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru occasionally whispered to the sound ninja beside him, while the elders of Sunagakure appeared anxious, and Konoha's Umbu heightened their vigilance. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the announcer declared the most anticipated match. Next, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara of the Sand. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The last heir of the Uchiha clan faced off against the mysterious prodigy from Sunagakure, undeniably the most captivating duel of this Chunin exam. Sasuke and Gaara entered the arena simultaneously. Both wore expressionless faces, yet their eyes gleamed with dangerous light. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck flickered while the sand behind Gaara writhed uneasily. The match begins. Sasuke launched the first attack, activating his Sharingan, fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball shot towards Gaara, but his sand instinctively formed a defense, easily blocking the assault. Useless, Gaara coldly stated. My absolute defense is invincible. Sasuke, undeterred, quickly repositioned himself, searching for an opportunity to strike. His speed was faster than during the preliminaries, clearly indicating the success of Kakashi's special training. Chidori. Sasuke gathered a piercing lightning in his hand, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged at Gaara. Gaara's sand reacted swiftly, but Sasuke's speed was even greater. The lightning pierced through the sand defense, striking Gaara's left shoulder. Did I hit? Sakura anxiously gripped the railing in the audience. However, as the smoke cleared, Gaara remained standing, his sand armor shattered, but without a drop of blood. Interesting. A glint of madness flashed in Gaara's eyes. Finally, someone has managed to injure me. The battle escalated into a heated clash. Sasuke relentlessly utilized Chidori, while Gaara's sand grew increasingly ferocious. Dust swirled in the arena, and flashes of lightning dazzled the stunned audience. As the fight raged on, Gaara's emotions became more unstable. Each of Sasuke's attacks fueled his rage, and the Shikaku within him began to stir restlessly. I will kill you. Gaara's voice turned hoarse and distorted. With your blood, I will honor my existence. Sasuke sensed his opponent's transformation, but did not back down. Then let's see you try. He gathered his strongest Chidori, transforming into a blue lightning bolt. Final strike. Simultaneously, Gaara began completing the final phase of his sand transformation. The sand in the entire arena gathered towards him, forming a massive sand sphere. Now, Sasuke shouted, piercing the core of the sand sphere with his Chidori. Just as Chidori struck the sand sphere, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and the sand sphere shattered violently. It was not caused by Sasuke's attack, but by the force exploding from within. A gigantic sand claw emerged from the center of the explosion, followed by a second, a third. What? What kind of monster is that? Someone in the audience gasped. As the dust settled, the scene revealed a half-human, half-raccoon cat monster howling at the sky. Gaara in his tailed beast transformation. Almost simultaneously, another upheaval occurred in the VIP area. The Kazekage suddenly drew a kunai holding the third Hokage hostage. "Don't move, Sarutobi Sensei." Orochimaru tore off his disguise, revealing his true identity. On the stands, numerous Sunagakure and Otogakure ninjas suddenly sprang into action, attacking the surrounding Konoha ninjas and audience. Explosions erupted outside the arena, and a massive barrier enveloped the entire competition ground. "The Konoha destruction plan has begun," Orochimaru announced with a sinister smile. The arena was instantly thrown into chaos. The ninjas from Sunagakure and Otogakure engaged in melee with Konoha ninjas, while the audience panicked and fled in all directions. "Protect the civilians," Kakashi shouted, leading Konoha's Jonin to organize a defense. Sakura and Ino fought back-to-back, fending off the attacking Sound Ninjas. Shikamaru quickly analyzed the situation. "This is a complete invasion." In the center of the arena, the fully tailed beast Gaara began indiscriminate attacks. Sasuke struggled to dodge Shikaka's attacks, but he was already battered and bruised. "Sasuke!" Sakura screamed, wanting to rush in, but was blocked by a Sound Ninja. At that moment, people noticed an unusual situation. Naruto had suddenly vanished. The spot he once occupied was left with only a dissipating shadow clone. "Where's Naruto?" Ino anxiously looked around during the fight. Shikamaru frowned. "Where did that guy go at a time like this?" In Konoha, similar chaos erupted. Numerous Sunagakure ninjas emerged from hiding, beginning to attack vital facilities. The Sound Ninjas specifically targeted Konoha's defense systems for sabotage. "Report: the West Gate has been breached. The hospital is under attack. The Ninja Academy is surrounded." Continuous bad news came in, plunging Konoha into an unprecedented crisis. On the top floor of the Hokage building, the Anbu were organizing a defense. Team 1 protect civilians and evacuate. Team 2 secure vital facilities. Team 3. Just then, an Anbu suddenly reported, "We have discovered the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto. He is heading towards the Ninja Academy." At this moment, Naruto was rapidly traversing the chaotic streets. His goal was clear: the Ninja Academy. Based on the memories flooding his mind, Iruka usually prioritized protecting the children in the academy during a crisis. The streets were filled with battles and chaos. Sunagakure and Sound Ninjas wreaked havoc, while Konoha ninjas fought valiantly in resistance. Naruto cleverly avoided the main battlefield, choosing a concealed route. "Run towards the shelter," a familiar voice called out. Naruto turned to see Iruka. He was organizing a group of students to evacuate, already bearing multiple wounds. "Iruka Sensei." Several Sunagakure ninjas spotted them, grinning as they approached. "Capture that teacher. Kill the others." Iruka protected the students behind him, gripping a kunai tightly. "Go. They'll hold them off." The students cried out in fear, but no one moved. Iruka gritted his teeth, preparing for battle while aware of his slim chances. In that critical moment, several Sunagakure ninjas suddenly froze in place, and then silently collapsed. Iruka was taken aback. "What happened?" Naruto emerged from the shadows, a hint of crimson in his eyes. "Iruka Sensei, take the students to a safe place." "Naruto." Iruka was filled with surprise and joy. "How did you?" "There's no time to explain." Naruto replied calmly. "Sunagakure and Sound Ninjas have launched an attack. The Konoha destruction plan has begun. I need your help, Iruka Sensei." Iruka looked at Naruto in shock. The young man before him was entirely different from before. Calm, decisive, even carrying an unsettling authority. What do you know?" Iruka asked with difficulty. Naruto did not answer directly, but said, "First ensure the safety of the students. Then we need to talk. About this world, about our future." Iruka's face turned pale. "Naruto, these things. Take them to a safe place, Iruka Sensei." Naruto interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I will wait for you in the third training ground." Having said that, Naruto vanished in an instant, leaving Iruka and the terrified students in shock. Back at the arena, the battle grew increasingly fierce. The tailed beast Gaara chased after the fleeing Sasuke, while the Sound and Sand Ninjas occupied numerous Jonin and Shunin. "We must stop that monster." Kakashi gasped, his Sharingan filled with gravity. On the stands, the 4 Sound Ninjas unfolded a barrier, trapping the third Hokage and Orochimaru inside. The showdown between master and disciple officially commenced, but the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly at a disadvantage. Konoha's casualties continued to rise. Although Konoha's ninjas fought bravely, the meticulous joint assault plan of Tsunegekure and Otogekure caught them off guard. In the third training ground, Naruto waited quietly. Distant explosions and cries of battle echoed, yet he felt an unusual calmness within. He knew this moment would eventually arrive. The Konoha destruction plan was just the beginning, and greater turmoil lay ahead. What he had to do was to implement his own plan amid this chaos. Iruka sensei. Naruto murmured softly, "What choice will you make?" He recalled the memories flooding his mind. In another world, Iruka was the first to recognize him, a fatherly figure. But in this world, on this path, Iruka was destined to become a sacrifice. Not because of hatred, but because it was necessary. Footsteps approached from a distance. Iruka hurried over, his face filled with worry and confusion. "Naruto, what on earth is going on? What do you want to say?" Naruto turned around, his gaze terrifyingly calm. "I know far more than you can imagine, Iruka sensei. I will become a hero of the ninja world, I will save the world, I will become Hokage. But peace will not come." Iruka staggered back as if struck by lightning. "What are you talking about?" "I know even more." Naruto stepped forward. "About the Otsutsuki clan, about the Sage of Six Paths, about Kaguya. I know it all." Iruka's face turned pale. "Naruto, these things are baseless. I don't know what you are talking about." "It's not complicated." Naruto coldly interrupted. "It's simple. I lost my original intention. I was brainwashed by you, influenced by you, indoctrinated with so-called correctness, but now I know true peace." From a distance, Shikaku's roar shook the heavens. The Konoha destruction plan was in full swing, and the dialogue between Naruto and Iruka would determine the future path. Naruto looked at Iruka, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossing his eyes. "Now, Iruka sensei, I need you to make a choice. Will you continue to uphold this village filled with lies and hypocrisy, or help me change it all?" Iruka stared blankly at Naruto. The young man before him seemed to have suddenly transformed into a strange, dangerous entity. And the fate of Konoha was quietly changing amidst this chaos. The chaos of the third round of the Chunin exams continues as the joint assault from Tsunegekure and Otogekure plunges Konohagakure into a bitter struggle. Meanwhile, in the third training ground, a more profound upheaval is taking place. Iruka sensei stared blankly at Naruto, the boy before him suddenly appearing as a strange and dangerous entity. From a distance, the roars of Shikaku and sounds of explosions echoed, yet it felt as if they were isolated from this training ground. "Naruto." Iruka's voice quivered. "I don't know where you got this information, but there is no basis for it. We will go." "Okay. The village in you." "I know the whole truth, Iruka sensei. I know that the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are my parents, that they sacrificed themselves to protect the village, and that the higher-ups decided to conceal all of this, leaving me to be the demon fox all alone." Iruka staggered back as if struck by lightning. "You? How?" "I also know that you feel guilty because my parents saved you back then, so you have always cared for me." Naruto's voice was eerily calm, "But guilt and pity are never what I needed." Iruka struggled to steady himself. "It's not like that, Naruto. My concern for you is not out of guilt, but because what it is no longer matters." Naruto slowly raised his hand, the kunai gleaming coldly under the moonlight. "Now I need you to make a choice. Will you continue to uphold this order filled with lies and hypocrisy, or will you help me break it?" Iruka shook his head in pain. "Naruto, don't go down this path. Revenge and hatred will only." "I am not seeking revenge, Iruka sensei." Naruto took a step forward. "I am pursuing true peace. And this decaying system must be dismantled." Just then a loud explosion echoed from afar, and the fully manifested form of Shikaku became vaguely visible. The crisis in Konoha was escalating. Iruka took a deep breath. "Naruto, put down your weapon first. We can protect the village together, then talk properly." His words were abruptly cut off. Naruto suddenly moved his speed beyond imagination, and the kunai was thrust precisely and decisively into Iruka's heart. Iruka looked down in disbelief at the kunai embedded in his chest, then looked up into Naruto. Those eyes, once as blue as the sky, had now turned blood red, with three black tomos spinning rapidly, then connecting and transforming into a complex pattern he had never seen before. 3 sharp black blades circled around a shattered ring like a torn sun, slowly rotating against a blood-red background. WWHY? Iruka asked with great difficulty, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Naruto's voice was unusually calm, but with an imperceptible tremor, because you represent the shackles of the past, Iruka-sensei. You are my last emotional bond with this village. Only by severing this bond can I fully awaken and implement my plan. At the moment the kunai pierced, Naruto cast an illusion called happiness on Iruka. Iruka's pupils began to diffuse, yet a serene smile appeared on his face. In his final moments he saw the figures of his parents smiling and waving at him. It was the scene he had longed for in his childhood, now becoming reality in the illusion. Thank you, Naruto. Iruka whispered with his last breath, then slowly collapsed. Naruto caught Iruka's falling body, gently placing him on the ground. Blood gushed from Iruka's chest, staining Naruto's hands and clothes. At that moment Naruto felt a sharp pain in his eyes, blood mixed with tears sliding down from the corners. The pattern of the Sharingan in his eyes changed again, the black blades becoming sharper, the broken ring reassembling into an even more complex and terrifying pattern, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. But Naruto felt no joy whatsoever. He looked at Iruka's peaceful face and knew he had allowed his teacher to leave happily in the illusion, yet the grim reality of death could not be changed. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, the bloodstained kunai nearly slipping from his grasp. Why? Naruto muttered to himself, tears streaming down his face. Clearly for a greater purpose. Clearly knowing this was necessary. He recalled everything Iruka had done for him, treating him to Ichiraku ramen, patiently teaching him after his pranks, and offering warmth during his loneliness. Those memories surged forth like a tide crashing against his newly awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan. The intense emotional fluctuations nearly caused the newly awakened ocular power to spiral out of control. Naruto fell to his knees, hands braced on the ground, blood and tears dripping onto the grass. I killed the only person who truly cared for me. He choked, the unprecedented pain nearly tearing him apart. But at that moment those memories flooding his mind resurfaced again. Images from another world flashed in his mind, the false peace under infinite Tsukuyomi, the endless deaths wrought by war, the greater tragedies born from indecision. No. Naruto slowly lifted his head, the pain in his eyes gradually replaced by determination. Sentimentality and hesitation will only lead to more death. Iruka-sensei's sacrifice must not be in vain. He stood up again, and the kunai in his hand no longer trembled. The kaleidoscope Sharingan emitted an eerie glow in the darkness. The 3 black blades around the reformed ring pattern seemed to rotate, slowly radiating a heart-stirring power. The first step toward peace, Naruto said softly, his voice calm, yet firm, must inevitably be accompanied by sacrifice and blood. This is the path I have chosen, and I will walk it resolutely. He took one last look at Iruka's body before turning away from the training ground. The kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated in his eyes, new power surging within him. In the distance the roars of Shikaku shook the heavens, and the crisis in Konoha continued. But at this moment Naruto was no longer the boy he once was. The awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan signified the dawn of a new era, and Naruto would become the leader of this age, regardless of whether the path ahead was bright or dark. This is just the beginning. Naruto gazed at the village engulfed in flames, the kaleidoscope Sharingan flickering with a cold light. The true transformation is only just starting. Naruto stood at the edge of the 3rd training ground, the kaleidoscope Sharingan emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. The pattern of those eyes was extraordinarily unique. 3 sharp black blades arranged in a triangular formation connected by broken chains with a deep red vortex at the center continuously spinning, as if it could swallow all light. As he gazed into these newly awakened eyes, an unprecedented sense of power surged within him. Simultaneously, knowledge of the special abilities of this kaleidoscope Sharingan naturally surfaced in his mind. I see now. Special ability 1, Law of Domination. Effect: Naruto can implant an absolute domination mark deep within the target's soul through eye contact. Those influenced by the mark will develop an instinctive obedience and reverence towards Naruto, viewing his will as the highest law. This influence is gradual, Initially, it may only evoke slight affection and trust, but over time it will deepen into absolute loyalty. Advanced applications fear domination intensifies the target's inner sense of fear, making Naruto the most revered presence to them. Pain Link allows multiple marked individuals to share pain. The betrayal of one will cause suffering to all connected. Absolute Command issues commands to marked individuals that cannot be disobeyed. Defiance results in intense pain at the soul level. Limitation Continuous eye contact is required to implant the mark. The effect will be diminished on individuals with particularly strong wills. The number of marked individuals that can be controlled is limited, increasing with the enhancement of ocular power. Special Ability 2 Reality Reconstruction. Effect Naruto can briefly rewrite the rules of the real world, forcibly implementing his own established laws within a limited area. For instance, he can temporarily change the direction of gravity, prohibit a certain chakra nature transformation, or establish an absolute rule, such as no ninjutsu, may be used in this area. Naruto stood in training ground 3. The patterns in his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly spinning. 3 black blades connected by shattered chains with a deep red vortex at the center. Iruka's lifeless body lay quietly not far away, blood staining the grass. There's no time to mourn, Naruto murmured to himself, the pain in his eyes swiftly replaced by coldness. He felt the newly awakened power surging within him, the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him not only strength, but also a completely new perspective. Naruto instantaneously left the training ground, racing towards the Hyuga clan's territory. The streets were in utter chaos, with Tsunegakure and Otogakure ninjas clashing with Konoha shinobi, while civilians fled in panic. Naruto skillfully avoided the main battlefield, utilizing the newly awakened ability of his Sharingan, Universal Reconstruction, to create a concealed path. Law of Dominance, Naruto murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over several battling ninjas. Surprisingly, both sides suddenly halted their fights, standing bewildered, as if they had forgotten the reason for combat. Without pausing, Naruto pressed on. The Hyuga clan's territory was relatively quiet, as most ninjas had been dispatched to the main battlefield for support. Based on the memories in his mind, he accurately located the annex, where the Hyuga family stored secret scrolls and supplies. Just as I remembered, Naruto observed the weakly defended annex. The main forces have been sent to the front lines. He stealthily infiltrated the hall. At that moment, a young member of the Hyuga clan emerged from around the corner, encountering Naruto. Hiden. Who are you? The Hyuga ninja warily assumed a gentle fist stance, activating his Byakugan. Naruto did not respond. He locked his Mangekyo Sharingan directly onto the intruder's gaze. Law of Dominance, Absolute Obedience. The Hyuga ninja's movements suddenly froze, his Byakugan becoming hollow and lifeless, completely under Naruto's ocular control. Come here, Naruto calmly commanded. The Hyuga ninja walked towards Naruto like a marionette, showing no resistance. Naruto retrieved a specially prepared cultivation bottle from his ninja tool pouch, filled with a liquid to maintain the vitality of the eyeballs. His movements were precise and calm, showing no hesitation. I'm sorry, Naruto whispered, but his hands acted mercilessly. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and Naruto's hands darted out like lightning. With the aid of Universal Reconstruction, he temporarily rewrote the physical rules of the local area, making the process of extracting the eyeballs more smooth. 2 pure white eyeballs were precisely extracted and placed into the cultivation bottle. The Hyuga ninja collapsed to the ground, his eye sockets bleeding, yet his face remained serene, due to the genjutsu. Naruto quickly sealed the bottle, ensuring the Byakugan's vitality, the Hyuga's bloodline limit, will become an important piece of the new order. He did not kill the Hyuga ninja, but instead left behind a message. He implanted a false memory in the other's mind through genjutsu. A masked ninja had attacked him, stealing his Byakugan. After securely storing the cultivation bottle, Naruto immediately headed toward the direction of Shikaku's rampage. The chaos along the way intensified, and the roar of Shikaku was deafening. Naruto moved at high speed, his Mangekyo Sharingan constantly analyzing the optimal route. When encountering blocking Tsunegakure ninjas, he showed no mercy. Universal Reconstruction, Gravitational Domain, Naruto softly chanted, and several Tsunegakure ninjas ahead were suddenly crushed by immense pressure, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Law of Dominance, Fear Control. Wherever his gaze fell, enemies trembled and knelt, losing their will to fight. Naruto did not kill these people, but left them as witnesses, to witness the rise of a new ruler. The closer he got to the main battlefield, the more destruction he encountered. Shikaku's sandstorm attacks devastated large areas, and Konoha ninjas struggled to organize a defense. Naruto saw Kakashi and several Jonin working together to combat Shikaku, but their efforts were minimal. Sasuke was injured all over yet continued to fight tenaciously. Sakura and Ino were organizing the evacuation of civilians. The situation is worse than I remembered. Naruto calmly analyzed. Orochimaru's plan is more meticulous and Tsunagekyu's involvement is greater. He noticed the detail. Temari and Kankuro were not participating in the battle, but standing at a distance watching with expressions of worry and fear, clearly frightened by Gaara's rampage. Naruto did not immediately join the battle. Instead, he found a high ground to observe the situation. His Mangekyo Sharingan quickly analyzed Shikaku's attack patterns and weaknesses. We need to subdue Shikaku first, then force Gaara's true body out. Naruto formulated a plan, then used the law of dominance to control him. Just then Shikaku suddenly began to gather a massive tailed beast bomb, targeting the Hokage building. Not good. Kakashi exclaimed, everyone retreat. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Universal reconstruction, energy dissipation. An invisible domain unfolded around Naruto. The tailed beast bomb Shikaku was gathering suddenly became unstable, the energy rapidly dissipating, ultimately transforming into a wisp of blue smoke. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what had happened. Shikaku roared in anger, searching for the disruptor. Its gaze finally locked onto Naruto high above. Is that Naruto? Sakura exclaimed in surprise, looking at the figure above. Sasuke also looked up, his Sharingan filled with shock. That chakra. What is going on? Naruto leaped down from above, landing steadily before Shikaku. His Mangekyo Sharingan stared directly at the massive beast, showing no hint of fear. Gaara, I know you can hear me. Naruto's voice was calm, yet powerful. Your pain, your love. I understand it more than anyone else. Shikaku's attacks suddenly paused and Gaara's consciousness struggled. But pain is not a reason for destruction. Naruto continued as his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Let me tell you what true dominion is. Shikaku let out a thunderous roar. The sandstorm attacks surged once more. But this time Naruto did not evade. Universal reconstruction rule establishment. In this area, sand loses its cohesiveness. A shocking scene unfolded. Every grain of sand rushing towards Naruto suddenly scattered, turning into ordinary sand that fell to the ground. Shikaku retreated in terror, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Naruto advanced slowly, each step shaking the earth. Law of dominance, absolute fear. An intangible sense of dread enveloped Shikaku. Even the tailed beast felt unprecedented fear. Shikaku began to retreat, its sandy form constantly collapsing. Come out, Gaara. Naruto's voice was icy, or I will completely shatter your vessel. The sandy body began to crumble, gradually revealing Gaara's true form. He curled up in the center of the sand sphere, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Naruto approached Gaara, his Mangekyo Sharingan locking onto his eyes. From this day forth, I will end your suffering. Your power will be under my control. Gaara trembled, yet under Naruto's gaze he could not resist. In the distance, Kakashi and Sasuke watched in shock, unable to comprehend how Naruto accomplished all of this. Naruto did not explain, simply gently placing his hand on Gaara's forehead. Sleep now. When you wake, the world will be different. Gaara slowly closed his eyes, slipping into slumber. Naruto raised his head, looking towards the ongoing battle in the distance. In his Mangekyo Sharingan, new patterns slowly spun. The first step is complete. He murmured softly. Next is to restore order to this chaotic world. The crisis of the Konoha collapse plan had not yet been resolved, but a new variable had already entered the fray. Naruto held the Byakugan in the cultivation bottle, with Gaara sleeping beneath him, the spinning Mangekyo in his eyes. The era of transformation officially began. Naruto stood beside the sleeping Gaara, the patterns in his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of his eyes, trickling down his cheeks, yet he remained unfazed. The cost of overusing the Mangekyo was beginning to manifest. His vision gradually blurred, sharp pain pricking at his nerves like needles. Not enough. Naruto murmured to himself, feeling the agony of his deteriorating eyesight. I need eternal light. I need Sasuke's eyes. With no blood relatives, he could only place his hopes on Sasuke. His gaze turned toward the overfatigued and unconscious Sasuke in the distance. The Sharingan of the Reincarnation of Indra. This was key to evolving into the eternal Mangekyo. Sakura was tending to Sasuke's wounds when she noticed Naruto approaching, her eyes still filled with a glimmer of hope. Naruto, come help, Sasuke-kun is badly injured. But her words were cut short. When she saw Naruto's bloodied eyes and his cold expression, a sense of foreboding surged within her. Naruto, what happened to your eyes? Sakura asked with a tremble. Naruto did not respond, but walked straight toward the unconscious Sasuke. His Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on Sasuke's eyes, as if evaluating a precious treasure. Sasuke's Sharingan. Naruto whispered softly, the bloodline of Indra is exactly what I need. Sakura, horrified, stood in front of Sasuke. Naruto, what do you want to do? He is your comrade. Naruto finally looked at Sakura, his bloodied eyes devoid of any emotion. Step aside, Sakura. This is a necessary sacrifice. No. Sakura cried. I don't understand. Why have you become this way? Why hurt Sasuke-kun? Naruto explained calmly, his voice chillingly steady. The Mangekyo Sharingan will eventually lead to blindness. Only by transplanting eyes can one evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. And Sasuke is the only option. Sakura shook her head in disbelief. You're insane. Sasuke is your most important comrade. Comrade. Naruto's lips curled into a sarcastic arc. On the path of transformation, comrades are merely expendable pawns. Before he finished speaking, Naruto suddenly struck universal reconfiguration action ceiling. Sakura instantly found herself unable to move, even her voice silenced, left only to watch helplessly as Naruto approached Sasuke. Don't worry, Sakura. Naruto said calmly. I will let Sasuke pass peacefully in the illusion, just like Iruka sensei. Tears fell silently from Sakura's eyes, her gaze filled with despair and fear. She struggled desperately against her restraints, but Naruto's ocular technique was too powerful. Naruto knelt beside Sasuke, retrieving another specially made cultivation vial. His movements were precise and calm, without a hint of hesitation. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Naruto spoke softly, but his hands moved without mercy. But this is for a greater goal. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, Naruto's hands darting out like lightning. With the assistance of the universal reconfiguration ability, he accurately modified the physical rules of the localized area, making the eye extraction process more smooth. Two crimson Sharingan were precisely extracted and placed into the cultivation vial. Sasuke's body twitched slightly, his eye sockets bleeding, yet due to the illusion's effect his expression remained eerily peaceful. Sakura witnessed this brutal scene, nearly breaking down. The two comrades she cared about most. One had turned cold and heartless, the other had been robbed of his eyes. Despairing tears blurred her vision. Naruto sealed the vial, ensuring the Sharingan's vitality, the power of Indra, will become the cornerstone of a new order. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the immobile Sakura. Forget all of this, Sakura. Law of Dominion, memory alteration. In an instant, Sakura's eyes turned hollow, then she slumped to the ground unconscious. Just then a figure rushed and stopped Naruto. Kakashi landed in the scene, shock evident on his face as he stared at the sight before him. Sasuke lay with hollow eyes, Sakura unconscious beside him, and Gaara sleeping at Naruto's feet. The most shocking thing was, Naruto's bloodied eyes were unmistakably the Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? Kakashi looked at Naruto in disbelief. Why do you have Sharingan? And it's a Mangekyo. Naruto calmly turned to face Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, long time no see. Kakashi's gaze shifted from Sasuke's empty eye sockets to the cultivation vial in Naruto's hand, instantly realizing what had transpired. Anger and grief surged within him. What did you do to Sasuke? A necessary sacrifice. Naruto replied indifferently. To gain eternal light, to establish a new order. Kakashi clenched his fists, trembling. Have you gone mad? Sasuke is your comrade. He is your most important comrade. Naruto interrupted him, the Mangekyo Sharingan coldly gazing at Kakashi. In this twisted world, the bond of comrades is merely a weak excuse. Real transformation requires sacrifice and resolve. Kakashi shook his head in pain. I don't understand. Why have you become this way? Where did that Naruto who valued comrades go? A flicker of emotion flashed in Naruto's eyes, but quickly returned to coldness. That naive Naruto is dead. He died, and the hatred of the villagers died, and the hypocrisy of those in power died in this twisted system. He took a step forward, the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly spinning. Step aside, Kakashi-sensei. I do not wish to be your enemy. Kakashi firmly stood in front of Sasuke and Sakura. I cannot let you harm anyone any further, Naruto. His fingers slowly moved toward his forehead protector. Whatever has happened to you, whatever power you have gained. As your teacher, I have a responsibility to stop you. Naruto smirked coldly. With that transplanted Sharingan of yours. Kakashi-sensei, you do not understand the true power of the Mangekyo at all. Kakashi took a deep breath, his expression resolute. Maybe I don't completely understand. But I do understand one thing. I absolutely cannot allow you to continue down this path. Swish. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan he had kept hidden. In his scarlet eyes the three tomos spun slowly. I will not let you pass, Naruto. Kakashi said firmly. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you. Naruto looked at Kakashi's Sharingan, a mocking smile crossing his lips. How ironic, Kakashi-sensei. The gift Obito gave you is now to be used against me. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. How do you know about Obito? But Naruto did not give him time to think. The Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly burst forth with a terrifying brilliance, the air around them beginning to distort. Then let me see, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice was cold and authoritative. Can you stop the current me? The realm of universal reconfiguration quietly unfolded. A showdown between master and disciple was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the vial in Naruto's hand, Sasuke's Sharingan floated quietly, as if watching this conflict born from it. The path to eternity has been opened, and the price is the eyes of a brother. Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto Naruto, its three tomo rotating slowly. The air was thick with tension as master and apprentice faced off, the surrounding sounds of battle seeming to fade away. Naruto, stop this. Kakashi's voice carried an unusual severity. I don't know where you obtained this power, but this is not the right path. Naruto curled his lips into a cold sneer, the pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan accelerating. The right path. Kakashi-sensei, the so-called right path you speak of, is that letting Sasuke drown in revenge, letting Sakura live in false hope, and letting me continue to be hated by the entire village. A chill ran through Kakashi's heart. How do you know about these? I know far more than you imagine. The blood in Naruto's eyes flowed faster. Like Obito, like Rin, like why you're always late. These words struck Kakashi's heart like a hammer. He stared at Naruto in disbelief. Impossible. You shouldn't know any of this. Naruto suddenly launched an attack. Law of Dominion, absolute terror. An invisible mental shockwave rushed toward Kakashi. But Kakashi's Sharingan spun just as rapidly, neutralizing the assault with sheer force. It's useless, Naruto. Kakashi said calmly, Sharingan against Sharingan. Genjutsu loses much of its effectiveness. Naruto frowned, realizing that Kakashi's experience far surpassed his own. Though the Mangekyo was formidable against a Jonin who had wielded the Sharingan for over a decade, pure mental attacks were indeed difficult to land. Universal Reconstruction, Gravity Domain. Naruto changed tactics, attempting to restrict Kakashi's movement by altering the laws of physics. Kakashi instantly formed hand signs, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. He skillfully used the earthen wall as a fulcrum to counter the gravitational shift. Very clever ability, Naruto, Kakashi remarked. But altering rules requires continuous consumption of a massive amount of chakra and ocular power, and you are nearing your limit, aren't you? Naruto indeed felt his vision blurring more and more. The price of using the Mangekyo was rapidly manifesting. Blood streamed ceaselessly from his eyes, and the world before him grew hazy. I must finish this quickly, Naruto thought to himself. But Kakashi-sensei knows the Sharingan too well. Conventional methods won't work. A dangerous idea emerged in Naruto's mind. He glanced at the seal on his abdomen, a flash of resolve in his eyes. If that's the case. Naruto suddenly leaped backward, creating distance from Kakashi. Kakashi watched him warily. Give up, Naruto. Come back with me. We can figure something out. But Naruto paid no heed, instead forming hand signs as his consciousness sank into the ceiling space. Naruto's consciousness appeared in the damp, dark ceiling space. Behind the massive iron bars, the nine-tailed demon fox opened its crimson eyes bearing a ferocious grin. Came again, brat. The nine-tail's voice dripped with mockery. How does it feel to have blood flowing from your eyes? Enjoying the taste of the Mangekyo? Naruto looked calmly at the nine-tails, his Mangekyo Sharingan still blazing within the ceiling space. I need your power, nine-tails. The nine-tails burst into ear-splitting laughter, begging for my power. Finally facing reality, brat. But Naruto's next words cut its laughter short. Not begging. It's an order. The Mangekyo Sharingan erupted with unprecedented light, the pattern spinning wildly. Law of dominion, absolute control. The nine-tails suddenly felt an overwhelming dread. This was no ordinary Sharingan genjutsu. It was absolute dominance, directly targeting the essence of a tailed beast. What is this power? The nine-tails discovered with horror that its body was beginning to move against its will. Impossible. Even the Uchiha's Mangekyo cannot control me so easily. Naruto coldly watched the struggling nine-tails. An ordinary Mangekyo cannot. But my eyes are different. He stepped forward, the Mangekyo's radiance growing even more dazzling. Because this is not merely a Sharingan. These eyes exist specifically to dominate tailed beasts. The nine-tails stared at Naruto in shock. Who are you? I am the one who will rule this world. Naruto said calmly. And now I need your power. Forcible extraction. Naruto formed hand seals, and the Mangekyo's light engulfed the entire ceiling space. Universal reconstruction seal weakening. The bars of the ceiling cage began to warp and twist, and the nine-tails felt its power being forcibly drawn out. Stop! The nine-tails roared in terror. If you forcibly extract chakra like this, the seal will collapse. You will die. Naruto remained unmoved. Then let's see who breaks first, nine-tails. Blood gushed from Naruto's eyes even faster, but he paid it no mind. The Mangekyo's pattern spun to its limit, and the ceiling space began to tremble violently. The nine-tails let out a tormented roar as crimson chakra, almost tangible, was ripped from its body and poured into Naruto. Outside, Kakashi watched Naruto in shock. Golden chakra began to surge out of Naruto's body, forming a chakra cloak. But this chakra was different from before, interwoven with ominous black patterns radiating a suffocating pressure. Naruto, stop! Kakashi shouted in alarm. Forcibly extracting the nine-tails chakra like this is too dangerous. But Naruto was completely immersed in the extraction of power. Within the ceiling space, the nine-tails struggles grew weaker as vast amounts of chakra were forcibly taken. When Naruto reopened his eyes, his appearance had drastically changed. A golden chakra cloak covered his entire body, adorned with black tomo patterns. The Mangekyo Sharingan looked even more eerie against the chakra glow. The bleeding from his eyes temporarily halted, but at the cost of enormous chakra consumption. So this is the power of the nine-tails. Naruto sensed the surging energy within him, but also felt a deeper emptiness. His Mangekyo vision had deteriorated further. Kakashi stared at the Naruto before him in shock. You actually forcibly controlled the nine-tails. Naruto did not answer. Instead, he slowly raised his hand. Golden chakra gathered in his palm, forming a dangerous sphere of energy. Step aside, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice grew low and commanding. I don't want to hurt you, but if you try to stop me, I won't hold back. Kakashi gritted his teeth and formed hand signs. I cannot let you continue down this wrong path. Chidori. Blue lightning coalesced in Kakashi's hands, starkly contrasting with Naruto's golden chakra. Master and apprentice faced off once more, but the balance of power had shifted entirely. With the nine-tails chakra at his command, Naruto's strength now far exceeded that of an average jonin. Final warning, Kakashi-sensei. The chakra sphere in Naruto's hand began to spin, emitting an aura of annihilation. Kakashi shook his head firmly. I am your teacher, Naruto. Guiding you onto the right path is my responsibility. The blue lightning and golden radiance clashed. A destined tragic confrontation had begun, and Naruto knew he had to end it quickly. His Mangekyo vision was rapidly deteriorating and the Nine-Tails chakra was constantly draining. Eternal light was within reach, but the price might far exceed imagination. The confrontation between Naruto and Kakashi reached a critical point. The Nine-Tails chakra surged within Naruto, the black Magatama patterns on his golden cloak flickering in and out of visibility, while the design of his Mangekyo Sharingan spun with a disquieting rhythm. Kakashi's Sharingan also fixed on Naruto, the three tomo slowly moving across the crimson backdrop. Kakashi made the first move, quickly forming hand signs, lightning cutter. Blinding lightning gathered in his hand, emitting a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Instead of charging directly at Naruto, he skillfully directed the lightning cutter into the ground, using the lightning's conductivity to create a spreading electric field. Naruto calmly leaped backward to evade the electric field while forming hand signs, wind-style vacuum serial waves. Several sharp wind blades sliced through the ground, heading straight for Kakashi. Kakashi was surprised by Naruto's proficient use of wind style and quickly dodged. When did you learn such a high-level wind style? Naruto suddenly accelerated the Nine-Tails chakra, granting him astonishing speed. In an instant he appeared to Kakashi's left, a Rasengan gathering in his hand, but its color was dark red, a variant infused with the Nine-Tails chakra. Kakashi barely evaded with a substitution jutsu. The wooden log in his place began to corrode and melt upon being struck by the dark red Rasengan. Nature transformation of the Nine-Tails chakra. Kakashi's expression turned grave. You can control it to this extent. The battle grew fiercer, and Kakashi gradually realized that conventional tactics were insufficient to win. He decided to unleash the true power of the Sharingan. Sharingan. The tomo in Kakashi's eye accelerated, beginning to copy Naruto's movements and jutsu. But to his shock, the chakra flow within Naruto's movements was abnormally complex, far beyond ordinary jutsu. Naruto sneered, "Want to copy the Mangekyo's power? Too naive, Kakashi-sensei." Suddenly the pattern in Naruto's eyes spun violently, and a dark red skeletal chakra arm formed around his right arm, the initial form of Susanoo. That's... Kakashi's pupils contracted. What? The dark red Susanoo arm swept across, obliterating everything in its path with devastating force. Kakashi barely leaped backward, but was still thrown back by the shockwave. Naruto did not pursue. Instead, he dispelled the Susanoo arm, panting slightly. Maintaining even a partial Susanoo was extremely draining, especially while simultaneously suppressing the Nine-Tails chakra. Kakashi realized the severity of the situation and decided to use his final trump card. He lifted his headband, fully revealing his Sharingan. The three tomo began to morph into a Mangekyo pattern. I never thought you'd push me to this point, Naruto. Kakashi's voice was heavy. Kamui. The space around Naruto began to warp, a terrifying suction attempting to... At the critical moment, Naruto, relying on his knowledge of memories and his own Mangekyo's insight, predicted Kamui's focal point. Universal reconstruction, space stabilization. Naruto's Mangekyo spun rapidly, forcibly creating a stable point within Kamui's warped space, allowing him to escape. Kakashi was stunned. You can counter Kamui's spatial distortion. Naruto panted, blood flowing from his eyes. I know all your abilities, Kakashi-sensei. I'm well aware of Kamui's weakness. It takes time to focus, and each use places a heavy burden. Kakashi, exhausted from overusing Kamui, fell to one knee, blood streaming from his Sharingan. Naruto was also in poor condition. His Mangekyo vision severely deteriorated, and the Nine-Tails chakra began to backlash. One final strike, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto struggled to stand upright, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. He summoned the Susanoo arm again, but this time it was more solid, even showing vein-like patterns on the dark red bones. The Nine-Tails chakra merged with Susanoo's power, creating a unique, blood-colored arm. Kakashi used his last strength to activate Kamui again, but Naruto had already predicted too slow. The Susanoo arm lashed out, not aiming at Kakashi himself, but directly at Kamui's spatial distortion point. The two spatial forces collided fiercely, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi lay unconscious, his Sharingan closed and bleeding from overuse. Naruto staggered to his side, gathering a small chakra blade in his hand. I'm sorry, sensei, but I need these eyes. Naruto whispered, his movements precise and swift. He carefully extracted Kakashi's Sharingan and placed it into a specially prepared culture bottle. The entire process was quick and professional, clearly meticulously planned. Before leaving, Naruto glanced back at the unconscious Kakashi, a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes quickly replaced by resolve. This world's transformation requires sacrifice, and I will bear all the sins. Naruto swiftly departed from the battlefield, holding the culture bottle containing Kakashi's Sharingan. His Mangekyo vision was already extremely blurred, blood continuously seeping from his eyes. I must transplant it as soon as possible. But first I need a safe place. Naruto muttered to himself, heading toward a predetermined secret base. Along the way, the chaos in the Leaf Village continued. The full form of Shikaku rampaged in the distance with sand and sound ninjas locked in fierce combat with leaf ninjas. But Naruto ignored all of that, focused solely on his goal. At a concealed corner, Naruto suddenly stopped. "Come out, I know you're there." A figure emerged from the shadows. Kabuto Yakushi, pushing up his glasses with a meaningful smile. "What a splendid performance, Naruto-kun. Lord Orochimaru will be very interested in your progress." Naruto stared coldly at Kabuto. "Tell Orochimaru that our cooperation is limited to mutual non-interference. Don't interfere with my plans." Kabuto chuckled lightly. Of course. However, if you need help with the transplant surgery, I'd be happy to assist. After all, Sharingan transplantation is quite a delicate task." Naruto did not reply, only gave Kabuto a cold glance before vanishing with a body flick. Kabuto watched Naruto's retreating figure and pushed his glasses, more and more interesting. "This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki seems more valuable than Sasuke." Naruto arrived at a secret underground base, a refuge he had prepared in advance, stocked with necessary supplies and equipment. He carefully placed 3 culture bottles on the table: Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, the Byakugan from the Hyuga branch house, and Kakashi's Sharingan. Indra's ocular power, the Hyuga's bloodline, Kimui's ability. Naruto gazed at these eyes, ambition and hunger flickering in his own. By merging these powers, I can surpass everyone. But first he needed to solve the rapid decline in his eyesight. Naruto picked up Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, took a deep breath, and began preparing for the transplant surgery. Eternal light is just ahead. Outside, the Konoha crush plan was still ongoing. But no one knew that in the midst of this chaos, a new power with terrifying potential was being born. A power that would change the entire shinobi world order. And Naruto's path had only just begun. The smoke of the Konoha collapse plan has finally dissipated, yet the scars remain deeply etched upon this once prosperous ninja village. Although the joint attack from Tsunegakure and Otogakure was repelled, Konoha paid a heavy price. The morning sunlight illuminated the ravaged Konoha village. Medical ninjas moved through the ruins, searching for survivors and carrying away the injured. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred debris. The once bustling streets had become mere remnants of walls. Jiraiya stood atop Hokage Rock, his expression grave as he looked down upon the afflicted village. Mike Guy stood nearby, unusually devoid of his trademark smile, reporting somberly, "The death toll exceeds 300 with nearly 1,000 injured. Critical facilities have suffered severe damage, hospitals are operating beyond capacity, and parts of the Ninja Academy have collapsed." Jiraiya clenched his fists. "What about Tsunegakure and Otogakure?" "The Tsunegakure forces have retreated, taking the unconscious Gaara beyond the borders of the Land of Fire," Might Guy reported. "The Otogakure ninjas also withdrew quickly after the plan failed. Orochimaru is missing." What they did not know was that within Tsunegakure's ranks, a faint Sharingan mark slowly embedded itself into the unconscious Gaara's heart. The genjutsu planted by Naruto had already taken effect and would be triggered at a critical moment in the future. As the casualty list was compiled, Konoha plunged into deeper sorrow. The body of Iruka Sensei was discovered at the 3rd training ground. Confusingly, he wore a serene smile on his face, as if he had passed away in a beautiful dream, a jarring contrast to the fatal wound on his chest. Kakashi was found unconscious amidst the ruins. His Sharingan precisely extracted, the surgical technique shockingly professional. Sasuke similarly faced misfortune, his eyes taken, yet unlike other victims his expression was eerily calm, as though he had experienced some form of happiness in his sleep. A young member of the Hyuga clan suffered the same fate, his Byakugan stolen, yet his face bore an uncanny expression of tranquility. The heaviest blow came from the Hokage Tower. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sacrificed himself in battle against Orochimaru to protect the village. This leader of Konoha for decades sealed Orochimaru's hands in his final moments, buying the village a slim chance of survival. Konoha fell into an unprecedented low. Overnight they lost their leader, several elite ninjas, and most critically their confidence and safety. The ninja hospital was overcrowded, the cries of the wounded echoing endlessly. Survivors wore bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend why such an attack had befallen them. The Hyuga clan was engulfed in panic. The theft of their Byakugan made the entire clan feel threatened, exacerbating the conflict between the main and branch families over security measures. In front of the Uchiha estate, Sasuke lay alone on a hospital bed, his eyes bandaged. The once proud genius had now been stripped of even the ability to seek revenge. Kakashi also lay in the hospital, his strength greatly diminished after losing his Sharingan. More importantly, he bore the psychological trauma of being betrayed by his most valued student. In the Hokage Tower's conference room, an emergency meeting was convened among Konoha's upper echelons. Tsunade and Mito Gate looked grave as they presided over the meeting. Jiraiya, Might Guy, representatives from various clans, and the leaders of the Jonin gathered, the atmosphere stifling. "We must immediately select an acting Hokage," Tsunade said sternly. "The village cannot be leaderless." All gazes turned to Jiraiya, who shook his head. "I am not suitable to be Hokage. Moreover, I need to investigate the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Naruto." Uzumaki Naruto. Mito Gate said heavily. "Based on on-site investigations and survivor testimonies, it is confirmed that he took the Sharingan and Byakugan, killed Iruka, and has some connection with Orochimaru." The conference room fell into silence. The betrayal of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was more terrifying than any enemy. "Immediately issue a bounty for the rogue ninja," Tsunade declared decisively. Uzumaki Naruto charges rogue ninja murder of comrades, theft of bloodline limits. Danger levels class. After the meeting, Jiraiya stood alone on the rooftop, filled with confusion and self-reproach. "Why Naruto?" he murmured. "Why did you choose this path?" He did not know Naruto well, only that he was the son of Minato and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. But from their limited encounters, Naruto had given him the impression of a child longing for recognition. How could he suddenly become so cold and cruel? Was it Orochimaru's temptation, or the influence of the Nine Tails? Jiraiya tightened his grip on the railing. "Regardless, I must find you, Naruto, in light of Minato's legacy." But a voice within him questioned, if he found Naruto, how should he deal with him? Should he kill the only son of Minato? Or should he try to save this wayward youth? That afternoon, Konoha issued a bounty for the rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. The bulletin board was surrounded by shocked villagers and ninjas. That fox brat finally revealed his true colors. He actually killed Iruka Sensei. Unforgivable. He took the Sharingan and Byakugan. What does he want? The previous discrimination and fear towards Naruto had transformed into palpable hatred. Naruto had become Konoha's public enemy, with a bounty as high as 50 million ryo. Sakura stood in front of the bulletin, tears blurring her vision. She could not comprehend how the Naruto who once had a crush on her and longed for approval could turn into such a ruthless rogue ninja. Ino also found it hard to believe. How could it be? Naruto, he clearly. Shikamaru frowned at the wanted notice. This is troublesome. This just made things complicated. Meanwhile, the Sunagakure forces had retreated to the borders of the Land of Fire. The leading Temari and Kankuro looked grave. They had not only failed their mission, but also lost Gaara, an important asset. What is Gaara's condition? Temari asked worriedly. Kankuro examined Gaara. He is still unconscious, but his vital signs are stable. Strangely, he wore a calm expression, even as if he were smiling. They did not know that in Gaara's subconscious the illusion planted by Naruto was quietly taking root. It was a simple trigger-based suggestion. When hearing specific keywords, Gaara would unconditionally obey the commands of the caster. This foreshadowing would quietly explode at a crucial moment in the future. As night fell, Konoha lay in silence amid sorrow and fear. The lights were much dimmer than usual, and the number of patrolling ninjas increased, yet their morale was low. Jiraiya stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the scarred village, resolute. I must find Tsunade first. Only she can stabilize the current situation. Yet he was keenly aware that a greater storm might still be brewing. The purpose behind Naruto's theft of the Sharingan and Byakugan remained unclear, as did his relationship with Orochimaru. The next target was uncertain. The betrayal of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a dangerous signal for the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Naruto was conducting eye transplant surgery at a secret base. The evolution of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was nearing completion, giving rise to a terrifying entity possessing multiple bloodline limits. The collapse of Konoha was not the end, but rather the beginning of a greater storm. The name Uzumaki Naruto would shift from a hero candidate of Konoha to a legendary rogue ninja that instilled fear. The dawn of a new day was approaching, yet Konoha's future remained shrouded in deeper shadows. Within the tall tower of rain, hidden village members of the Akatsuki gathered for a remote meeting using the art of shadow projection. Unique specters encircled each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Pain's Rinnegan surveyed the room. Konoha Hidden Village has recently suffered a large-scale attack, resulting in significant losses. However, specific intelligence has been strictly sealed. We need to understand the actual situation. Kisame snorted coldly. Konoha's financial situation has always been mediocre, and after this disaster there might not be much profit to gain. Deidara, however, was excited. Large-scale explosion arts. Interesting. I wonder who is behind it. Ignoring the discussions, Pain directly issued orders. Itachi Uchiha, you were once a ninja of Konoha and are most familiar with it. You and Kisame go investigate and gather detailed intelligence. Itachi's specter slightly nodded, his voice calm and unruffled. Understood. Kisame grinned, revealing shark-like teeth. Finally an opportunity to visit Konoha. I heard the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is there too. Pain warned, do not act rashly. Our plans are not yet prepared, and capturing the tailed beasts is premature. This mission is primarily for intelligence gathering. The meeting concluded, and Itachi and Kisame's true forms gathered at the border of the Land of Rain, heading towards the Land of Fire. Days later, in the forest at the border of the Land of Fire, two figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds quietly advanced. Tisk, it seems the battle was fierce. Kisame observed the damaged trees and remnants of ninjutsu along the way, sand and lightning. Was it a joint attack by Sunagakure and Kimogakure? Itachi carefully scrutinized the traces. No, it was Sunagakure and Otogakure. These traces indicate that Shikaku's full form once appeared, and the remnants of sound ninjutsu are quite evident. Kisame looked at Itachi in surprise. You can deduce so much from just this. Truly worthy of Mr. Itachi. Continue onward. Itachi retracted his arm, his voice is still calm. Konoha's vigilance should be stricter than usual. Proceed with caution. When Itachi and Kisame reached the outskirts of Konoha, even he couldn't help but be slightly moved by the sight before him. The once prosperous Konoha Hidden Village was now filled with ruins. Restoration work was underway, but progress was slow. The number of vigilant ninjas had significantly increased, but many bore injuries, and their morale was low. How pitiful it is. Kisame chuckled, reveling in their misfortune. Konoha has met its day of reckoning. Itachi observed in silence. His Sharingan quietly activated, capturing every detail: the progress of the restoration work, the condition of the ninjas, and the flaws in their vigilance. Look over there. Itachi pointed towards Hokage Rock. Kisame looked in that direction and was astonished to find the statue of the third Hokage covered in black cloth. Next to it was a smaller statue, seemingly to commemorate a fallen ninja. The third Hokage is dead, Kisame asked in shock. Who could kill that old man? Itachi's gaze deepened. Orochimaru. Only he could be capable of such an act. Night fell, and Itachi and Kisame cleverly avoided Konoha's vigilance network infiltrating the village. Thanks to Itachi's familiarity with Konoha's terrain, they moved as if in a land without people. In a secluded tavern, several injured ninjas were drowning their sorrows in alcohol. Itachi and Kisame, disguised as ordinary villagers, sitting at the neighboring table quietly listening. Iruka Sensei died too tragically. I heard he was found on the training ground. And Kakashi Senpai, his Sharingan was taken. The Uchiha kid too, both eyes were gouged out. The Hyuga clan also suffered. Oh, a member of the main family had their Byakugan taken. Kisame whispered to Itachi, Sharingan, and Byakugan taken. Interesting who did this. Itachi's expression was calm, but his heart surged with waves. Sasuke, his younger brother, also met misfortune. Another drunken ninja continued. The most terrifying thing is that demon fox kid. Actually a traitor. Chill. Lower your voice. We can't mention that name now. What are you afraid of? That monster killed Iruka Sensei, took the bloodline limit and defected to Orochimaru. He is a demon. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, both surprised by what they saw in each other's eyes. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. Defected, Kisame said incredulously in a low voice. That's unexpected news. Itachi remained silent, but his mind rapidly analyzed the information. Naruto defected, took the bloodline limit. This was far removed from the child he knew. After collecting enough intelligence, Itachi and Kisame prepared to withdraw. But while passing through a secluded street, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Jiraiya. Oh, isn't this Itachi and Kisame? Jiraiya looked seriously at the two. Is the Akatsuki interested in Konoha's plight? Kisame grinned, holding on to Samehada. Are we going to make a move, mister? Itachi. Itachi calmly looked at Jiraiya. We are only here to gather intelligence with no intention of being enemies with Konoha. Jiraiya scoffed, roaming Konoha dressed in Akatsuki's attire, yet claiming no hostile intent. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just as a fight was about to break out, an Anbu suddenly appeared, whispering a few words in Jiraiya's ear. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly as he deeply looked at Itachi. Today consider yourselves lucky. Tell your leader that while Konoha is injured, it is by no means a lamb to be slaughtered. With that, Jiraiya vanished in an instant, clearly having urgent business. Kisame released Samehada. We escaped a calamity. If a fight had broken out, dealing with that Jiraiya wouldn't have been easy. Itachi gazed in the direction Jiraiya had left thoughtfully. He has urgent matters. Possibly related to the Ninetales Jinchuriki. After safely leaving Konoha, Itachi and Kisame organized the intelligence they had collected in a concealed location. So to summarize, Tsunagakure and Otogakure jointly attacked Konoha. The third Hokage fell in battle. The Ninetales Jinchuriki defected and took the Sharingan, and Byakugan defecting to Orochimaru. Kisame sorted through the information. Interesting developments. Itachi remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, things are not that simple. Oh, what insights does Mr. Itachi have? The purpose of Naruto taking the bloodline limit is unclear, and the claim of him defecting to Orochimaru lacks evidence. Itachi analyzed. More importantly, how could he simultaneously fend off Kakashi, take Sasuke's Sharingan, and control the Ninetales chakra? This does not align with his previous power assessment. Kisame nodded. Indeed. According to previous intelligence, the Ninetales Jinchuriki was merely a bottom-tier genin. Suddenly becoming so strong is indeed suspicious. Itachi looked towards Konoha, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes, unless he has undergone some transformation or acquired assistance that we are unaware of. Using the art of shadow projection, Itachi reported the collected intelligence to Pain. After a moment of silence, Pain ordered, continue to monitor the movements of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but do not act rashly. His ability to take the Sharingan and Byakugan indicates that his strength and danger level far exceed expectations. We will act only when we are sufficiently prepared. Kakuzu added, if we can win him over to join Akatsuki, it might save us a lot of trouble. After all, someone capable of handling both Sharingan and Byakugan should not be underestimated. Deidara excitedly said, causing such massive destruction, they must be an extraordinary artist. Pain finally commanded, Itachi, Kisame for now operate near the Land of Fire and continue to gather relevant intelligence, especially regarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki and Orochimaru's movements. The meeting concluded and Itachi stood alone under the moonlight, gazing in the direction of Konoha. Sasuke, he whispered to himself, are you still alive? What has that Naruto become? Kisame walked over, worried about your brother, Mr. Itachi. Itachi did not respond, but the worry in his eyes could not be completely concealed. Kisame grinned. Don't worry, having the Sharingan taken does not necessarily mean death. Perhaps that kid turned misfortune into fortune and escaped the curse. Itachi turned to gaze into the distance, his voice low. Sometimes living is more painful than dying. especially for the Uchiha. The night wind blew, carrying the sorrowful atmosphere of distant Konoha. The involvement of the Akatsuki added new variables to an already complex situation. And Naruto's whereabouts and intentions became the focus of everyone's attention. A storm was brewing. In the dim underground laboratory, Ming-Ren slowly removed the bandages from his eyes. 2 weeks of recovery had ended, and the transplant surgery was complete. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. A pair of brand new eyes opened in the darkness with unprecedented patterns emerging in his pupils. The pattern in his left eye consisted of 3 black blades arranged in a triangle connected by fragmented chains with a deep crimson vortex at the center. This was the original form of his Mangekyo, but more solid and stable. The pattern in his right eye, however, had mutated. The 3 blades became sharper, the chains were fully connected, the central vortex spun faster, and 6 tiny magatama encircled the edges. This was an evolution triggered by the fusion with Zuiju's Indra chakra. Most astonishingly, the patterns in both eyes could rotate and sync with the broken chains in the left eye resonating with the complete chains in the right, and the central vortices spinning in opposite directions, forming a perfect balance. So this is the eternal Mangekyo. Ming-Ren whispered to himself, a rare hint of excitement in his voice. He walked to the mirror and gazed at his new eyes. Not only had his vision fully recovered, but it far surpassed anything before. The world appeared incredibly clear to him. He could even see the microscopic flow of chakra. Zuiju's eyes. Ming-Ren touched his right eye, complex emotions surging within him. In the end, I gained power this way. Ming-Ren began testing the abilities of the eternal Mangekyo. First, basic visual prowess. Visual acuity increased several-fold, dynamic vision sufficient to capture ultra-high-speed movement. Chakra vision is sharper. I can see the flow within the meridian system. Resistance to genjutsu greatly enhanced. Next, he tested special abilities, gathering chakra, law of dominion, absolute control. The pattern in his right eye rotated, emitting an invisible mental wave. The experimental animals in the lab instantly froze, completely obedient to Ming-Ren's will. Myriad reconstruction, gravity, reversal. The pattern in his left eye spun, and objects in the lab began to float. Ming-Ren precisely controlled the range and intensity of the gravity field. Most delightfully, the eternal Mangekyo greatly reduced the consumption of dojutsu power. Techniques that previously caused bleeding after a few uses could now be employed continuously with almost no strain. Susanoo. Ming-Ren attempted to summon Susanoo. Dark red chakra surged forth, rapidly forming a complete skeletal structure. But unlike before, this Susanoo was far more stable and consumed much less energy. Indeed, the eternal Mangekyo is the true form of the Sharingan. Ming-Ren felt the new power. No more risk of blindness, dojutsu power is nearly limitless. Ming-Ren walked to the other end of the lab, where 2 special culture bottles were placed. One contained the Byakugan of the Hyuga branch family, and the other held Kakashi's Sharingan. Byakugan. Kamui. Ming-Ren stared at the 2 eyes. I still need time to research how to fuse these powers. He attempted to analyze the Byakugan structure with his eternal Mangekyo, the Hyuga's bloodline limit. A completely different system from the Sharingan. Direct transplantation would cause rejection. Kakashi's Sharingan was even more special. Obito's eyes contained spatial abilities. But as a transplanted organ, its compatibility with my body is insufficient. Ming-Ren was not in a hurry. With the eternal Mangekyo, he had ample time and research capability to solve these problems. First, use shadow clones for research. Ming-Ren performed hand seals and created several shadow clones. Team 1 analyzed the Byakugan structure and chakra patterns. Team 2 study Kamui's spatial properties. Team 3 attempt to develop fusion techniques. The shadow clones immediately set to work. With the eternal Mangekyo, Ming-Ren shadow clones could also share his dojutsu abilities, dramatically increasing research efficiency. Though he had gained eternal light, Ming-Ren's heart was not at peace. He walked to a corner of the lab, where 2 items lay: his own forehead protector and Iruka's teacher certificate. Zuiju. Iruka Sensei. Ming-Ren murmured the 2 names, a ripple passing through his eternal Mangekyo. He clearly remembered the sensation of taking Zuiju's eyes and Iruka's peaceful expression as he passed away in the genjutsu. These memories were branded into his heart. Necessary sacrifices. Mingren clenched his fists, the ripple in his eyes fading quickly to be replaced by cold determination. For the new order, these costs must be paid. But deep within, a voice questioned, were they truly necessary sacrifices? Or was this merely a selfish plunder under the guise of righteousness? Mingren shook his head, shaking off these distractions. Hesitation and regret are the marks of the weak. Since I have chosen this path, I must walk it unwaveringly. Mingren began formulating his next plan. Obtaining the eternal Mangekyo was only the first step. He still needed more power and a more complete strategy. First, establish a secret base as a hub for research and development. Second, continue collecting bloodline limits and special abilities to enrich my power system. Finally, begin infiltrating and influencing the major ninja villages to prepare for the establishment of a new order. He paid particular attention to the movements of the Akatsuki. According to his memories, the Akatsuki was gathering tailed beasts and preparing to implement the Moon's Eye plan. This was both a threat and an opportunity. Perhaps I can use the Akatsuki's plan. Mingren pondered. Let them destroy the existing order first, then I will appear as a savior and establish a new order. Through secret channels, Mingren learned the latest situation in Konoha. Tsunade had returned and become the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya was searching everywhere for him. Wazhu and Kakashi had lost their eyes, but were alive. Tsunade has returned. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Mingren's eyes, but it quickly turned cold. Too bad. We are no longer on the same path. He also learned that he had been officially classified as in rank Misingnan with a bounty as high as 80 million Ryo. Konoha had dispatched multiple squads to hunt him, but he had cleverly evaded them. Hunting me? Mingren sneered. Night fell, and he left the underground lab to emerge above ground. The eternal Mangekyo glinted eerily in the moonlight. He looked toward Konoha, no longing lingering in his eyes. Goodbye, my past self. From today on, I am a new Uzumaki Mingren, a ruler who forges peace through fear. In the moonlight, his silhouette appeared lonely and resolute. The eternal Mangekyo slowly rotated, as if watching the world about to be changed. The era of transformation had arrived, and Mingren was its harbinger. With eternal light in his eyes, he would walk a path no one could foresee. The end of the road. Would it be redemption or destruction? Only time would tell. In a dim underground laboratory, Mingren stood before a specially crafted mirror. The Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan cast an eerie glow in the gloom. Within those eyes, fused with his brother's blood, intricate patterns turned slowly. Not yet enough. Mingren murmured, his fingertips brushing the mirror. The eternal radiance is only the beginning. I still require greater power. Fragments of memory rose in his mind. Of the three great sanctuaries of Xianshu, immortal arts of forces that transcend mortal limits. In those recollections, the Baishi Xianren of Longdi Dong wielded an unusual Xianshu. Such power might aid him in mastering his newly acquired Xiaolunyan, perhaps even enabling a perfect synthesis of his bloodline limit. Mingren removed the forehead protector bearing the mark of a renegade and tossed it onto the bench. He shrugged on a deep gray cloak, the brim drawn low to conceal those extraordinary eyes. He performed Bienshin Shu transformation technique. His angular features softened into an unremarkable visage, his brilliant blonde hair darkened to deep brown, and his height subtly shifted. In an instant, he became a nondescript wanderer. He performed a final inspection of his kit, specially forged kunai and shuriken sealing scrolls, and several vials containing Xiaolunyan and Baiyan specimens. All preparations complete. Time to depart. Mingren pushed open the hidden door of the laboratory and stepped into the world beyond. The sunlight was sharp. He narrowed his eyes. The Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan sharpened his vision to unnatural acuity. He could discern motes drifting in the air. Mingren selected a secluded path toward Longdi Dong. He avoided contact with others. The Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan remained only partly mastered, and needless conflict would only betray his presence. He passed through a small town scarred by war, its streets thin with people and many shops. Mingren pulled his hood lower and quickened his pace through the town. At its edge, the clamor of a scuffle in a narrow alley drew his attention. A band of thugs were mercilessly beating a frail boy, fists and boots landing without restraint. Worthless. Can't even cough up a coin. Looks like you have no family. No one's going to care if you're dead. Still dare to glare at me. You're asking for death. Mingren had intended to ignore them and move on, but a glimpse of the battered boy stopped him. The youth crouched on the ground, taking the blows without resistance or cry. What unnerved Mingren most were the boy's eyes, hollow and despairing as though he had surrendered everything, and even the most basic instinct to survive had vanished. That look, Mingren knew it too well. It was the same gaze he had once seen in the mirror when the village had cast him out, when he was lonely and helpless. Yet Mingren had never ceased to resist. Even in his darkest hours, he vented his grievances with mischief and met the world with stubborn defiance. This boy, however, seemed to have even that will extinguished. Mingren appeared silently at the alley's mouth. Beneath his cloak his fingers formed a seal. Feng Dun Chilio Wanwu wind release airflow maelstrom. An invisible gust swept the alley, slamming the thugs into the walls. They flailed in panic, then turned their eyes toward Mingren at the entrance. Who dares meddle in my affairs? The ringleader shouted, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. Mingren paid them no heed, fixing his gaze on the curled boy while issuing a single command: scram. The simple word nonetheless carried an oppressive force. The thugs fled as if granted absolution, scrambling away. Mingren approached the boy and crouched. The youth remained curled, unmoved, as if the rescue had not touched him. Why didn't you fight back? Mingren asked calmly. The boy lifted his head slowly, his hollow eyes held no focus. I couldn't. His voice was lifeless, like an echo from an abyss. Mingren stared into the boy's eyes. The Yongheng, Wanhua, Tongzai turned slightly. He saw the boy's inner despair. Parents slain in the chaos of war, abandoned by relatives, cast onto the streets, tormented time and again, until even the will to resist was eroded. So you would rather spend your life as someone else's stepping stone? Mingren's voice was ice cold. For a flicker the boy's vacant eyes betrayed the faintest stir, as if struck by that remark. Mingren continued, without the courage to resist, you will only be trampled forever. He rose and cast one last look at the boy. Survival is not given by pleading, it is seized. If you cannot grasp, even that, then you are fit only to live in the mire. With that Mingren turned and left without hesitation. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he vanished from the alley. The boy remained curled where he was, yet a faint glimmer now stirred within his hollow eyes. He clenched his fist, nails digging into his palm until blood seeped through his fingers. After leaving the town, Mingren continued toward Longdidong. His feelings were conflicted. The image of the boy lingered in his mind. Why did I intervene? Mingren asked himself. Compassion? No. I cast aside such weakness long ago. He pondered, then answered, perhaps I glimpsed my former self. The self that was once desperate, yet never abandoned resistance. He quickly banished the diversion. He had a more important purpose now, and could not be distracted by trifles. Everyone has a choice, Mingren said, gazing toward the distant mountains. To resist, or to submit. And I have chosen the path of transformation. He quickened his pace. The Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan glimmered faintly beneath the cloak's shadow. Longdidong lay ahead, and the power of the Baishi Xianren awaited him there. The boy, abandoned in the alley, rose slowly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He watched the direction Mingren had taken, and for the first time a flame, named will, kindled in his eyes. Seize it, the boy murmured, his clenched fists steadying. The course of fate is strange. Mingren would never know that his few cold words today might have planted a seed of change in the boy's future. Yet Mingren's gaze remained fixed on a single objective, Longdidong, and the Xianren power awaiting him there. The road was long, but the eternal light guided his way. The march of change never ceases. Mingren left the small town and quickened his pace toward Longdi Cave. His figure swiftly darted through the dense forest, his cloak rustling in the wind. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowed faintly under the shadow of his hood, perceiving every detail ahead. According to those memory fragments, Longdi Cave was located deep in the mountains of the northwestern Huizhigua, in an extremely secluded position. Even if ordinary people knew the general direction, it would be difficult to find the specific entrance, let alone pass through those dangerous natural barriers. But for Mingren, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo, these obstacles were nothing. His eyes could see through illusions and disguises, precisely finding the correct path, and he dispelled the transformation technique. Natural energy is becoming denser. Mingren keenly sensed the changes in the surrounding environment. The flow of chakra in the air became abnormal, and the flora and fauna took on unnatural forms, a sign of approaching the sacred land. The deeper he went, the more eerie the environment became. Trees twisted into strange shapes, patterns resembling snake scales emerged on the rocks, and faint hissing sounds could be heard. The domain of snakes. Ming-Ren watched his surroundings warily, his eternal Mangekyo slowly rotating. Suddenly a thick fog appeared ahead. Vaguely visible in the fog were huge serpentine shadows swimming, exuding a dangerous aura. An illusion barrier. Ming-Ren sneered. It is ineffective on me. The eternal Mangekyo spun violently, and the thick fog before him instantly dissipated, revealing the true scene. A narrow canyon passage with various colored venomous snakes crawling on the rock walls on both sides, their cold vertical pupils fixed on the intruder. Ming-Ren pressed forward fearlessly. The venomous snakes seemed to sense his dangerous aura and made way. Passing through the canyon, the view suddenly opened up. A huge cave entrance appeared on the mountain wall, with intricate serpentine patterns carved around it, exuding an ancient and dangerous aura. 3 figures stood at the entrance with the upper bodies of human females, but serpent tails for lower halves. These were the gatekeepers of Longdi Cave, Tinshin Shinji Shirchu Dooji, and Tuanjinji. Stranger, why have you come to Longdi Cave? The central Snakeheim spoke, her voice carrying a hissing echo. Ming-Ren pushed back his hood, revealing his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I seek the guidance of the White Snake Sage. The 3 Snakeheims all showed surprise upon seeing those eyes. The left Snakeheim whispered, a Sharingan. And it is the eternal Mangekyo. How interesting. The right Snakeheim licked her lips. Such powerful dojutsu might be able to pass the trial. The central Snakeheim regained her composure. Longdi Cave does not welcome uninvited guests. If you wish to see the White Snake Sage, you must first pass our trial. Ming-Ren asked calmly, what trial? The 3 Snakeheims exchanged smiles, and their figures suddenly became blurry. The surrounding scenery began to warp and change. Triple trial. The first trial was presided over by Tinshin Shinji. Ming-Ren found himself in a prosperous village where the villagers warmly welcomed him, calling him a hero and savior. Stay here, Ming-Ren, said the illusionary teacher Iruka with a smile. There is no need for battle, no need for sacrifice. You can live a peaceful life. Ming-Ren looked at all this coldly. A low-level illusion. Myriad reconstruction, true vision. The eternal Mangekyo spun, and the illusion shattered instantly. Tinshin Shinji stepped back in astonishment. To be able to so easily. The second trial was presided over by Shirchu Dooji. Countless treasures and secret scrolls appeared before Ming-Ren, including various bloodline limits and forbidden techniques he had been seeking. All these can be yours. Shirchu Dooji tempted. No need for arduous searching, no need to pay any price. The treasures of Longdi Cave are yours for the taking. A flicker of emotion passed through Ming-Ren's eyes, but he quickly regained his coldness. False power is worthless. Dominion law, truth breaking. The tempting scene vanished like smoke. Shirchu Dooji gritted her teeth. Such a firm will. The third trial was presided over by Tuanjinji. This time Ming-Ren's deepest fear appeared. He saw his revolution fail, all sacrifices become meaningless, and the world plunged into deeper darkness. This is your future, Tuanjinji's voice whispered like a venomous serpent. No matter how hard you try, in the end you will only bring destruction. Give up, Xuanhua Ming-Ren. Ming-Ren clenched his fists, blood streaming from his eternal Mangekyo, but he did not flinch. Fear is something I conquered long ago. Myriad reconstruction, fear smashing. The deepest fear was completely shattered. Tuanjinji stared at him in shock. To be able to face and shatter even inner fear. What kind of person are you? The 3 Snakeheims stepped back, showing reverent expressions. You have passed the trial and are worthy to meet the White Snake Sage. A deep, ancient, and dignified voice came from the depths of the cave. Let him enter. Ming-Ren stepped into the depths of Longdi Cave. The natural energy here was so dense it was almost materialized, and faint phosphorescent light floated in the air. The cave walls were inlaid with luminous crystals, illuminating the path ahead. Finally he arrived at a huge cavern. A giant white serpent coiled in the center, its eyes like the most ancient gems containing endless wisdom and power. Xuanhua Ming-Ren. The White Snake Sage slowly spoke, its voice echoing in the cavern, descendant of Yinshuayo, possessing the eternal Mangekyo. Mingren bowed slightly. White Snake Sage, I seek the power of Longdi Cave's sage art. The White Snake Sage scrutinized Mingren, its gaze especially lingering on his eternal Mangekyo. Your eyes are very unusual. Not only have they fused the dojutsu of blood relatives, but they also contain something deeper. Mingren's heart stirred. What can you see? Anger, hatred, sorrow, and determination, the White Snake Sage said slowly. And more importantly, there is something that does not belong to this time and space. Cognition. Mingren remained silent, but was inwardly shocked by the White Snake Sage's insight. The White Snake Sage continued, the sage art of Longdi Cave is different from that of other sacred lands. It does not demand balance, but pursues ultimate control. Control over natural energy, control over others, even control over life and death. This is exactly what I need, Mingren said firmly. But the price is also high, the White Snake Sage warned. Longdi Cave's sage art can erode the mind and awaken the deepest darkness within. Many seekers have ended up turning into stone statues or becoming real snakes. Mingren did not flinch. I have no turning back. The White Snake Sage seemed to smile. Very well. Then the sage art training begins now. First you must learn to sense and absorb natural energy. The training process was exceptionally difficult. The natural energy of Longdi Cave was violent and dangerous. The slightest mistake could backfire on the practitioner. Mingren sat cross-legged in the cavern attempting to guide natural energy into his body. But as soon as the energy entered his meridians, it violently clashed with his chakra. Ugh! Mingren winced in pain, his entire network of meridians feeling as if being torn apart. The eternal Mangekyo spun automatically, helping him perceive the energy flow better. The power of the Sharingan resonated strangely with the natural energy, allowing him to control the absorption process more precisely. Interesting, the White Snake Sage observed. A Sharingan can actually assist sage art training. Unprecedented. After several days of arduous practice, Mingren finally gained a preliminary mastery of absorbing and controlling natural energy. A unique eyeshadow pattern specific to Longdi Cave's sage art appeared at the corners of his eyes, but the pattern combined with the eternal Mangekyo to form a distinctive design. Success. Mingren felt the surging power within him. The sage art chakra and the power of the eternal Mangekyo merged, producing a new, more powerful energy. The White Snake Sage nodded with satisfaction. Faster than expected. Your Sharingan is truly extraordinary. But Mingren noticed that as he trained in the sage art, his dark side seemed to be amplified. That ruthlessness and determination became more pronounced, and his desire for power grew stronger. Is this the price? Mingren mused inwardly, the erosion of the mind. After completing the initial training, Mingren began to test the combination of sage art and the Sharingan. Sage art, eternal dominion law. Mingren attempted to integrate sage art into his dojutsu. The effect was astonishing. The intensity and range of his mental control greatly increased, and he could even briefly affect the surrounding environment. The controlled creatures would develop serpent-like vertical pupils in their eyes. Sage art, myriad reconstruction, rule establishment. With the combination of sage art, the ability to alter rules became more lasting and powerful, even allowing the brief creation of a small domain. What surprised Mingren most was that the sage art seemed to alleviate the burden of the eternal Mangekyo. Although his eyesight did not recover, the pain and consumption when using dojutsu were greatly reduced. Not enough. Mingren felt the newly acquired power. I need deeper training. The White Snake Sage seemed to see through his thoughts. More haste, less speed, Xuanhua Mingren. The deeper levels of sage art require time and more costs. Mingren looked resolutely at the White Snake Sage. Whatever the cost, I am willing to pay. A meaningful glint flashed in the White Snake Sage's eyes. Then are you ready to face the true trial? The deepest secret of Longdi Cave. And the most terrible cost. Mingren nodded without hesitation. The eternal Mangekyo framed by the sage art eyeshadow appeared even more eerie and powerful. The path to true power had just begun, and the cost might far exceed his imagination. The White Snake Sage slowly coiled its massive form, phosphorescent light shimmering between its scales. The natural energy within the entire cave began to surge violently. Incarnation of Indra, the white snake sage's voice echoed like an ancient resonance. The deepest trial of the Ryuchi cave is not a test of power, but a choice of the heart. Are you ready to face your truest desires? The pattern within Naruto's eternal Mangekyo spun faster. Whatever the trial, I accept it. The white snake sage nodded slightly, then abruptly opened its enormous maw, exhaling a dense cloud of white mist. The mist rapidly enveloped the cave, and Naruto felt his consciousness forcibly torn away. Mental world twilight of Konoha. When Naruto regained awareness, he found himself standing atop the Hokage monument. The sun was setting, bathing the entire village in golden radiance. But this was not the Konoha he knew. Here there were no scars of war, no painful memories, everyone wore a smile. "Naruto!" A familiar voice called out. Naruto turned, his pupils contracting sharply. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki stood before him, their faces filled with warm smiles. "Father! Mother!" Naruto murmured instinctively. "Finally meeting you, son," Minato said, gently patting his shoulder. "You've worked hard all these years." Kushina, tears in her eyes, embraced him. "My little Naruto has grown up." Even more astonishingly, Iruka, Sasuke, Kakashi, and others appeared one after another, each smiling sincerely at him, their eyes devoid of any fear or prejudice. "This is..." Naruto's eternal Mangekyo spun slightly, but he could not see through the illusion. "A genjutsu." Minato shook his head. "No, this is a future you could have. As long as you abandon that dark path, you can obtain all this. A family's love, friends' recognition, the village's acceptance." Kushina gripped his hand. "Stay, Naruto. You don't have to bear so much nor pursue such immense power. Ordinary happiness isn't that good too?" Naruto gazed at his parents' warm faces, his heart profoundly shaken. This was the deepest yearning of his childhood, everything he had once dreamed of. Just as Naruto was about to drown in this beautiful illusion, an icy voice echoed in his mind: false warmth, illusory happiness. Would the incarnation of Indra ever be satisfied with this? The eternal Mangekyo suddenly bled profusely, the excruciating pain snapping Naruto awake. He looked again at the parents before him, finding their smiles stiff and their eyes hollow. "It seems you have made your choice." Minato's voice turned frigid. "Then, we must destroy you." The beautiful scene shattered instantly. The warm Konoha transformed into a hellish battlefield. Minato and Kushina became grotesque monsters, and the others morphed into various terrifying entities, launching attacks at Naruto. "So this is the trial?" Naruto sneered. "Tempt with the deepest desire, then coerce with the deepest fear." The eternal Mangekyo spun at full power, sage chakra surging wildly. Naruto retaliated without mercy, shattering each illusion one by one. When all phantoms vanished, he found himself standing on a massive platform. Before him floated 3 glowing hearts, each radiating a distinct energy fluctuation. The white snake sage's voice resounded: "Choose one heart to merge with your soul. Each heart represents a different path, a different price." The first heart beat vividly crimson, exuding warm life energy. "Choose this heart, and you may retain all emotions, gaining gentle sage power, but at a slow pace of growth." The second heart was pitch black like ink, radiating icy dark energy. "Choose this heart, and you will lose most emotions, obtaining formidable dark sage power with rapid growth." The third heart was Halford, half black, ceaselessly shifting between the two states. "Choose this heart, and you will forever struggle between light and darkness, now powerful, now weak, never finding peace." Without hesitation, Naruto reached out and grasped the second black heart. "I choose power." The black heart instantly merged into his body, a chilling energy surging through him. He felt his emotions being rapidly stripped away, warm memories grew dim, leaving only an absolute craving for power. "An interesting choice." The white snake sage spoke slowly. "Then accept the final gift." A beam of light suddenly shot down from the crystal at the cave's ceiling, striking Naruto's forehead. Amidst excruciating pain, a black tomo mark slowly emerged. Naruto felt the changes within. The sage chakra became purer and mightier, but its connection to natural energy had been fundamentally altered. No longer balance and harmony, but absolute domination and plunder. Sage art, dragon serpent dance. Naruto formed hand seals to test the technique. Black Sage chakra surged forth, transforming into countless black serpents that slithered everywhere, devouring the surrounding natural energy. Where they passed, plants withered, rocks weathered. All energy was forcibly seized. Excellent. The White Snake Sage said with satisfaction. You have fully grasped the essence of Ryuchi Cave's sage art, plunder and domination. Naruto savored the newfound power. Under the Black Sage chakra's enhancement, the pattern of his eternal Mangekyo grew more intricate and eerie. Time to leave. Naruto bowed to the White Snake Sage. Thank you for your guidance. The White Snake Sage gazed at him meaningfully. Remember, power always comes with a price. The path you have chosen will lead you to a lonely throne. As Naruto exited Ryuchi Cave, his demeanor had undergone a distinct change. His eyes were colder, his aura more dangerous. The Black Sage eyeshadow combined with the eternal Mangekyo to form a chilling pattern. The three snake princesses respectfully stepped aside, awe in their eyes. The incarnation of Indra combined with Ryuchi Cave's sage art, murmured Kushimaru. A storm is about to sweep the shinobi world. Naruto did not look back, departing directly. He now needed a place to fully master his newfound power and proceed with his next plan. In a secluded valley, Naruto began testing the full integration of sage art with the Sharingan. Sage art, eternal dominion's law, complete form. The pattern in his eyes spun crazily. The effect was astonishing. Not only could he control living beings, but he could even temporarily dominate the natural environment, making trees and rocks obey his will. Sage art, myriad reconstruction, domain expansion. With the full sage art, Naruto could create a persistent miniature domain wherein he was the absolute arbiter of laws. What delighted Naruto most was that the complete version of Ryuchi Cave's sage art seemed to resonate wondrously with Tailed Beast chakra. The suppressed Nine Tails chakra within him began to merge with the sage art, birthing a new, more perilous power. Not enough. Naruto felt the newly acquired power. I need more. More bloodline limits, more special abilities. He retrieved the culture flasks containing Byakugan and Sharingan, his eternal Mangekyo meticulously analyzing their structures. Next, perfectly fuse these eyes. Naruto resolved. And then, begin collecting the tailed beasts. Night fell as Naruto stood atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the shinobi world in the distance. Black Sage chakra swirled around him, the eternal Mangekyo emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. The era of change is coming. 4 years is enough time for a ninja to undergo a tremendous transformation. For Naruto Uzumaki, these 4 years mark a period of complete metamorphosis. In a hidden place far from the conflicts of the ninja world, he engaged in almost brutal training, honing each ability to perfection. The pinnacle of physical techniques, Naruto began his training with the most fundamental physical skills. He clearly remembers the battle against Kakashi, where even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Nine Tails chakra, he still found himself at a disadvantage in physical confrontations. Naruto moved at high speed in the training ground, leaving behind several afterimages. The perfect combination of Nine Tails chakra and sage art enabled his speed to reach an unimaginable level. He specifically trained against the predictive abilities of the Sharingan. With the precise insight of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he could foresee every move of his opponent and react in advance. Not enough. Naruto gazed at his reflection on the water's surface. I need faster reactions and more precise strikes. He devised a unique training method, battling multiple shadow clones in a trap-filled arena while dodging randomly launched shurikens and kunai. In the initial months, he would get injured every day, but as his training deepened, his evasion and counterattacks became increasingly precise. For years later, Naruto's physical techniques had reached an extraordinary level. He could defeat Jonin-level opponents using only his physical skills without relying on any ninjutsu. Every move was simple and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. Revolution in ninjutsu. In terms of ninjutsu, Naruto underwent a thorough revolution. He no longer limited himself to traditional ninjutsu systems, but perfectly blended sage art Nine Tails chakra and the power of the Sharingan. Sage art Nine Tails spiraling shuriken. Naruto concentrated a deep red spiraling sphere in his hand, its surface covered with the natural energy of sage art and the hate-filled chakra of the Nine Tails. This technique not only possessed terrifying destructive power, but also eroded the opponent's chakra system. More importantly, he developed a ninjutsu specifically targeting the Sharingan genjutsu break, all phenomena return to reality. This technique could disrupt the chakra flow of the Sharingan, temporarily weakening or even nullifying the opponent's ocular techniques. Naruto also mastered various elemental transformations, particularly the combination of wind and water release, wind-water release, ice, sealing domain. This technique could create a low-temperature domain, slowing down the opponent's speed and reactions, especially suitable for pairing with the precise strikes of the Sharingan. Mastery of Genjutsu. Despite possessing a powerful Sharingan, Naruto's previous skill in genjutsu was not remarkable. During these 4 years, he specifically addressed this shortcoming. Through the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he developed a series of unique genjutsu. Eternal Domination, Heart Image Cage, could trap opponents in an endless cycle of nightmares. All phenomena reconstruction. Memory weaving could alter opponents' memories and perceptions. Most terrifying was Sage Art Serpent's Gaze, which combined the alluring abilities of Ryuchi Cave's Sage Art with the mental manipulation of the Sharingan, allowing him to subtly turn opponents into his puppets. Refinement of Sharingan techniques. Naruto spent considerable time studying and perfecting the abilities of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He discovered that the unique patterns in his eyes were not mere decorations, but a form of ancient sealing technique containing deeper powers. Through 4 years of exploration, he awakened 2 new ocular techniques: Eternal Domination Causality, chain capable of temporarily severing the opponent's connection to their chakra source, rendering them unable to use ninjutsu. This technique specifically targeted tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. All phenomena reconstruction. Law Collapse could nullify all ninjutsu within a specific area for a short time, creating an absolute forbidden technique domain. Additionally, he mastered the complete form of Susanoo. Unlike other Uchihas, Susanu's Susanoo exhibited a unique form. A half nine-tails, half-skeletal dark red giant, with a serpentine tail and eyes burning with the patterns of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Mastery of Summoning Techniques. After signing a contract with the White Snake Sage, Naruto gained the ability to summon the Red Snake. But he was not satisfied with this. Through 4 years of research, he developed a unique summoning technique. Summoning Technique Red Snake Armor. Naruto could summon the Red Snake as a living armor, providing strong defense and recovery capabilities. In critical moments, the armor could even retaliate automatically. More importantly, he mastered reverse summoning technique, allowing him to teleport to Ryuchi Cave or other contract locations that will providing immense tactical flexibility. Complete control of Nine-Tails' power. This was the most challenging aspect of Naruto's 4 years of training. The hate-filled chakra of the Nine-Tails was fundamentally opposed to his Indra chakra, making complete control exceedingly difficult. In the initial months, every attempt to deeply control the Nine-Tails chakra would result in severe backlash. At one point, he nearly succumbed to the hate, risking permanent loss of self. However, through the absolute domination of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the plundering nature of Ryuchi Cave's Sage Art, Naruto gradually found a balance. He no longer sought to tame the Nine-Tails, but aimed to dominate it. Sage Art Nine-Tails Mode. Naruto entered a new form. A dark red chakra cloak manifested with black magatama and serpent patterns, and his eyes transformed into slitted serpent pupils with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan patterns slowly rotating within. In this mode, Naruto could fully command all the powers of the Nine-Tails, even utilizing some special abilities only tailed beasts could use, such as a variant of Tailed Beast Bomb Sage Art Dark Sphere, a terrifying energy sphere infused with Sage Art Nine-Tails chakra and Sharingan ocular prowess. Overcoming weaknesses. Naruto clearly recognized each of his weaknesses and specifically worked to overcome them. For the issue of excessive reliance on vision, he trained in sensory ninjutsu, enabling him to continue fighting even when deprived of sight. For the problem of excessive chakra consumption, he developed Sage Art Natural Plunder, allowing him to directly siphon natural energy from the environment to replenish his reserves. For his relatively weak mental defenses, he utilized the power of the Sharingan to construct multiple layers of mental defenses in his consciousness, even being able to rebound mental attacks. The final trial. In the last month of 4 years of training, Naruto undertook an ultimate trial. He simultaneously summoned his complete Susanoo, entered Sage Art Ninetales mode, and attempted to fuse the two. Sage Art Susanoo Ninetales form. Naruto commanded. The dark red Susanoo began to fuse with the Ninetales chakra, forming a terrifying giant humanoid creature. It possessed the armor and weapons of Susanoo, the tails and claws of the Ninetales, along with serpentine agility and toxicity. This form was immensely taxing, but wielded cataclysmic power. During testing, Naruto flattened a small mountain with just a single strike. On a day 4 years later, he stood in the center of the training ground, feeling the surging power within him. All abilities had been honed to perfection, and all weaknesses had been overcome. He opened his eyes, the patterns in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rotating calmly with no blood flowing. The shadow of Sage Art faintly appeared at the corners of his eyes, forming a perfect harmony with the Sharingan. It's time. Naruto murmured to himself, 4 years of hiding is enough. It's time to show this world the true power. He formed a hand seal, summoning a red snake, which flicked its tongue as if waiting for orders. Tell the white snake, Sage Naruto said to the red snake, the plan is starting. The red snake nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto gazed at the distant sky, his eyes devoid of any fluctuation. 4 years of training had made him more profound and introspective, with all emotions perfectly controlled and all powers precisely mastered. The moment of change had finally arrived, and this time he would re-enter the ninja world in his complete form. A storm is about to descend. For years had passed, allowing Naruto's golden hair to reach his waist. Now wearing an eerie mask engraved with the eternal Mangekyo pattern, he stood alone before a lake at the border of the land of water. According to those memory fragments, the Three Tails Isabu was hidden somewhere in this body of water. Just as Naruto prepared to form hand seals to investigate the Three Tails' exact location, an exaggerated laughing sound suddenly came from afar. I finally found the Three Tails' hiding place. Exclaimed a blonde-haired youth standing on a giant clay bird, dancing excitedly. Beside him, an Akatsuki member wearing a spiral mask waved with a comical posture. Senior, you're amazing. Toby admires you so much. The eternal Mangekyo beneath Naruto's mask narrowed slightly. Deidara and Toby. Akatsuki was also targeting the Three Tails. Deidara noticed Naruto on the shore and lowered his clay giant bird. Who are you? Akatsuki is on a mission here. Unauthorized persons leave immediately. Naruto did not reply, merely watching the two quietly. The Sharingan beneath the mask rapidly analyzed the situation. Deidara's explosion, Art Toby's space-time ability. A troublesome combination. Toby jumped in front of Deidara, striking an exaggerated defensive posture. Senior, be careful. This person looks terrifying. His mask is even scarier than Toby's. Deidara frowned, scrutinizing Naruto. That mask. The pattern of the Sharingan. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Naruto finally spoke, his voice distorted and low through the mask. Leave this place. The Three Tails is my target. Deidara flew into a rage, arrogant. The prey that Akatsuki has set its sights on is not to be coveted by others. He waved his hand, scattering a handful of clay spiders which quickly crawled towards Naruto. Art is an explosion. The deafening roar of explosions filled the air, smoke billowing. But when the smoke cleared, Naruto was still standing there, surrounded by a faint dark red chakra cloak. The Ninetales chakra automatically protecting him. What a... Deidara exclaimed in shock, completely unscathed. Toby jumped around nearby. Amazing. Amazing. Even more amazing than Deidara Senpai's explosions. Deidara glared at Toby. Shut up. Toby. Naruto commented indifferently. Explosion art. Flashy but impractical. These words infuriated Deidara completely. What did you say? How dare you belittle my art? He quickly formed hand seals, preparing a larger-scale explosion. At that moment, the eternal Mangekyo beneath Naruto's mask rotated slightly, genjutsu law of dominion. Deidara suddenly froze, a moment of confusion flashing in his eyes. Though he quickly recovered, it was enough for Naruto to gauge his resistance to genjutsu. Sharingan. Deidara gritted his teeth. Those Uchiha bastards, as expected. The Sharingan beneath Toby Zubito's mask also narrowed slightly. He could sense that the eye power of this mysterious person opposite was extraordinary, even making him feel a hint of threat. Senior, be careful. Toby suddenly became serious. This person's Sharingan is quite unusual. Naruto turned to Toby, the eternal Mangekyo, staring directly at him through the mask. Space-time ability user. You are more troublesome. Toby's heart jolted. This person saw through my ability at a glance. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, the lake's surface suddenly began to churn violently. A massive turtle shell-like creature slowly emerged from the water. The Three Tails had awakened. Three Tails? Deidara exclaimed in delight. Toby. Prepare for capture. Naruto acted simultaneously. Sage Art Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. A huge water surge shot into the sky, not only forcing back Deidara and Toby, but also temporarily trapping the Three Tails in a water prison. Deidara angrily maneuvered the clay giant bird upward. Don't think you'll succeed. C2 Dragon. The clay dragon howled downward, but Naruto had already anticipated Sage Art Wind Style Vacuum Serial Waves. The wind blades precisely severed the clay dragon's wings, and the dragon plunged into the lake, causing a violent explosion. Toby attempted a sneak attack with Kamui, but Naruto seemed to have foreseen it. All things restructure space stabilization. The spatial distortion of Kamui was forcibly stabilized. Toby was shocked to find that his ability was actually countered. The Three Tails tried to escape in the chaos, but Naruto wouldn't give it the chance. Sage Art Sealing Technique, Bright God Gate. Several red torii gates descended from the sky, accurately suppressing the Three Tails. This was a new technique Naruto had developed by combining Sage Art and sealing techniques specifically designed to suppress tailed beasts. Deidara and Toby attacked simultaneously. Don't even think about it. C4 Garuda. Kamui. Naruto responded to both attacks at once. Susanoo. A dark red Susanoo skeleton emerged, blocking Deidara's microbombs and Kamui's spatial distortion. How is that possible? Deidara exclaimed in disbelief, simultaneously blocking both Mai and Toby's attacks. The Sharingan beneath Toby's mask spun violently. This person's Susanoo. Its color and form were completely different from the Uchiha's. And that chakra seemed to be a mixture of Sage Art and tailed beast power. Naruto knew he could delay no longer. He formed hand seals, activating his Eternal Mangekyo at full power. Sage Art Eternal Dominion, Tailed Beast Control. The powerful eye power directly pierced the Three Tails' mental defenses, planting seeds of domination within its consciousness. The Three Tails let out a pained roar, but quickly quieted down the pattern of the Eternal Mangekyo appearing in its eyes. Not good. Toby exclaimed, he's controlling the Three Tails. But it was too late. Naruto had already completed the initial control of the Three Tails, summoning technique Reverse Summon. The Three Tails' massive body vanished and smoke teleported to a secret location Naruto had prepared in advance. Deidara was furious, unforgivable. To snatch away Akatsuki's prey, he prepared to use his ultimate art, but was stopped by Toby. Senior, calm down. Toby was unusually serious. This person is too dangerous. We need to think this over. Naruto glanced at the two indifferently. Tell Pain that the Tailed Beast collection game now has a new player. With that, he formed hand seals and vanished with the body flicker, leaving behind an enraged Deidara and a contemplative Toby. On the way back to Akatsuki, Toby remained silent. Deidara was still angrily complaining, but Obito's mind was entirely on that mysterious masked man. Eternal Mangekyo. Sage Art. Tailed Beast Chakra. Obito thought to himself. Possessing all these powers at once, and even able to control the Three Tails. Who is he? What unsettled Obito even more was that this person seemed to know his abilities thoroughly, even able to counter Kamui to a certain extent. The plan has encountered a variable. A cold glint flashed in Obito's eyes. We must investigate this person's identity. Meanwhile, Naruto had already appeared in his secret base, looking at the sealed Three Tails, a satisfied gleam shining in his Eternal Mangekyo. The first tailed beast is mine. Naruto stood in the secret base, the chakra of the Three Tails flowing slowly within the sealing device. After the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan swept across the container and confirmed the seal was secure, he turned and left without hesitation. The next target is the Four Tails. The voice under Naruto's mask was cold and resolute. Based on those fragmented memories, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Otsutsuki was a rogue ninja from Iwagakure skilled in lava release and had been training outside for years. Finding him would take some time, but for Naruto, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was not a difficult task. Days later, he located Otsutsuki near a volcano at the border of the Land of Earth. The towering Jinchuriki was training by the lava surrounded by the scorching chakra of lava release. Come out. Otsutsuki suddenly opened his eyes looking in the direction where Naruto was hidden. Your chakra is quite special. Naruto stepped out from the shadows, the Sharingan pattern on his mask appearing particularly eerie in the firelight. Four-Tails Jinchuriki. I need your tailed beast. Otsutsuki laughed heartily, rising as the lava surged. Another fool coveting the power of the tailed beast. Do you know how many have died saying that? Naruto replied calmly. Hand over the Four-Tails, and I might spare your life. Arrogant. Otsutsuki shouted angrily, forming hand seals. Lava release, Horin no Jutsu. Several balls of lava came roaring towards him, melting the rocks in their path and distorting the air. Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slightly rotated Sage Art Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. The frigid water clashed against the scorching lava, creating a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the entire area. Otsutsuki realized his opponent was not ordinary and directly entered a semi-tailed beast transformation. A red chakra cloak covered his body, sprouting four tails behind him. Lava release granite. Otsutsuki punched the ground, causing lava to erupt and transform into a rock giant that charged at Naruto. Unflinching, Naruto accelerated the rotation of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. The dark red skeletal form of Susanoo appeared, easily blocking the rock giant's attack. Meanwhile, Naruto formed hand seals, Sage Art Lightning Release Thunderstorm. Black lightning struck down, piercing through the steam and hitting Otsutsuki directly. Otsutsuki let out a pain scream as part of his half-tailed beast cloak was shattered. Damn it. Otsutsuki was utterly enraged, if that's the case. Full-tailed beast transformation. A terrifying chakra erupted and Otsutsuki transformed into a gigantic gorilla-like creature. Four-Tails Sun Wukong fully materialized. Roar. Four-Tails roared, molten lava spewing from its mouth. Naruto remained unfazed. Now that's more like it. Susanoo complete form. The dark red complete Susanoo rose high, wielding a giant sword with a serpent tail, swaying behind it, not inferior to the Four-Tails. Sage Art Susanoo Nine-Tails mode. Naruto further unleashed his power. The surface of Susanoo was enveloped in Nine-Tails chakra, greatly augmenting its strength. Four-Tails looked on in shock at this peculiar combination, this power. Impossible. Naruto did not give Four-Tails any time to think. Sage Art Susanoo slash. The giant sword infused with Sage chakra came crashing down. Four-Tails barely managed to block with its lava arm, but it was easily cut off. The severed lava arm fell to the ground, turning into a pool of scorching magma. Lava release, volcanic eruption. Four-Tails desperately counterattacked, summoning an assault akin to a volcanic eruption. But Naruto had already seen through it. Myriad forms, reconstruction, energy absorption. The Nine-Tails chakra on Susanoo suddenly generated a pulling force, absorbing all the lava energy and instead enhancing itself. What? Four-Tails found it hard to believe. You can absorb even lava release. Naruto coldly explained, the Nine-Tails chakra enhanced by Sage Arts can devour any form of energy. Your lava release is merely nourishment. Four-Tails retreated step by step, realizing it was completely outmatched, and began to attempt to escape. But Naruto would not give him the chance. Eternal Dominion Causality Chain. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan operated at full power, and invisible chains penetrated Four-Tails' body, directly locking onto its chakra source. Four-Tails let out a pained roar, feeling its power being forcibly drained. No! Stop! Four-Tails struggled, but to no avail. Naruto formed hand seals, Sage Art Tailed Beast Extraction. This was a technique he had researched from those memory fragments, combining aspects of the Rinnegan and Sage Arts from the Dragon Cave, capable of forcibly extracting the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki's body. Otsutsuki's human form gradually separated from the Four-Tails, collapsing unconscious. The chakra of Four Tails was forcibly extracted, condensing into a dark red chakra ball. Seal. Naruto took out a specially made container and sealed the chakra of the Four Tails within. The entire process was clean and efficient, leaving no opportunity for Akatsuki or other factions to intervene. After completing the sealing, Naruto glanced at the unconscious Otsutsuki. He had fulfilled his promise, leaving the Jinchuriki alive, though whether Otsutsuki could survive after losing the tailed beast was still uncertain. Summoning technique: reverse summoning. Naruto formed hand seals, and his figure vanished into the smoke. The next moment he appeared deep within the dragon cave, where the White Snake Sage seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Another tailed beast, huh? The White Snake Sage said slowly. Your progress is faster than expected. Naruto displayed the container holding the Four Tails chakra. I need more. The 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails. All tailed beasts will belong to me. A glimmer of light flashed in the White Snake Sage's eyes, so eager. Are you competing with someone? Naruto paused for a moment. Akatsuki is also collecting tailed beasts. I must complete the plan before them. The White Snake Sage seemed to smile then. You need stronger power. The deepest secrets of the Dragon Cave. Are you ready? Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slightly rotated, whatever the cost. Deep within the Dragon Cave, Naruto began to absorb the chakra of the Four Tails. The process was exceptionally painful. The chakra of different tailed beasts repelled each other, making it quite difficult even with the suppression of sage arts and the Sharingan. Ugh! Naruto let out a rare groan of pain. The lava-release chakra of the Four Tails seared his meridians, causing violent clashes with the chakra of other tailed beasts. The White Snake Sage observed from the side. The chakra properties of different tailed beasts repel each other. The dangers of forced fusion are very high. You need the molting technique from the Dragon Cave. The so-called molting technique is a secret art of the Dragon Cave which eliminates negative effects by shedding old body tissues. However, this process is extremely painful and carries the risk of losing part of one's humanity. Naruto did not hesitate. Let's begin. In the following days, Naruto underwent several rounds of molting. After each molting, his strength would increase, but his emotional sensitivity would also diminish. Upon completely absorbing the chakra of the Four Tails, Naruto's demeanor changed significantly. His gaze became colder and his movements more mechanical, as if he had truly transformed into an emotionless weapon. Still far from enough. Naruto felt the newly acquired power. I need more. Stronger power. He gazed into the distance, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pierced through space, as if seeing traces of other tailed beasts. The road to collecting tailed beasts had just begun, and Naruto was walking further down this path. The loss of humanity, the increase in power, he was becoming the existence he once feared. But Naruto no longer cared about any of this. In his heart, there was only one goal: to collect all tailed beasts, gain the power to change the world, and establish a new order. No matter the cost. Naruto sat cross-legged in the depths of the Ryuchi cave, the chakra of the Three Tails flowing slowly within him. After days of agonizing fusion, the power of Isabu had been fully absorbed. Within him now converged partial forces of the Three Tails, Four Tails, and Nine Tails, forming a precarious and perilous equilibrium. Not enough. Naruto felt the surging, yet incomplete power inside. I need more tailed beasts. More chakra. The eternal Mangekyo glowed faintly in the darkness, his face beneath the mask expressionless. The continuous absorption of tailed beasts brought not only enhanced strength, but also an increasingly severe emotional numbness. The joys and sorrows of the past grew ever more distant, replaced by an absolute craving for power and cold calculation. Inside the Tower of Amigakure, the Akatsuki members convened urgently via the astral projection technique. Another tailed beast has been taken. Pain's voice was icy. The Three Tails and Four Tails have disappeared, and the same chakra traces remain at both sites. An eerie energy mixing sage art Sharingan and tailed beast power. Deidara interrupted excitedly. It's that masked man. Yeah, he stole our Three Tails. Yeah. Uchiha Itachi analyzed calmly. To capture tailed beasts consecutively means his strength far exceeds expectations. Moreover, he seems to know our every move. Obito as Toby was unusually serious. The worst part is that he can counter my abilities. This person is very dangerous. Pain made a decision accelerate the tailed beast collection. Zetsu increase intelligence gathering. Itachi Kisame, you are responsible for capturing the two tails. The others proceed as planned. At the same time, all major shinobi villages received unsettling intelligence. In Kumogakure the fourth Reikage, Ace smashed his desk with a punch, another Jinchuriki missing. This time it's Rashi from Iwagakure. Who on earth dares to touch the tailed beasts? In Kirigakure, Meiterumi's face was grave. The three tails is missing and mixed chakra traces were detected at the scene. A combination of powers never seen before. In Konohagakure, Tsunade fell into deep thought after hearing the Umbu report Sharingan Sage, Art, Tailed Beast power. Someone who possesses all of these. Could it be? She couldn't help but think of the child who had disappeared years ago. In Sunagakure, Temari and Kankuro watched Gaara with concern. Ever since the Konoha crush plan, Gaara occasionally fell into strange trances with an eerie red light flashing in his eyes. The news of a mysterious masked man collecting tailed beasts put the entire shinobi world on edge. After a brief rest, Naruto set his sights on the two tails Matatabi. According to his memory, the two tails Jinchuriki was Yujito Ni of Kumogakure, who could fully control the tailed beast's power, no pushover. Days later, Naruto tracked down Yujito's trail near the border of the Land of Lightning. This Kunoichi from Kumogakure was on a mission, completely unaware she had become prey. Sage Art Sensing Barrier. Naruto erected a barrier sealing off external detection. His Eternal Mangekyo locked onto the target, analyzing Yujito's chakra flow. Yujito spun around alertly. Who's there? Naruto emerged from the shadows. Two tails, Jinchuriki. Your tailed beast, I'll take it. Yujito sneered, another fool who doesn't know when to die. She immediately entered tailed beast form, a blue chakra cloak enveloping her body. Matatabi. Prepare for battle. The two tails manifested in full. A colossal blue demon cat wreathed in azure flames. Cat Claw. Yujito directed the two tails to attack, its massive claws streaking toward Naruto with blue fire. Naruto's Eternal Mangekyo shifted slightly. Susanoo. A dark red skeleton blocked the strike, but the azure flames began to corrode Susanoo's chakra. A special flame hawk. Naruto showed slight surprise. Flames that can burn chakra. Interesting. Yujito boasted. Matatabi's fire consumes all chakra. Your defense won't last long. Yeah. Naruto held back. No longer Sage Art Susanoo complete body. The complete Susanoo rose from the earth, a dark red giant wielding twin swords, its serpentine tail swaying behind, engaging in a cataclysmic battle against the two tails. Azure Sea of Flames. Yujito spewed a torrent of blue fire engulfing the entire battlefield. Naruto responded coolly. Sage Art Water Release, Great Waterfall Wave. A colossal wave collided with the sea of flames, generating immense steam. Under the cover of steam, Naruto quietly formed hand seals, universal restructuring flame absorption. Special patterns emerged on Susanoo's surface, beginning to absorb the azure flames and convert them into its own energy. What? Yujito was shocked to find her flames ineffective against him. Naruto seized the opportunity. Eternal Dominion Mental Assault. His Eternal Mangekyo directly attacked Yujito's mind, causing her to lose focus momentarily and creating a gap in her control over the two tails. Now, Sage Art Tailed Beast Extraction. Special Sage Chakra invaded Yujito's body, forcibly starting to extract the two tails. Yujito screamed in agony as the two tails chakra was pulled out bit by bit. No. Matatabi. She resisted desperately, but in vain. Naruto intensified his efforts. Sage Art Sealing Technique Bright Gate. Red torii gates descended from the sky, thoroughly suppressing the two tails. As the last shred of chakra was extracted, Yujito fell unconscious, and the two tails was sealed into a special container. The entire process was clean and swift, leaving Kumogakure's reinforcement unit no time to react. Back at Ryuchi Cave, Naruto began to absorb the two tails chakra. The azure flame chakra clashed violently with the other tailed beasts, causing excruciating pain, even with Sage Art suppression. Ugh. Naruto rarely showed an expression of pain. The azure flames burned inside him, as if trying to incinerate him from within. The White Snake Sage said slowly, the two tails flame chakra is the most difficult to tame. You need a deeper molt. This molt was more agonizing than ever. Naruto felt as though his very soul was being scorched. When the process ended, faint blue patterns appeared on his skin and the emotions in his eyes grew even more indifferent. Emotions are drifting further away. Naruto sensed his change. Anger, joy, sorrow. All fading. The White Snake Sage said meaningfully, the price of power is humanity. The path you've chosen is destined to be lonely. Naruto was silent for a moment, a barely perceptible ripple passing through his eternal Mangekyo before it turned cold again. It doesn't matter, as long as I achieve my goal. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki discovered that the two tails had also been snatched ahead of them. The Sharingan beneath Obito's mask was icy too late again. Who exactly is this masked man? Zetsu emerged from the ground, judging by the chakra residue at the scene. The enemy might possess multiple Kekkei, Genkai even. Possibly a Rinnegan. Pain said coldly, we can't stay on the defensive anymore. We need to change our strategy. A dangerous plan began to brew. The disappearance of the two tails Jinchuriki enraged Kumogakure, and the fourth Raikage dispatched numerous elite trackers to hunt down the masked man. Other villages also tightened protection of their Jinchuriki. But panic spread. A mysterious powerhouse who could easily capture tailed beasts instilled fear in everyone. Naruto stood at the entrance of Ryuchi Cave, feeling the power of four-tailed beasts within him. His eternal Mangekyo gazed into the distance, locking onto the next target. 5 more to go. I'm getting closer to the complete form. The storm was gathering, and Naruto stood at the very center of the storm. Naruto stood at the mouth of Ryuchi Cave, feeling the currents of power from four-tailed beasts flowing through him. The eternal Mangekyo beneath his mask shimmered faintly, locking onto the next target. The Five Tails Mu, the formidable beast wreathed in steam. The Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, a steam ninja from a Wagakure, Naruto recalled from the fragmented memories. It must be swift. Akatsuki may be moving as well. He formed the seals and vanished in an instant. Days later, Naruto appeared at the border of the land of Earth. According to intelligence, the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han was operating in this area. Through the eternal Mangekyo's perceptive reach, Naruto soon fixed his target. Han was fighting alongside a squad of a Wagakure shinobi against a band of rogue ninja. Steam swirled about him. Every blow he landed carried astonishing force. Naruto observed in silence, biding his moment. He noted Han's combat style, brutal and direct, lacking in variation. Precisely the sort the Sharingan excels at countering. When Han chased after the fleeing rogue leader alone, the opening arrived. Naruto materialized soundlessly before Han. Who? Han snapped to alertness as steam armor flashed across his body. Masked man. Are you that beast hunter? Naruto said nothing. The eternal Mangekyo activated. Genjutsu Steam Mirage. Suddenly the steam around Han thickened, unnaturally blotting out vision. More terrifyingly, countless Sharingan seemed to watch him from within the vapor. A genjutsu. Han snorted coldly. Steam burst. High-pressure steam detonated, shattering the illusion. In that instant, Naruto was already upon him. Mystic art, gentle fist, chakra point strike. Naruto's fingers struck Han's chakra nodes with unerring precision. It was a technique he had deduced from the Hyuga Byakugan and refined with sage chakra. The effect was devastating. Han staggered as his chakra flow was blocked. How do you know? Gentle fist. Naruto offered no answer and pressed the assault. Mystic art, panoramic reconstruction, steam manipulation. What chilled Han to the bone occurred next. The steam that cloaked him began to turn against him, surging back to ravage his body. Impossible. This is my Kekkei Genkai. Han cried. Now it belongs to me, Naruto said coldly. The eternal Mangekyo had already analyzed the secrets of the steam bloodline and simulated it briefly through panoramic reconstruction. Realizing conventional means would not prevail, Han resorted to his tailed beast power. Mu, aid me. A tremendous chakra eruption followed as Han entered a semi-beast transformation. Steam fused with tailed beast chakra, multiplying its potency. Boil release, overwhelming might. Han's fist, charged with terrifying force, slammed toward Naruto. Naruto did not underestimate the strike. Susanoo. A dark crimson skeleton took shape, yet Han's blow shattered portions of the armor. The pairing of steam and brute force proved more formidable than anticipated. Interesting. The eternal Mangekyo spun faster. Mystic art, Susanoo, complete form. The fully realized Susanoo manifested and clashed with Han's semi-beast might. Steam and chakra collided violently, the entire arena shrouded in dense mist. Boil release, steam thunderclap. Han spewed a pressurized jet of steam that lashed at Susanoo like a laser. Naruto deftly maneuvered Susanoo to evade and formed seals. Mystic art, water release, great torrent wave. The surging wall of water met the steam, creating even more fog. Beneath that veil, Naruto crept closer. Eternal dominion, Biju suppression. The eternal Mangekyo targeted the five tails within Han. Suddenly Han felt Mu restless inside him, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Mu, what is it? Naruto seized the chance. Mystic art, Biju severance. A special mystic chakra infiltrated Han, beginning to forcibly extract the five tails. Han howled in agony as the semi-beast shell began to crumble. No! Mu! He fought desperately, but the eternal Mangekyo's suppression rendered him powerless. The five tails Mu was wrenched free and took form as a colossal white steed-like creature. It reared and snorted steam from its nostrils in furious protest. Human, how dare you? Mu roared, then froze when it saw the eternal Mangekyo reflected in Naruto's eyes. Those eyes. Indra's reincarnation. Mu gasped. How is that possible? Naruto gave it no time to ponder. Mystic art, eternal dominion, Biju subjugation. The eternal Mangekyo's pattern imprinted upon Mu's consciousness. The five tails emitted a resentful bellow, but ultimately yielded to the superior force. Seal? Naruto sealed the five tails chakra into a specialized vessel. Han lay unconscious and gravely wounded. Naruto glanced at him, but spared him his life, turning away to leave. As Naruto prepared to depart, two figures blocked his path. Too late again. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, his Sharingan already revealed. Kisame Hoshigaki swung Semihata and grinned. This time you won't get away, masked man. The eternal Mangekyo in Naruto's eyes shifted. Itachi Uchiha. Kisame Hoshigaki. Akatsuki's elite. Itachi inspected Naruto with careful scrutiny. Those eyes. The eternal Mangekyo and mystic arts and Biju chakra. Who are you truly? Naruto offered no answer and struck first. Mystic art, illusionary realm, mirror world rotation. The genjutsu flung back at Itachi, but he dispelled it effortlessly. Genjutsu won't work on me. Kisame surged forward. Water release, great shark bullet technique. A vast shark of water lunged at Naruto. He remained composed and formed seals. Mystic art, lightning release, earth conduit. Electricity flowed into the water, striking Kisame. Yet Kisame absorbed the lightning through Semihata. Troublesome ability. Naruto frowned. Itachi manifested Susanoo. 10 swords. Naruto summoned his own Susanoo in tandem. Mystic art, Susanoo Nine Tails mode. Two towering Susanoo faced off, one dark crimson, the other in bear range, shaking the very ground. Itachi was stunned to find his counterpart's Susanoo matched his own, and in some respects surpassed it. Those eyes. Whose are they? Itachi sensed a familiar aura. Naruto gave no answer and launched a ferocious onslaught. Mystic art, Susanoo 8-span jewel Magatama. Dark Magatama infused with mystic chakra shot toward Itachi. He hurriedly defended, but some struck through his guard and inflicted damage. Itachi! Kisame cried in concern. Itachi wiped blood from his mouth. I'm fine. Kisame, prepare that jutsu. Kisame nodded and formed seals. Water release, great torrent wave. A colossal watery prison enveloped the battlefield as Itachi also formed seals. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted within the water, creating a fearsome black fire water prison. The eternal Mangekyo in Naruto's eyes accelerated. Mystic art, panoramic reconstruction, energy absorption. Susanoo's surface generated a suction beginning to draw in the black flames and the prison's energy. What a... Itachi was aghast. It can even absorb Amaterasu. Naruto replied icily, a mystic-infused eternal Mangekyo's capabilities exceed your imagination. Sensing instability from the five tails chakra within him, Naruto decided not to linger. Mystic art, reverse summoning jutsu. He formed seals, and his form blurred. Itachi moved swiftly. Don't run. Tsukuyami. But the eternal Mangekyo rendered Naruto immune to Tsukuyami. Naruto cast one last glance at Itachi. Tell pain. The Baija collecting contest has only just begun. With that, he vanished entirely, leaving behind an enraged Kisame and a pensive attack. Back at Ryuchi Cave, Naruto immediately began to absorb the Five Tails chakra. The steam chakra clashed violently with the other Biju, within him agony, far surpassing previous ordeals. Ugh! Naruto let out a rare, agonized scream as steam ravaged his body, as if it sought to cook him from within. The White Snake Sage spoke slowly. The Five Tails steam chakra is the most feral of them all. You will need a deeper shedding of skin, and you may lose a measure of your humanity. Naruto replied without hesitation, begin. This shedding nearly cost Naruto his life. When it concluded, steam-like patterns traced his skin, and his gaze had become utterly devoid of warmth. Emotion? I can scarcely feel it anymore. Naruto assessed his condition with a cold clarity. Anger, joy, sorrow. All have faded. The White Snake Sage observed meaningfully. You are becoming a true weapon. Naruto was silent for a moment. There was no ripple in the eternal Mangekyo. No matter, so long as it achieves the goal. In the Akatsuki base, the atmosphere was heavy. Even Itachi and Kisame together could not keep him. Pain said coldly, the threat level of this masked man must be reassessed. Behind his mask, Tobi's Sharingan flickered coldly. His power is growing too quickly. A report surfaced from the depths. Combat data suggests he may already have absorbed 5 Biju. He is only halfway to a full manifestation. Conan fretted, if he collects all the Biju first, the Eye of the Moon plan. Pain made a decision. Change strategy. Prioritize capturing the masked man. Pause the Biju collection for now. The disappearance of the Five Tails enraged Iwagakure. Inoki personally mobilized, but found no trace. Other villages panicked all the more. A beast hunter capable of easily overcoming the combined might of Itachi and Kisame inspired dread across the lands. Naruto stood deep within Ryuchi Cave, feeling the power of 5 Biju within him as the eternal Mangekyo fixed its gaze on the next target. For more to go. Closer by the day to full fruition. Xuanhua Mingren stood deep within Longdi Cave, the power of the 5-tailed beasts within him surging like a turbulent tide. The eternal Mangekyo emitted an eerie light in the darkness, his face beneath the mask as cold as frost. He was about to lock onto his next target, Six-Tail Saiken. But this time the rules of the game between hunter and prey were about to change. Inside the tall tower of Yuin, village members of the Akatsuki gathered once again through the astral projection technique. The atmosphere was heavier than ever. Pei-in cut straight to the point. Based on the latest intelligence and analysis, we have confirmed the identity of the masked man. In the blurred images of the astral projection technique, everyone turned to look at Pei-in. It's Xuanhua Mingren. Pei-in announced calmly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. A brief silence. What? Deidara was the first to shout, that blonde brat. How is that Jiao Do snorted coldly. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No wonder the bounty is so high. The projection of Yuzhibo you shifted slightly. Is the evidence conclusive? Pei-in nodded. Ju collected residual chakra samples from all battle sites. Analysis shows that the masked man's chakra signature completely matches the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's, only mixed with the energy of other tailed beasts and sage arts. Shaonan added, more importantly, the ability of the Sharingan. According to the combat reports from Yu and Gue Jiao, the ocular jutsu the other side used was clearly from the Yuzhibo clan, but with variations. Dai Tu in his Afei persona was unusually serious. The most conclusive evidence comes from Longdi Cave. The White Snake Sage seems to have signed a contract with someone, and the contractor's chakra signature matches the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Ju emerged from underground. I also found more direct evidence. At the capture site of the Four Tails I discovered this. Ju displayed a lock of golden hair. After DNA comparison, it perfectly matches Xuanhua Mingren's sample. Meanwhile, at the emergency 5 Kage summit held in the Iron Country, the intelligence department brought equally shocking news. Based on comprehensive analysis from multiple sources, the leader of the Iron Country, San Xuan, announced gravely. The masked man behind the successive attacks on Jinchuriki has been identified as Xuanhua Mingren of Konoha. The venue erupted in uproar. What? Fourth Raikage AI stood up sharply, smashing the table to pieces. That Nine-Tails brat. Impossible. Zhao Meiming frowned. Is there conclusive evidence? Sanchuan gestured for the intelligence department to present evidence. First, the residual Nine-Tails chakra was detected at all attack sites, though mixed with other energies the core characteristics are consistent. Second, according to combat records provided by Yunin Village, the masked man used various Konoha secret techniques, including sage arts that only the lineage of Zilai Yi could use. Dayemu floated in the air, his expression solemn, most importantly the Sharingan. According to intelligence provided by Yuzhibo Yu, the masked man possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And as everyone knows, Yuzhibo Zuozu's Sharingan was taken. Everyone's gaze turned to Gang Shou. Gang Shou's face turned pale. You mean? Dayemu said slowly. According to the Yuzhibo clan records, only a Sharingan transplanted between blood relatives can evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. And Xuanhua Mingren transplanted Yuzhibo Zuozu's eyes, but the venue fell into a deathly silence. More pieces of evidence were presented one by one. The masked man's height and build exactly matched Mingren's predicted height. The combat style retained Mingren's distinctive habitual movements. The contract scroll of Longdi Cave bore the name Xuanhua Mingren. The most fatal evidence came from remnants of the Sound Village. In one of Deshuin's base's records of Mingren's training were found, including Sharingan transplant experiments and tailed beast absorption research. Xuanhua Mingren. Fourth Raikage AI gritted his teeth. That brat actually did such a thing. Zhao Meiming looked at Gang Shou with concern. Lord Hokage, were you aware of this? Gang Shou shook her head heavily. Since the Chunin exams 4 years ago, Mingren has been missing. We thought he never expected. Dayemu said coldly. Now is not the time to assign blame. The problem is a monster possessing the power of 5-tailed beasts, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the sage arts of Longdi Cave is gathering more tailed beasts. The reactions from all sides news spread back to the various ninja villages, triggering different responses. Konoha village fell into shock and panic. Many villagers recalled their mistreatment of Mingren and feared retaliation. Xiaoying and Jing Yi could not accept this fact, while Kakashi fell into deep self-blame. Yunin village was enraged, and Fourth Raikage AI personally led a team to pursue Mingren. Yunin and Wuyin also dispatched elite forces. But the most unexpected was Shine village. AI Luo, upon hearing the news, suddenly fell into a long daze with a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Inside the Akatsuki, the Sharingan underdyed tusk mask gleamed with complex light. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's actually him. Pei In ordered adjust the plan. Prioritize capturing Xuanhua Mingren. Tailed Beast Collection is on hold. Mingren's response deep within Longdi Cave. Through a special technique, Mingren also learned that his identity had been exposed. Baishi Xianren said slowly, your identity has been exposed. The Akatsuki and the 5 Kage are all after you. Mingren's eternal Mangekyo remained utterly calm. Expected, just a matter of time. Not worried. You are now the enemy of the entire ninja world. Mingren replied coldly, just as I wish. Let them come. Perfect for testing my newly acquired power. He felt the strength of the 5-tailed beasts within him. 4 more to go. Soon the plan will be complete. Baishi Xianren said meaningfully, but what you lose. Maybe more than what you gain. Mingren did not reply. Under his mask, the eternal Mangekyo slowly rotated, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. On the eve of the storm, the ninja world began joint operations. The 5 great nations temporarily ceased hostilities and united to pursue Xuanhua Mingren. An unprecedented alliance was formed with a single goal: to stop Mingren from collecting all tailed beasts. Mingren stood at the entrance of Longdi Cave, gazing into the distance. His eternal Mangekyo pierced through space, seeing the pursuers gathering. Come. He whispered to himself, let me show you true power. He formed hand seals and summoned a complete Susanoo. The dark red giant appeared especially terrifying under the moonlight. The chakra of 5-tailed beasts roared within him, and the sage arts of Longdi Cave swirled around his body. His identity had been exposed. A disguise was no longer needed. Xuanhua Mingren, once a hero of Konoha in another life, now the tailed beast hunter, prepared to face the challenge of the entire ninja world in his true form. The storm has finally arrived. Naruto stood atop a dune outside the hidden sand village, his eternal Mangekyo piercing through the vast distance, locking onto the familiar chakra within the village, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Gaara. Shikaku. Naruto murmured to himself the last few. To his surprise, Gaara was not patrolling or executing missions like other Jinchuriki, but instead knelt alone on the training ground outside the village, his eyes vacant, as if waiting for something. Naruto approached soundlessly. The defensive barrier of the hidden sand was as nothing before him. His eternal Mangekyo had long seen through every flaw. "You're here." Gaara suddenly spoke, his voice utterly flat. "I have been waiting." Naruto's eternal Mangekyo shifted slightly. He noticed the faint pattern of the Sharingan emerging in Gaara's eyes. The illusionary suggestion he had planted 4 years ago had been activated. "It seems the suggestion has taken effect," Naruto said calmly. "Surrender Shikaku willingly, and you will suffer less pain." Gaara slowly raised his head. A flicker of struggle appeared in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by the genjutsu yes. "Shikaku, to you." Just as Naruto prepared to perform the extraction, dozens of figures suddenly burst forth from the sand around them. "Protect the Kazakajessima." Temari's voice rang out as her giant fan unfurled. Kankuro's puppets appeared simultaneously. "Ambush. All units attack." Elite shinobi of the sand surged from all directions, clearly prepared. "A trap as expected," Naruto snorted, "but futile." Temari glared at Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto. We knew you would come. The tricks you played on Gaara 4 years ago, we discovered them long ago. Kankuro manipulated his puppets. We simply turned the tables and lured you out." It turned out that during a routine check, the Sand's medical unit had discovered the genjutsu suggestion in Gaara's brain. Although they could not remove it, they made counter-preparations and set this trap. "A clever strategy," Naruto commented flatly, "but you underestimated your opponent." The Sand Shinobi swiftly formed a formation, combined ninjutsu, sandstorm burial. A massive wave of sand surged toward Naruto. But Naruto merely raised a hand. "Sage art, all creation restructuring, sand flow stillness." The terrifying sand wave instantly froze as if time had stopped. "What?" Temari was shocked. "Even the combined ninjutsu." Naruto's eternal Mangekyo spun sage art, eternal dominion, consciousness control. Dozens of sand shinobi suddenly froze in their movements. The pattern of the Sharingan appeared in their eyes, and they turned to attack their comrades. "No, it's genjutsu control." Kankuro shouted, "Release the genjutsu." But it was too late. The controlled shinobi attacked wildly, throwing the formation into chaos. Temera gritted her teeth. "Wind release Kimaitashi." Kankuro puppet technique, Kiko shield. The two barely held their ground, but the ordinary shinobi were no match. Cries of pain rose and fell, and the sand fell into disarray. At the critical moment, the Sand's elders made a wrong decision. First squad, protect the villagers. Second squad, escort the Kazakage back to the village. Third squad, cover the retreat. This order played right into Naruto's hands. "Foolish division of forces," Naruto sneered. Sage art body flicker. He broke through the defense line in an instant and appeared before Gaara. The squad protecting Gaara had no time to react. Lightning released thunderstorm. Black lightning swept out, annihilating the guard squad instantly. Temari and Kankuro rushed back, desperately stop. But Naruto had already completed his hand seal sage art tail beast extraction. A special formula enveloped Gaara, and Shikaku's chakra was forcibly drawn out. Gaara let out a pained roar, but the genjutsu prevented him from resisting. "Don't you dare." Kankuro sent all his puppets lunging forward. Puppet technique, corrosive rain of steel. Without turning his head, Naruto said, "Sage art scorch release. Vapor kill." High temperature steam instantly melted all the puppets. Kankuro spat blood and collapsed. Temama swung her fan. With all her might, wind release, great Kimaitashi. Naruto casually waved a hand. Sage art vacuum, great breakthrough. An even stronger wind pressure reversed, and Temari was sent flying by her own technique. Shikaku was completely extracted, transforming into a massive tanuki-like creature. It roared in fury. "You again." For years ago. But when it saw Naruto's eternal Mangekyo, and sensed the presence of 5-tailed beasts around him, Shikaku suddenly froze this power. "You have. Submit or be destroyed," Naruto said coldly. Feeling the auras of the other tailed beasts, especially the oppressive pressure of the 9 tails, Shikaku finally lowered its head. "I submit." Naruto sealed Shikaku into a container. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Temari struggled to her feet, saw the unconscious Gaara and the vanished Shikaku, and despair filled her eyes wide. Why are you doing this? Naruto glanced at her indifferently. Revolution demands sacrifice. He turned to leave, but suddenly paused. Oh. Let me leave you a memento. His eternal Mangekyo fixed on Gaara's sage art eternal dominion, deep suggestion. A more powerful genjutsu was implanted deep into Gaara's consciousness. This time it was nearly impossible to remove. This way, next time will go more smoothly, Naruto murmured to himself. Sand Shinobi charged at him angrily, but Naruto merely formed a seal sage art reverse summoning. Before vanishing, he cast one last look at this land of sand. Next, the Six Tails. Back at the Ryuchi cave, Naruto immediately began absorbing Shikaku's chakra. The sand chakra clashed with the other tailed beasts, but Naruto had grown accustomed to such pain. Shedding. Naruto said coldly to the white snake sage. Continue. This shedding was even more thorough. When the process ended, sand-like patterns emerged around Naruto, and his gaze had almost completely lost human emotion. 3 more. Naruto felt the newly gained power. I'm getting closer to the complete form. The white snake sage remarked meaningfully, with each tailed beast you absorb, your humanity diminishes. When you gather all 9, you may no longer be yourself. Naruto was silent for a moment, his eternal Mangekyo utterly placid. It doesn't matter. As long as I achieve my goal. The devastating defeat of the hidden sand shocked the entire shinobi world, and the 5 Kage convened an emergency meeting. Even the sand who were prepared failed. Meiterumi's face was grave. How powerful is he exactly? Inoki said coldly. How could he break through their defenses so easily? The 4th Raikage roared. There must be a traitor inside. Tsunade shook her head heavily. No. According to the battle report, it was dividing their forces to protect the villagers and escort the Kazekage that caused their strength to scatter. In the Akatsuki, the Sharingan behind Tobi's mask glinted coldly. 6-tailed beasts. He's progressing too fast. Pain ordered all members mobilize. We must intercept him before the 6 tails. Naruto stood at the entrance of Ryuchi Cave, feeling the power of 6-tailed beasts within him. His eternal Mangekyo locked onto the next target, the 6-tails Saiken, the hidden mist village. Next destination. He formed a seal and vanished. Behind him lay the ruins and despair of the hidden sand. The storm was intensifying and Naruto was drawing ever closer to that dangerous complete form. The fading of humanity, the strengthening of power. He was becoming, in a true sense, a god. But the price might far exceed his imagination. Naruto stood on the coastline of the land of water, his eternal Mangekyo piercing through the thick fog, locking onto the direction of Kirigakure. The Jinchuriki of the 6 tails Utakata was hidden within that mist. Kirigakure, the ninja village most skilled in concealment. Naruto murmured to himself, but before the eternal Mangekyo it is utterly meaningless. He formed hand seals and submerged into the water, approaching Kirigakure like a specter. The village had already been placed on maximum alert. Meiterumi stood in the Mizukage's office, her face grim as she scanned the reconnaissance reports. We must learn from Suna's crushing defeat. She ordered her subordinates, do not divide our forces. Concentrate all power to protect Utakata. Activate the mist barrier and seal off the entire village. Dense fog engulfed all of Kirigakure, reducing visibility to a few meters. But to Naruto, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo, it was as if it did not exist. Futile resistance. Naruto sneered, his eternal Mangekyo easily seeing through the barrier's flaws as he infiltrated the village silently. Utakata was housed in the deepest secret base of Kirigakure, guarded by dozens of elite ninja. Meiterumi personally oversaw the defense with Chojiro and other experts gathered. According to the reports from Suna, Mei said gravely, the enemy can control minds, manipulate the environment, and even absorb ninjutsu. We must avoid direct confrontation and focus on delaying him. Chojiro gripped Samahata nervously, but Mizukagesama, even Itachi Uchiha, felt him. A flicker of resolve crossed my eyes. So our mission is to buy time. Headquarters has contacted other villages. Reinforcements are on their way. Suddenly an alarm blared. Intruder. In Sector B. Naruto did not directly attack the secret base. Instead, he chose a more cunning strategy. Sage art hidden mist technique. He performed an enhanced version of the technique, thickening the fog, until even Kirigakure's own ninja struggled to see. Damn, our vision is blocked. Sensory squad. Report positions. Yet before the eternal Mangekyo, the dense fog was as if non-existent. Naruto moved through the mist like a wraith, dismantling defense points one by one. Sage Art Water Release Water Prison Technique. He trapped a group of guards within a water prison. Eternal Dominion Mind Control. Another group of guards was seized, turning on their comrades. Kirigakure's defenses crumbled rapidly without even glimpsing the enemy. Meitarumi realized the issue, canceled the hidden mist technique. He's using the fog. But it was too late. Naruto had already breached the outer defenses and was charging straight for the secret base. When Naruto appeared at the entrance of the secret base, Meitarumi and Chojuro were already poised for battle. Uzumaki Naruto. Mai's face was grim. Why are you doing this? Naruto did not answer. His eternal Mangekyo activated directly. Sage Art Lava Release Scorching Stream Rock. Molten rock spheres roared forth, an ability gained after absorbing the Four Tails. Mei gasped and used Water Release to defend. He even wields Lava Release. Just as the intelligence said, Chojuro charged with Samahata, swinging Samahata Release. But Naruto merely raised a hand. Sage Art Boil Release Skillful Mist Technique. High-pressure acid mist instantly corroded Samahata's energy, sending Chojuro flying. 2 Kekkei Genkai. Mei was even more shocked, and stronger than the originals. Naruto approached coldly. Step aside. I only want the 6 tails. Mei gritted her teeth. Don't even think about it. Boil Release Skillful Mist Technique. The same jutsu, but Naruto absorbed it easily. Useless. My Sage Art can absorb all ninjutsu. Just then Utakata suddenly emerged from the base. Stop this, Mizukagesama. He came for me. Mei exclaimed urgently. Utakata? Get back. Utakata shook his head, a tailed beast coat forming around him. Since there's no escape, I'll fight with everything I have. Everyone in Kirigakure. Thank you for protecting me. He entered a half-tailed beast state, bubbling chakra coalescing into spheres, bubble technique storm. Countless bubbles surged forth, each laden with explosive chakra. Naruto's eternal Mangekyo turned slightly. Sage Art Universal Reconstruction Bubble Control. To everyone's shock, the bubbles suddenly reversed course, attacking Utakata and the Kirigakure ninja. What a... Utakata exclaimed in disbelief. Even bubble techniques can be controlled. Seizing the moment, Naruto appeared before Utakata in an instant. Sage Art Tailed Beast Extraction. A special formula enveloped Utakata, forcibly pulling the 6 tails from him. The Kirigakure ninja attacked desperately, but were easily blocked by Naruto's Susanoo. Mizukagesama. Run. Chojuro fought to protect Mei. But Mei's eyes flashed with resolution. Lava Release Melting Monster Technique. A massive wave of acid surged toward Naruto, her final trump card. Naruto frowned slightly. Troublesome technique. Sage Art Susanoo Complete Body. The complete Susanoo manifested a dark crimson giant, easily repelling the acid. Meanwhile, the 6 tails was fully extracted and sealed into a vessel. No! Mei screamed in despair. Naruto cast her a cold glance, formed hand seals, and prepared to depart. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared. Art is an explosion. Boom! Deidara's clay dragon descended from the sky. Water Release Great Shark Bullet Technique. Kisame's shark-shaped water bullet howled forth. Amaterasu. Itachi Uchiha's black flames sealed the escape route. Akatsuki had finally arrived. Naruto's eternal Mangekyo spun rapidly, finally here. But too late. Sage Art Universal Reconstruction Energy Absorption. Vortices formed on Susanoo's surface, absorbing all attacks. Sage Art Reverse Summoning Technique. Naruto's form began to blur. Obito and his Tobi persona appeared abruptly. Space began to warp, but Naruto was prepared. Sage Art Space Stabilization. Kimui was forcibly interrupted, leaving Obito stunned. Even Kimui can be. Naruto cast a final glance at the Akatsuki members. Tell pain. 2 more to go. With that, he vanished completely. Back at Ryuchi Cave, Naruto immediately began absorbing the 6 tails chakra. The bubbling chakra brought new conflict, making the shedding process even more painful. When the process ended, foamy patterns surfaced around Naruto's body, and the last vestiges of emotion in his eyes faded entirely. 2 more to go. His voice was utterly cold. The 7 tails and the 8 tails. The white snake sage spoke slowly. Your emotions are nearly gone. Absorb 2 more, and you may lose your humanity forever. Naruto remained unmoved. It doesn't matter. Power is eternal. The fall of Kirigakure plunged the entire ninja world into despair. At the emergency meeting of the 5 Kage, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Even Kirigakure, which was prepared and fully defended. Inoki said heavily, "We may be unable to stop him." The 4th Raikage slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it. Are we just going to watch him collect all the tailed beasts? Tsunade's face was pale. There is one more option. Before he collects them all, we could eliminate the 8 tails or the 7 tails first. The hall fell into dead silence. On Akatsuki's side, Obito's Sharingan glinted coldly beneath his mask. 7-tailed beasts. He's moving too fast. Pain said coldly. Only the 7 tails and 8 tails remain. We must intercept him at Kumogakure. Naruto stood at the entrance of Ryuchi Cave, feeling the power of 7-tailed beasts within him. His eternal Mangekyo locked onto the next target, the 8 tails Gyuki in Kumogakure. The final hunt begins. He formed hand seals and vanished in an instant. Behind him lay the ruins of Kirigakure and the terror of the entire ninja world. The storm was about to reach its peak, and Naruto was walking step by step toward that dangerous complete form. The complete loss of humanity, the absolute mastery of power. He was transforming into something truly a god. Mingren stood atop a mountain peak outside Yunin village, his eternal Mangekyo piercing through the thunderclouds, locking onto the rampaging chakra within the village, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails Gyuki Kalabi. But just as he was about to act, his eternal Mangekyo suddenly detected an abnormal chakra flow in the distance. This feeling. Mingren frowned slightly. 7 tails Chonming. Moving. Through the long-range perception of his dojutsu, he discovered that the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails Fu was being escorted by a team of Longi ninjas towards Yunin village. Evidently, the 5 Kage had decided to concentrate the remaining tailed beasts for protection. Foolish decision. Mingren sneered. Concentrated protection. Perfect. Catch them all in one net. He changed his plan, his figure vanishing instantly as he pursued the 7 tails escort team. Moving prey. In the forest, the Longing escort team was advancing rapidly. Fu sat uneasily in the palanquin, sensing the terrifying chakra coming from afar. "Captain, I feel something's wrong," Fu said to the escort leader. "Something terrifying is approaching." The captain's face turned grave. "Hold on a little longer. We'll be safe once we reach Cloud Village. Lord Raikage has made full preparations." But they did not know that the hunter had already silently drawn near. Mingren appeared like a phantom ahead of the team, his eternal Mangekyo beneath the mask, coldly staring at everyone. Jinchuriki of the 7 tails. The icy voice sent chills down everyone's spines. "Leave her behind, and you may live." The escort team immediately formed a formation. "Protect Lady Fu." Fu leaped out of the palanquin, unfurling 7-colored wings from her back as she flew into the air. "Are you that masked man? Why are you hunting the tailed beasts?" Mingren did not reply, his eternal Mangekyo activated directly. Immortal technique Sky Imprisonment. An invisible force field instantly enveloped the sky, and Fu's wings suddenly became heavy, causing her to fall from the sky. "What a—" Fu was shocked to find her flight ability stripped away. The escort leader roared, "Attack!" Countless ninjutsu flew at Mingren, but Mingren merely raised a hand. Immortal technique Myriad Reconstruction Energy Reflection. All the ninjutsu returned along their original paths, and the escort team suffered heavy losses instantly. Realizing the danger, Fu directly entered a half-tailed beast transformation. Scale Powder Hiding Technique. 7-colored scale powder filled the forest, disrupting vision and perception. At the same time, she spat out sticky threads. Cocoon Binding Technique. Mingren was entangled by the threads, but his eternal Mangekyo rotated slightly. Immortal technique Scorch Release over Steam Kill. The high temperature instantly evaporated the threads, and even the scale powder was cleared away. "Useless," Mingren said coldly. "I know all your abilities well." Gritting her teeth, Fu unleashed her strongest technique. 7 Tails Secret Art Scale Powder Explosion. But Mingren was faster. Immortal technique, eternal dominance, mind control. Fuss movements suddenly froze, her technique was forcibly interrupted, and the illusion of the eternal Mangekyo directly controlled her actions. Why? What? Fu struggled with difficulty. My will. Separation and sealing. Mingren formed hand seals mercilessly. Immortal technique, tailed beast extraction. A special technique enveloped Fu and the seven tails was forcibly extracted. Chongming let out an unwilling roar, but after sensing the presence of the other tailed beasts within Mingren, it fell into despairing silence. Another one. Mingren sealed the seven tails into a container. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. The Longyin escort team was completely annihilated, and Fu lay unconscious on the ground. Akatsuki's ambush. Just as Mingren was about to leave, several figures suddenly appeared. Finally found you. Didalas clay giant bird dived down. C318. Gigio's Samahata swept in. Water release great shark bullet technique. Yuzibo used Susanoo manifested. Sword of Tatsuka. The Akatsuki elites attacked with full force. Mingren's eternal Mangekyo spun rapidly. Annoying flies. Immortal technique, Susanoo complete form. A dark red Susanoo rose from the ground, easily blocking all attacks. After fusing the power of seven-tailed beasts, the Susanoo had become even more fearsome. Daitu appeared, but with only one Sharingan. He could not use Kimyui to attack, only providing support from the side. Mingren coldly looked at the Akatsuki members. Since you're here, try the power I've newly gained. Immortal technique, Seven Tails secret art scale powder blast. Mingren used the newly obtained Seven Tails ability. Seven-colored scale powder enveloped the battlefield, then detonated violently. The Akatsuki were forced to defend, and Mingren took the opportunity to form hand seals. Immortal technique, reverse summoning. Before disappearing, he cast a final glance at Daitu. Tell pain. Only the eight tails remains. Returning to Longdi Cave, Mingren immediately began absorbing the seven tails chakra. The chakra of flight and scale powder brought new conflicts, and the shedding process reached an unprecedented level of pain. When the process ended, seven-colored scale powder patterns appeared around Mingren's body. The last trace of humanity in his eyes completely vanished, leaving only cold calculation and an absolute craving for power. Only the eight tails left. A voice utterly cold. The final fragment. The white snake sage warned gravely. After absorbing the eight tails, when all nine-tailed beasts are gathered, your power will reach its peak, but you may also completely lose yourself and become a mere vessel for the tailed beasts. Mingren was unmoved. It's fine. Power is eternity. Inside Yunin village, the five Kage received the news of the seven tails' capture and fell into utter despair. Even moving targets can be easily intercepted. Zhao Meiming's face turned pale. Can we really not stop him? Dai Mu said heavily. Only the eight tails is left. We must stop him at Cloud Village, or else. Fourth Raikage AI roared. Cloud Village will be his grave. All hands prepare for battle. Gangsho looked into the distance with worry. Mingren, what have you become? Mingren stood at the entrance of Longdi Cave, sensing the power of the eight-tailed beasts within him. His eternal Mangekyo locked onto the final target, the eight tails Gyuki in Yunin village. The final hunt begins. He formed hand seals, used the body flicker technique, and vanished. Behind him lay the fear and despair of the entire ninja world. The storm had reached its peak, and Mingren was stepping step by step toward that dangerous complete form. The complete disappearance of humanity, absolute control over power. He was becoming in the truest sense a god. The ultimate price will soon be revealed. Naruto stood outside the village, hidden in the clouds amidst the thunder clouds, as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pierced through layers of defensive barriers, focusing on the raging source of chakra within the village. The chakra of the eight tails and Killer Bee perfectly fused shone like a beacon in the night, dazzling and powerful. However, what caught his attention more was the five powerful chakras surrounding the eight tails. The five Kage had gathered ready for battle. The final hunt. Naruto murmured softly, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan behind his mask, showing no sign of emotion. Let's begin. The village hidden in the clouds had transformed into a massive fortress. Reikage AI stood at the forefront, lightning crackling around him. Tsuchikage Inoki floated in the air, gathering dust release. Mizukage Meitarumi formed hand seals, preparing her lava and boiling techniques. Kazekage Garas Eye of Sand monitored the entire battlefield. Hokage Tsunade unleashed her Byakugo technique, ready to heal at any moment. In the center, Killer Bee had fully transformed into the 8 tails, its 8 tentacles swirling, gathering tailed beast bomb in its mouth. He is coming. Naruto Uzumaki. Reikage shouted angrily, this ends now. Naruto did not respond, activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan directly, Senjutsu, Eternal Dominion Mind Control. But the 5 Kage were well prepared, combined defense mind transfer seal. The 5 connected their chakras, forming a powerful mental barrier that firmly blocked the mental attack of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh, Naruto said with slight surprise, nice coordination. The battle erupted in an instant. Dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki struck first, launching a white cube directly at Naruto. Naruto's Susanoo defended, but the dust release surprisingly began to decompose the chakra of the Susanoo. Interesting. Naruto analyzed rapidly with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Senjutsu Universal Reconstruction Energy Reversal. The dust release was forcibly reversed, counterattacking Inoki, but Mei quickly intervened. Lava release melting monster technique. The acidic liquid collided with the dust release, creating a violent explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Reikage charged in lightning release, lightning plow heat knife. A super high-speed impact struck the Susanoo. At the same time, Gaara's sand hand erupted from the ground, sand waterfall funeral. Tsunade unleashed her full Byakugo strength, heavenly guardian foot. A single stomp shattered the earth, the shockwave pushing back the Susanoo. The perfect coordination forced Naruto into a passive position for the first time. Cracks appeared in the Susanoo as Naruto was forced to retreat. As expected of the 5 Kage. Naruto calmly assessed, but it's still not enough. Killer Bee seized the moment, tailed beast bomb, continuous fire. The 8 tails continuously expelled tailed beast bombs, accurately striking the cracks in the Susanoo. Explosions continued, and the Susanoo began to collapse. Now, Reikage shouted angrily, all-out attack. The 5 Kage simultaneously unleashed their strongest techniques. Lightning release, lightning dream, lightning man. Dust release, limit boundary separation technique. Lava release, scorching river rock. Sand release, sandstorm funeral. Byakugo monster strength unmatched. 5 strength ninjutsu struck simultaneously, utterly shattering the Susanoo, sending Naruto flying, his mask shattered, revealing a cold expression. Did we succeed? Meitarumi asked breathlessly. Yet amidst the smoke and dust, Naruto slowly stood up, blood flowing from his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but his eyes remained cold. Good coordination. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but it's time to end this. Naruto formed hand seals, summoning technique, tailed beast liberation. 7 specially designed containers shattered simultaneously, and the chakra of the 7-tailed beasts materialized. 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Seiken, 7 tails Komiai. The 7-tailed beasts appeared at once, their terrifying chakras sweeping across the entire battlefield. What a... The 5 Kage were shocked and pale. He can actually control all the tailed beasts simultaneously. Naruto's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. Senjutsu, Eternal Dominion, tailed beast army. The eyes of the 7-tailed beasts simultaneously displayed the pattern of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, completely obeying Naruto's will. Attack. A simple command that brought devastating consequences. The 7-tailed beasts unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Shikaku's Sandstorm, Funeral, Matatabi's Azure Fire, Sea Isabu's Water Gun Bomb, Sun, Goku's Lava River, Koko's Steam Explosion, Seiken's Bubble Storm, and Komiai's Scale Powder Explosion. The combined attack of the 7-tailed beasts formed an energy torrent that could destroy the world. Full defense. Reikage shouted. The 5 Kage and the 8 tails fought desperately to defend, but against the combined attack of the 7-tailed beasts, their defenses crumbled like paper. Pooh! Inoki spat blood as he was sent flying. Ugh! Meitarumi was knocked away by the shockwave. Gaara's absolute defense was instantly shattered. Tsunade's Byakugo technique operated at overload. Reikage braced against the impact covered in blood. The eight tails struggled to resist, but surrounded by the seven-tailed beasts soon bore wounds all over. Naruto found the perfect moment, instantly appearing before the eight tails, Senjutsu, tailed beast extraction. The special technique enveloped the eight tails, suppressing its chakra with the combined force of the seven-tailed beasts, rendering Gyuki unable to resist. No! Killer Bee shouted in despair, but it was futile. The eight tails was forcibly extracted. Gyuki roared in unwillingness, but under the suppression of the seven-tailed beasts ultimately succumbed. Seal? Naruto sealed the eight tails into the final container. Killer Bee collapsed unconscious on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. The five Kage painfully stood up, gazing at the scene before them, sinking into despair. The seven-tailed beasts circled around Naruto like loyal guards. Naruto stood in the center, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan absorbing the chakra of the eight tails, with the complete tailed beast patterns manifesting around him. Why? Naruto? Tsunade asked with difficulty. Why go this far? Naruto coldly glanced at her. For a new order. For absolute power. He formed seals to summon all the tailed beast containers. Senjutsu, tailed beast fusion, complete form. The chakra of the eight tailed beasts began to merge the terrifying energy, changing the color of the heavens and the earth. The five Kage fought desperately to launch their final attack, but were easily blocked by the seven-tailed beasts. When the fusion was complete, Naruto floated in the air, surrounded by a halo of chakra in 9 colors. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was about to undergo its final evolution. It's almost complete. Naruto's cold voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. The power of the tailed beasts. Complete form. He glanced at the despairing five Kage with no emotional fluctuations. This world needs to be reshaped. As Naruto completed the fusion of the eight-tailed beasts floating in the air and feeling an unprecedented power, he indeed sensed a brief moment of weakness. The chakra of the eight-tailed beasts clashed and fused violently within him, necessitating an adjustment period. The Akatsuki organization seized this fleeting opportunity. Now, Pain's voice was as cold as steel. 6 paths of pain suddenly appeared simultaneously from 6 directions, their Rinnegan flashing with dangerous light. Universal pull. The Deva path of pain struck first, a powerful gravitational force forcibly dragging the floating Naruto down towards the ground. Sealing technique absorption. The hungry ghost path of pain moved close to Naruto, frantically absorbing the chaotic tailed beast chakra within him. Azura path monster arm rocket. The Azura path of pain transformed its arm into a missile, launching it towards Naruto. Beast path summoning technique. A giant summoning beast was summoned, pouncing towards Naruto. Human path soul extraction. The human path of pain directly aimed for Naruto's soul. Hell path judgment. The hell path of pain prepared to execute the final judgment. A perfect combination at a precise moment. The Akatsuki organization had evidently been lying in wait, anticipating this very instant. Even more deadly, Obito also made his appearance. Fire-style tornado dance. A massive fire tornado blocked all of Naruto's escape routes. Simultaneously wielding the Uchiha fan, he prepared to deliver a physical blow. Kisame leapt from the water-style great shark bullet technique. The Samahata sliced downwards, greedily absorbing Naruto's overflowing tailed beast chakra. Deidara dove from the sky, C4 Garuda. Miniature bombs fell like raindrops. Kakuzu's Jiangsu emerged from the ground, 5 hearts operating simultaneously, composite ninjutsu, odd-faced explosive flame. Konan's paper shurikens rained down like a storm, paper dance scatter shot. Naruto's pupils constricted. The Sharingan spun rapidly, but the chakra of the 8-tailed beasts within him was clashing violently, rendering him unable to immediately mobilize all his power. Susanoo. Naruto barely summoned an incomplete Susanoo skeleton. However, the attacks from the Akatsuki were far too dense and precise. The hungry ghost path of pain sealing technique was wildly draining his chakra, causing his defense to collapse rapidly. The missile of the Azura path shattered the Susanoo skeleton. The soul extraction from the human path caused him excruciating mental pain. The judgment from the hell path began to take effect. Obito's fire tornado scorched his body. Kisame's Semihata absorbed the power of the tailed beasts. Daidara's miniature bombs penetrated into his body. Kakuzu's composite ninjutsu struck. Konan's paper shurikens pierced through his defenses. Pooh! Naruto spat blood, his chakra wildly destabilizing. Worse still, the 8-tailed beasts within him began to revolt due to the sudden attack. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Sengoku, Muku, Saiken, Chome, Yuki. Quiet. Naruto desperately tried to suppress them, but it was futile. Pain's Deva Path looked at him coldly, planetary devastation. The black core flew towards Naruto, a massive gravitational force beginning to pull him upwards, rocks flying around him. Naruto realized that if this continued, he would surely die. He had to retreat immediately. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Sage Art Tailed Beast Rampage forced release. He forcibly released part of the tailed beast chakra to create a massive explosion. Shikaku Sandstorm Burial. Matatabi Blue Fire Sea. Isabu Water Cannonball Barrage. Son Goku Lava Eruption. Muka Steam Explosion. Saiken Bubble Storm. Chome Scales Burst. Gyuki Tentacle Dance. 8-tailed beast abilities erupted simultaneously. Though the power was greatly diminished due to the hasty execution, it was enough to temporarily force back the Akatsuki members. Seizing this brief moment of chaos, Naruto expended his last ounce of strength to form Seal's reverse summoning technique. This was his reserved final escape method, directly reverse summoning to the depths of the dragon's cave. You want escape? Obito attempted to interfere, but his single-eyed Kimui could not effectively stop the reverse summoning. Pain's Deva Path tried to interrupt with Universal Pull, but was blocked by the residual waves of the tailed beast rampage. Kisame's Semihata attempted to absorb the summoning chakra, but Naruto had already transformed into white smoke and vanished. As the smoke dissipated, the Akatsuki members gathered in the ruins of the battlefield. Pain coldly commented, "It's a pity he escaped. But the objective has essentially been achieved." Kisame excitedly twisted, "I absorbed quite a bit of tailed beast chakra, haha." Obito's Sharingan flickered beneath his mask. "We heavily injured the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The plan to acquire the tailed beast has temporarily stalled. But we obtained valuable data." Konan frowned. He fled to the dragon's cave, the territory of the White Snake Sage. "Difficult to pursue." Deidara pouted in dissatisfaction. "Humph. We were so close to completing the artistic explosion." "Humph." Kakuzu calculated the losses. "Repairing the body will require funds. But acquiring the tailed beast chakra sample is worth its weight in gold." Pain finally ordered retreat. "Await further instructions." In the depths of the dragon's cave, Naruto fell to the ground covered in blood. The chakra of the 8-tailed beasts clashed violently within him, the Akatsuki's attacks, causing severe internal and external injuries. The White Snake Sage slowly swam over. What a mess. The Reincarnation of Indra. Naruto struggled to lift his head, his Sharingan dimmed from exhaustion. The Akatsuki. Damn them. The White Snake Sage began to treat him. "You need a long period of recovery." The fusion of the 8-tailed beasts was forcibly interrupted, causing severe backlash. The attacks from the Akatsuki only added insult to injury. Naruto gritted his teeth, "But I obtained valuable data. The abilities of the Akatsuki. The secrets of the Rinnegan." Before losing consciousness, his last thought was, "Next time, I won't give you another chance." The news of the Akatsuki's ambush on the masked man quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The 5 Kage were shocked to discover that the once invincible masked man had been heavily injured and fled. The clam and the snipe contend. Inoki pondered, "Perhaps this is our chance to counterattack." Reikage clenched his fists, take advantage of his illness to take his life. "We must find the location of the dragon's cave." Tsunade worriedly thought of Naruto. "That child. Is he still alive? We must act first." Meanwhile, on the Akatsuki side, Obito's Sharingan beneath the mask flickered with ambitious light, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. The Eye of the Moon plan can be accelerated. The storm had temporarily subsided, but a larger undercurrent was surging. Naruto was recuperating in the dragon's cave, preparing for the final counterattack. The Akatsuki was plotting their next move. The 5 Kage were searching for a chance to retaliate. The final battle was merely postponed, not cancelled. Deep within the Ryuchi cave, Naruto immersed himself in the senjutsu hot spring, his body entwined with the rampaging chakra of eight-tailed beasts. The eternal Mangekyo glimmered dangerously in the darkness, blood never ceasing to flow. It's still not enough. Naruto endured excruciating pain. The powers of the eight-tailed beasts clash with each other. I need the ninth to balance them. The white snake sage glided over slowly. Half of the nine tails chakra was taken by the Akatsuki, so imbalance is inevitable. But perhaps there is another way. Naruto looked up. What way? The Rinnegan. The white snake sage flicked her tongue. Indra's ultimate power. If you can awaken the Rinnegan, you might forcibly balance the chakra of the eight-tailed beasts. Naruto's eternal Mangekyo rotated slightly. The Rinnegan requires the fusion of Indra and Ashura's power. He fell silent for a moment, then sneered. No, there is another way. Forcibly fuse the power of the eight-tailed beasts using quantitative change to trigger qualitative change. Naruto made a dangerous decision. Under an incomplete state, he forcibly fused the eight-tailed beast's power to impact the Rinnegan. The process was excruciating. 8 utterly different chakras clashed violently within his body, nearly tearing him apart. His eternal Mangekyo spun wildly, blood gushing like a river. Naruto let out an agonized roar as his body began to break down. But at this extreme moment, a qualitative change occurred. The chakra of the eight-tailed beasts began to fuse under immense pressure, generating a brand new energy form. Naruto felt unprecedented agony in his eyes. The pattern of the eternal Mangekyo shattered and reassembled, finally transforming into a new pattern. The six-tomo Rinnegan. I succeeded. Naruto panted, feeling the newfound power. It's not a complete Rinnegan, but it's enough. The Rinnegan granted him entirely new perception and abilities. Most importantly, he could finally balance the power of the eight-tailed beasts, and even indirectly manipulate them through the Rinnegan. Inside the Akatsuki base, Obito and Pain were preparing the Moon's Eye plan. Kisame carried Samahata, which stored a portion of the Nine Tails chakra seized from Naruto. The Moon's Eye plan is about to begin, Obito announced. Collect all tailed beast chakra and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. But at that moment, Itachi Uchiha suddenly struck. Genjutsu Izanami. Through a carefully prepared genjutsu, Itachi temporarily restrained Obito. Kisame, follow me, Itachi said in a low voice. The Moon's Eye plan is a lie. Obito wants destruction, not peace. Kisame stared at Itachi in shock, but years of trust as partners made his decision. Understood, Itachi-san. The two quickly fled, carrying Samahata with the Nine Tails chakra. By the time Obito broke free from the genjutsu, they had vanished without a trace. Chase them, Obito roared. Without the Nine Tails chakra, the Moon's Eye plan cannot be completed. In the Ryuchi cave, Naruto's Rinnegan rotated slightly, summoning demonic statue of the outer path. The colossal demonic statue was summoned, standing deep within the Ryuchi cave. Naruto's Rinnegan gazed at the shell of the 10 tails. Let's begin. The revival of the 10 tails. Through the Rinnegan, Naruto injected the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into the demonic statue one by one. With each injection, the statue grew stronger and more complete. But because of the incomplete 9 tails chakra, the revival of the demonic statue was not fully real. Ultimately, the demonic statue transformed into the 10 tails' second form, a gaunt yet dangerous entity with a single eye and ear and claw-like tails on its back. An incomplete form. Naruto frowned. But it's enough. The 10 tails let out a sky-shaking roar, its terrifying power shaking the entire Ryuchi cave. At that moment, the allied shinobi forces led by the 5 Kage finally found the entrance to the Ryuchi cave. It's inside. The 4th Raikage charged ahead. Strike while the iron is hot. But when they rushed into the depths of the Ryuchi cave and saw the sight before them, everyone was stunned. Naruto hovered midair, his Rinnegan coldly overlooking the crowd. The incomplete 10 tails roared behind him, exuding a despair-inducing chakra. What? What is that monster? Mei Terumi exclaimed in shock. Inoki's face grew grim. The 10 tails. A legendary monster. He actually summoned it. Tsunade looked at Naruto's Rinnegan, grief in her heart. Naruto. You've ended up on this path after all. The 5 Kage launched an attack without hesitation. Dust released detachment of the primordial world. Inoki struck first. Lightning release lightning strike. The fourth Reikage lunged straight at Naruto. Water release water dragon bullet. Mei Terumi coordinated the attack. Earth release mountain fall technique. Gaara manipulated sand to encircle them. Medical ninjutsu creation rebirth. Tsunade prepared to provide support. But Naruto only glanced at them indifferently, his Rinnegan rotating slightly. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force burst forth, deflecting all attacks, and sending the 5 Kage flying back. It's useless, Naruto said coldly. Before the Rinnegan and the Ten Tails, your strength is like ants. The Ten Tails roared, gathering a tailed beast ball in its mouth. Tailed beast ball barraged. Multiple small-tailed beast balls shot toward the 5 Kage, explosions following one after another. The 5 Kage defended desperately, but the gap was too vast. The incomplete Ten Tails still possessed earth-shattering power. Combined with Naruto's Rinnegan, they were simply no match. Naruto's Rinnegan watched the struggling 5 Kage, his heart utterly devoid of emotion. Bansho Tenin. A powerful attraction pulled the 5 Kage toward the Ten Tails, whose claws extended to tear them apart. Dust released detachment of the boundless world. Inoki exerted his last strength to unleash his ultimate jutsu. But Naruto merely raised a hand. Sealed technique absorption. The dust release was effortlessly absorbed. Why is he so strong? The fourth Reikage roared in defiance. Because this is the power of a god. Naruto replied flatly. And you are mere mortals. The Ten Tails' claws gripped the 5 Kage. With a single thought from Naruto, they could be torn apart. But Naruto did not kill them. Get out. Tell the entire shinobi world. A new era has come. Either submit or be destroyed. He waved his hand, and a Shinra Tensei blasted the 5 Kage away, sending them crashing heavily at the entrance of the Ryuchi cave. The 5 Kage fled the Ryuchi cave in humiliation, their hearts filled with despair and terror. Completely unassailable, Mei Terumi said tremblingly. The Rinnegan plus the Ten Tails. Such power is absolutely impossible to overcome. Inoki's face was ashen. Naruto. Tsunade closed her eyes in anguish. Deep within the Ryuchi cave, Naruto stood atop the Ten Tails' head, his Rinnegan gazing into the distance. There's one last step. It's only a matter of time now. The Moon's Eye plan. No. This is my era. The Ten Tails let out a thunderous roar, heralding the arrival of a new age. Meanwhile, in the distance, Obito and Pain were in full pursuit of Itachi and Kisame. The Moon's Eye plan and Naruto's new order were about to collide in a final confrontation. The storm had reached its peak, and Naruto stood at the eye of the storm, his Rinnegan coldly watching the world that was about to be transformed. Deep within the Dragon Vein cave, Naruto hovered midair as the incomplete Ten Tails roared behind him. His Rinnegan gleamed with an icy radiance, while the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts clashed violently within his body, forcibly balanced by the power of the Rinnegan. Just one last step. Naruto felt the surging yet unstable power within him. I need the complete 9-tails chakra. But perhaps there is another way. The Rinnegan suddenly blazed with unprecedented light, using the incomplete Ten Tails as a vessel and the Rinnegan as a medium. To forcefully break through the limit, Naruto formed hand seals, and the 6 Tomo in his Rinnegan spun wildly. Outer path, Samsara rebirth technique. But not to resurrect the dead. Instead, to forcibly complete the Ten Tails. Terrifying energy erupted from the Rinnegan and poured into the incomplete Ten Tails. The Ten Tails let out a world-shaking roar as its body began to transform violently. The missing parts were forcibly completed by the Rinnegan's power, though not as strong as a complete Ten Tails. It was now close to its full form. It's still not enough. Blood streamed from Naruto's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I need a deeper connection. He made the final decision, become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto flew toward the Ten Tails as the Rinnegan generated immense suction, beginning to draw the beast into his body. The process was excruciating. The Ten Tails' wild power nearly tore him apart. Arg! Naruto let out an inhuman scream as his body underwent a terrifying transformation. His skin turned pallid as snow, his hair became pure white strands, and a third eye opened on his forehead, the Rinne Sharingan. Black truth-seeking balls materialized behind him, and the Sage of Six Paths staff coalesced in his hand. When the process was complete, what hovered in the air was no longer Naruto, but a god. Now Naruto bore no resemblance to his former self. His skin was pale as snow, radiating an icy luster. His long hair, pure white, like silver, hung to his ankles and swayed without wind. On his forehead, a blood-red Sharingan slowly opened, 9 tomo rotating languidly within it. His original eternal Mangekyo had transformed into a 6 tomo Rinnegan, cold and ruthless. Black eye shadow extended to his cheeks, adding an inhuman quality. 9 black truth-seeking balls orbited him, the 6 Paths staff in his grasp, and the white 6 Paths robe fluttered without wind. He exuded a suffocating pressure like a deity descending upon the mortal world. This is absolute power. Naruto's voice became ethereal and majestic, echoing across heaven and earth. Naruto slowly ascended, arriving above the ninja world. Every shinobi saw the white figure and felt that despair-inducing pressure. Shinobi, mortals. Naruto's voice resounded throughout the entire ninja world. Witness the miracle. He raised the 6 Paths staff gently, then brought it down. No ornate techniques, no complex hand seals, just a simple swing. Yet heaven and earth changed color, and the earth groaned in agony. Rumble. A massive chasm appeared out of nowhere, stretching from the land of lightning to the land of wind, bottomless and several kilometers wide. Mountains along the way were split in 2 rivers, diverted forests vanished. The entire ninja world trembled, everyone feeling this earth-shattering power. Such power. Inoki floated in shock. Impossible. A single blow altering the geography. Meitarumi paled. That white figure. Tsunade felt a foreboding unease. Naruto hovered above the chasm, white hair streaming, Sharingan, gazing down at the masses. Mortals, submit and fear. This chasm is the boundary, the tomb of the old era, the dawn of the new. His voice was icy and imperious, spreading across the ninja world. 3 days. I give you 3 days. Choose a representative, come before me, kneel, and submit. Under my rule you may live in humiliation. I am merciful. I won't interfere with your lives, won't deprive you of your ninjutsu, and will even permit you to maintain your laughable peace. But his voice suddenly turned fierce. I am also cruel. Any who resist, no mercy. Any who defy will be reduced to ashes. Any who dare challenge the authority of a god will be torn apart like this land. The truth-seeking ball spun around Naruto, radiating an aura of destruction. Choose. Live on your knees or die standing. Accept the rule of a god, or face utter annihilation. Remember, this is not a request, but a command. Not a negotiation, but a proclamation. The new era has begun. The old era has ended. The entire ninja world fell into deathly silence, then utter panic. That power. It's impossible to fight. The white god. Is he really a god? Must we submit? At the urgent 5 Kage meeting, all faces were grim. That chasm. It runs across the entire continent. The 4th Raikage said hoarsely. This power is beyond human scope. Inoki said heavily, perhaps. We have no choice but to submit for now. Meitarumi gave a bitter smile. Living in humiliation. How ironic. Tsunade clenched her fists. Naruto. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Sasuke, who had lost his eyes, sat quietly in his room. Surprisingly, he showed no signs of dejection or despair. Instead, he exuded an eerie aura. Though his eyes had been gouged out, he seemed to see everything. The reincarnation of Indra. Such a perfect vessel. An icy voice echoed in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke's lips curled into a sinister smile. Otsutsuki. Finally here. Through the door opened by anger and despair, the consciousness of the Otsutsuki clan had invaded Sasuke's spiritual world and was gradually taking over his body. The white god. Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke Otsutsuki sneered, an amusing toy, but ultimately a lower life form. He stood up slowly. Though blind, a pale blue chakra began to emanate around him. This world will become a new nursery for the Otsutsuki. Naruto hovered above the clouds, his white form like a deity, looking down upon the panicked ninja world. Itachi and Kisame lurked in the shadows, staring at the white figure in the sky with grim expressions. Obito and Pain observed from afar, their Rinnegan flickering with complex lights. Sasuke Otsutsuki showed a sinister smile in Konoha and began to move covertly. The 3-day countdown began. The ninja world faced a choice: submit to the white god, or be destroyed. The new era had arrived, and the survivors of the old era had to choose amid fear and despair. The white god hung high in the sky awaiting the mortal's answer. Meanwhile, more forces lurked in the shadows. The storm had only just begun. At the edge of Konoha, the abandoned Uchiha compound lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Itachi and Kisame slipped inside, without a sound, searching for the missing Sasuke. Sasuke's chakra signature is deeply unnatural. Itachi's Sharingan rotated faintly as he keenly sensed the anomaly. His chakra feels utterly transformed. Kisame hefted Samahata across his shoulder, his shark-like visage tightening with wariness. Mr. Itachi, I feel it too. That is not Sasuke-kun's usual chakra. It is older, and far more dangerous. Cautiously, the two pushed open the compound's gate, and found Sasuke standing motionless in the courtyard's center, his back turned to them. Though blind, he seemed to perceive everything around him. Sasuke, Itachi murmured softly. We have come. Sasuke slowly turned, his hollow eye sockets fixed upon them, yet his lips curled into a chilling, uncanny smile. At last you've arrived, my beloved brother. Kisame suddenly snarled, Mr. Itachi, watch out. He is not Sasuke. But it was already too late. Sasuke, or rather the entity now inhabiting his body, vanished in an instant, reappearing behind them in the next breath. His speed defied even Itachi's Sharingan. A sickening thrust, 2 obsidian rods pierced their hearts with surgical precision. Intricate seals shimmered along the rod's surfaces, radiating sealing power. This is Yin-Yang release. Itachi gasped in shock, straining to break free, but his chakra was rapidly sealed away. Kisame roared and swung Samahata, but the blade recoiled with a pained shriek upon contact, unable to absorb such energy. Sasuke's forehead split open, and from the fissure emerged an alien, neither Rinnegan nor Sharingan, but something infinitely older, infinitely more terrifying. Its pupil etched with arcane divine sigils. Thank you for delivering the final offering. Sasuke's voice had shifted. Ancient resonant sovereign, this vessel's chakra was insufficient for my full descent. But now, it is more than enough. Black sigils surged from the eye across his entire body like living ink. His form twisted in horror, skin paled to alabaster, hair bleached silver, the forehead fully unveiled. Black spheres akin to truth-seeking balls coalesced around him. Witnessed the arrival of divinity, lesser beings. Sasuke, now reborn as Kaguya Shinshiki, hovered midair, emanating an aura so oppressive it stole breath and will alike. He raised a hand. Itachi's and Kisame's chakra was wrenched from their bodies and drawn into his own. The Nine-Tails chakra, the ocular power of the Sharingan. Find sustenance. Shinshiki smiled with quiet delight. Then let me meet your false gods, your pitiful mortal deities. He glanced down at the dying Itachi and Kisame. As reward for delivering this offering, I spare your lives. Witness the true war of the gods. Shinshiki vanished, leaving only broken men and the lingering weight of divine authority. High above the clouds, Naruto, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, suddenly opened his Rinnegan Sharingan eyes. His snow-white hair stirred without wind, his pallid face hardened with grim resolve. This sensation, he whispered, the chakra of the Otsutsuki. And no ordinary Otsutsuki. Through his Rinnegan Sharingan, he perceived the terrifying energy emanating from Konoha. Primordial, pure, suffused with divinity, utterly alien to the chakra of the shinobi world. They have arrived sooner than expected. Naruto rose slowly, 9 truth-seeking balls swirling behind him. Faster than foreseen. So Sasuke's body became the perfect vessel. He gazed toward Konoha, his Rinnegan Sharingan piercing space itself, locking eyes with Shinshiki across the vast distance. Interesting. A faint sharp smile touched Naruto's lips. A true god. Let us see. What right do you celestial intruders have to call yourselves divine? Kaguya Shinshiki hovered above Konoha, surveying the village beneath him. His forehead rotated, gently scanning the entire shinobi world. The white false god, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Shinshiki scoffed with disdain. A thief who stole the divine tree's power. Dares call himself a god. He raised his palm. coalescing a sphere of black energy. Then allow me to offer a greeting gift. It shot skyward, detonating high above, showering the land in countless droplets of black rain. Each drop carried sealing force. Those it touched collapsed instantly, chakra, severed consciousness extinguished. Tremble before my divine authority, lesser beings. Shinshiki's voice echoed across Konoha, and reached even Naruto suspended among the clouds. Naruto narrowed his Rinnegan Sharingan eyes. A challenge? Then so be it. He lifted the Six Paths Sage Staff toward the earth, Chibaku Tensei, revised. Countless boulders erupted from the ground, converging midair into a colossal orb, absorbing every black droplet. Then with cataclysmic force it compressed, and hurtled like a meteor toward Shinshiki. Shinshiki smirked and caught the meteor barehanded. Trivial artifice. But in the next heartbeat it detonated, releasing a torrent of Ten-Tails chakra. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Shinshiki's gaze. Somewhat intriguing, worthy of a thief who stole the divine tree's might. Though miles apart, their divine energies clashed across the void, each impact rending sky and earth. Naruto floated among the clouds, his white divine robes billowing. Otsutsuki, state your name. I never slay the nameless. Shinshiki stood aloft over Konoha, silver hair streaming in the wind. Remember this name, Kagaya Shinshiki. It shall be the last you ever hear. Both formed seals, not hand seals of ninjutsu, but ancient sacred sigils older than time itself. Divine art, heavens collapse. Divine art, earth sundering. The sky shattered. The earth ruptured. Their divine forces collided, sending shockwaves that scoured the entire shinobi world. The five Kage and the surviving shinobi gazed upward, paralyzed by the twin divine figures, overwhelmed by power that could unmake reality itself. Two gods. Mei Terumi's voice trembled. This battle is beyond our reach. Inoki's face drained of color. Naruto, and that being, Tsunade's heart filled with unbearable sorrow. Ordinary shinobi collapsed to their knees, crushed beneath the sheer weight of divine presence. Naruto and Shinshiki paused, gazing across the void. Impressive strength, thief, Shinshiki sneered. You are worthy of becoming my plaything. Naruto's expression remained impassive. Otsutsuki, you celestial invaders, are the true thieves. Parasites who steal planetary life. Rage flared in Shinshiki's eyes. Arrogance. Let me show you true divine power. Naruto's Rinnegan Sharingan spun steadily. As I wished. Let me see what the Otsutsuki truly possess. Both vanished, then reappeared high above, the destined battlefield, the realm of gods. The final divine confrontation had begun, and all the people of the shinobi world could do was kneel and pray to survive the war of the gods. The storm reached its apex, and the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire. The battle between Naruto and Otsutsuki Shunsher intensified from the ground to the sky, each collision causing space to tremble. The Rinnegan Sharingan on Shinshi's forehead flickered with an eerie light, while the dark yin-yang release rods constantly formed in his hands. Divine art, heavenly pillar. Shunsher formed hand seals, and several massive black pillars descended from the sky, trapping Naruto in the center. Naruto's Rinnegan shifted slightly, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force shattered the black pillars, but Shunsher had already closed in. Taijutsu. Just what I wanted. Naruto sneered, his Six Paths staff transforming into a long sword as he met the attack. Their taijutsu duel was too fast for the naked eye to follow, each collision unleashing shockwaves that tore the ground apart. Shunsher suddenly changed his move, Great Black Heaven Cube Suppression. Dozens of black cubes were summoned from another dimension, pressing toward Naruto from all directions. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art Super-Tailed Beast Rasentama. The 9 truth-seeking orbs transformed into 9 miniaturized tailed beasts, each spewing a tailed beast ball of different attributes, shattering the cubes one by one. Interesting. Shinshi's third eye brightened. But this is the end. Divine art, heaven shift. In an instant the space they occupied was cut away and rapidly ascended to the high altitude, breaking through the atmosphere. When Naruto realized it, he was already tens of thousands of meters above. Space transfer. Planning to fight in space. Shunsher said coldly, this low-class planet cannot withstand our full power. The moon will be your grave. Naruto's Rinnegan flickered, Just what I wanted. There I can go all out. The two continued their fierce battle while ascending rapidly. Naruto condensed a massive-tailed beast ball, while Shunsher used Sukuna Hikona to shrink it and reflect it back. Sage Art Flying Thunder God Lightning Guidance. Naruto instantly teleported the reflected attack away. As they broke through the atmosphere, the friction-induced high temperature enveloped them. A protective barrier appeared around Shunsher, while Naruto used truth-seeking orbs for defense. We'll reach the moon soon. Shunsher suddenly accelerated. Landing on the desolate lunar surface, the two immediately engaged in a new round of combat. In the low-gravity environment, their speed increased and their movements became more fierce. Divine Art Tsukuyomi. The eye on Shinshi's forehead emitted an eerie light, attempting to drag Naruto into an illusionary space. Naruto's Rinnegan spun rapidly. Illusion. Useless against me. 6 paths illusion counter. Instead, Shunsher was momentarily stunned, affected by his own technique. Seizing the opening, Naruto struck with full force. Sage Art Super-Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. A giant shuriken infused with the attributes of all 9-tailed beasts howled forward. Shunsher quickly recovered. Great Black Heaven Absorption. A space rift like a black hole appeared, sucking the shuriken into another dimension. Useless. My Great Black Heaven can store countless items, including your techniques, Shunsher said arrogantly. Naruto's expression remained unchanged. Then try this. Sage Art's 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. The lunar surface trembled violently, and countless rocks rose up, attempting to seal Shunsher. The eye on Shinshi's forehead lit up. Divine Art Star Collapse. A powerful burst of energy shattered the Chibaku Tensei directly. The battle raged on for a long time, and Naruto gradually fell into a disadvantage. Shinshi's power seemed inexhaustible, while Naruto began to feel the drain on his chakra. Almost there. Naruto judged calmly. Earlier than expected, but it can't be helped. He formed hand seals without hesitation. 10 tails separation. The 10 tails within him was forcibly separated, letting out a painful roar. Without pausing, Naruto continued to form seals. Sage Art Baryon Mode activate. A golden light burst forth. Naruto's hair stood up, forming horn-like shapes, and 9 golden tails appeared behind him, his body enveloped in vivid red chakra. There was not a trace of hesitation in the entire process, a calmness that was frightening. 9 tails, rest in peace, Naruto muttered coldly, feeling the pain and ecstasy of his power surging. In Baryon mode, Naruto's power skyrocketed, instantly overwhelming Shunsher. What is this power? Shunsher showed a shocked expression for the first time. Naruto didn't answer, appearing before Shunsher in an instant and throwing a punch. Shunsher tried to shrink the attack with Sukuna Hikona, but the energy of Baryon mode was too powerful to be fully reduced. Bam! Shunsher was blasted several kilometers away, carving a deep trench on the lunar surface. Naruto pursued his tails, launching countless golden light bullets. Sage Art Baryon Barrage. Shunsher hastily summoned black cubes for defense, but the light bullets easily pierced through, inflicting heavy damage. Great Black Heaven summoned Divine Weapon. Shunsher summoned various weapons from another dimension, but Naruto simply shattered them all with a single punch or kick. Useless. The power of Baryon mode is beyond your comprehension. Naruto's voice was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion. Shunsher ground his teeth, arrogant. Divine Art Amaterasu Inferno. A sea of black flames surged toward Naruto. Naruto didn't even dodge. His Baryon mode chakra simply absorbed the Amaterasu flames. Energy absorption. That's a basic ability of Baryon mode. The battle reached a fever pitch as the two moved at high speed across the lunar surface, each collision triggering a moonquake. Naruto was completely dominant, his Baryon mode power forcing Shunsher to retreat step by step. One final move to decide the outcome. Naruto condensed an unprecedented massive energy sphere. Sage Art Baryon Star Collapse. Shunsher also gathered all his power, Divine Art Annihilation of the World. Two apocalyptic energies were about to collide, but at the critical moment, Naruto's Baryon mode suddenly began to fade, the golden light dimming rapidly. Time's up. Naruto muttered calmly without any panic. Shunsher noticed this, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Looks like I win. The devastating energy of annihilation surged forward while Naruto's Baryon mode had completely vanished. The golden light completely dissipated, the red chakra shield around Naruto collapsed instantly, and the nine tails vanished as particles of light. The cost of Baryon mode began to manifest, his life force draining rapidly. The torrent of Shinshi's divine art annihilation of the world was imminent. Naruto barely raised his hand, six paths barrier. A weak shield formed, but it was like paper against Shinshi's full power strike. Ugh! Naruto was directly hit by the energy torrent, blood spurting out as his body flew backward like a broken kite, smashing a huge crater into the lunar surface. Shinsher descended slowly, standing at the edge of the crater looking down at the dying Naruto. Amazing power. But unfortunately its duration was too short. Now your life and the 10 tails both belong to me. Naruto raised his head with difficulty, his Rinnegan already dim, but the corner of his mouth curved into a barely perceptible smile. Really? Shinsher frowned suddenly, sensing something, and jerked his head up, only to see the separated 10 tails undergoing a mutation with familiar golden chakra surging from within. On the surface of the moon, Naruto lay in a massive impact crater engulfed by the weakness that followed the dissipating heavy particle mode. Otsutsuki Shinji floated above, a look of victorious arrogance on his face. It's over, inferior beings. Shinji slowly descended, gathering his final lethal strike in his hand. But at that moment a glint of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, forming seals with both hands. 10 tails, second separation. The 10 tails within him howled in agony as the chakra of the 7 tails and 8 tails was forcibly stripped away. This process was even more agonizing than the first, nearly tearing Naruto's soul apart. Sage Art Heavy Particle Mode Reactivation. Without hesitation, Naruto activated the forbidden technique once more. An even more dazzling golden light erupted. Naruto's hair turned a blazing white, his tails increased to 14, and he was surrounded by platinum-colored chakra flames. This power was far more terrifying than before, but it also came at a greater cost. What a... Shinji stared at this scene in shock. Impossible. How could it be a second time? Naruto slowly stood up, his platinum-colored eyes cold and merciless. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as impossible. With the reactivation of heavy particle mode, Naruto's strength reached an unprecedented height. He instantly appeared before Shinji, his speed so fast that even Shinji's Rinnegan could not capture it. First strike. Naruto unleashed a punch, distorting the space around him. Shinji barely managed to block it with his Inyang release staff, but the staff shattered instantly. Second strike. Naruto swept his tails, tearing through the lunar surface. Shinji was sent flying, blood gushing forth. In a frenzy, Shinji retaliated. Divine Art, the end descends. The strongest divine technique was unleashed, but Naruto merely raised his hand lightly. Heavy particle absolute absorption. The technique of the end was completely absorbed, in turn enhancing Naruto's power. It's time to end this, Naruto said coldly. Sage Art Heavy Particle Final Cannon. A torrent of platinum energy surged forth while Shinji poured all his strength into defense. Great Dark Heaven Absolute Defense. But the heavy particle energy easily pierced through the defense, directly hitting Shinji. No! Shinji let out a final anguished scream as his body began to disintegrate. Without mercy, Naruto added another attack, Sage Art 6 Paths Sealing Technique. The special technique thoroughly sealed away Shinji's remaining consciousness and power. When the light faded, Otsutsuki Shinji had been reduced to a charred corpse with only the Rinnegan in his forehead still faintly glowing. Naruto picked up Shinji's corpse, feeling the heavy particle mode beginning to fade. The cost of using it a second time was even greater. Three-tailed beasts had perished, and his own vitality was nearly depleted. But he paid it no mind as he formed seals to return to the ninja world. Naruto appeared above the 5 Kage summit, holding Shinji's corpse. When everyone saw that the terrifying Otsutsuki had been defeated, they all fell into a despairing silence. This is the consequence of rebellion. Naruto's cold voice echoed throughout the hall. Even gods can fall, let alone you mere mortals. He slowly descended, throwing Shinji's corpse before the 5 Kage. Now who else wishes to? An invisible genjutsu from the Sharingan quietly released, amplifying each person's inner fear and despair. Some who had originally harbored thoughts of resistance gradually lost their resolve, their gazes becoming hollow. Terumi, Mei was the first to kneel, missed. Submits. Inoki struggled to bow, his head stone. Submits. The fourth Reikage gritted his teeth for a long time, ultimately kneeling on one knee. Cloud. Submits. Gaara's expression remained impassive. Sand. Submits. Tsunade was the last to kneel, tears in her eyes. Konoha. Submits. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Very good. From today onward the ninja world will be under my rule. But as I said, I am merciful. I will not interfere with your internal affairs, nor will I strip you of your ninjutsu. He changed his tone, but I am also very cruel. Any rebel will be killed without mercy. Now select your leader and report back to me in 3 days. With that, Naruto disappeared in a puff of white smoke, leaving behind Shinji's corpse and a field full of kneeling ninjas. Naruto returned deep within the dragon's cave, immediately beginning his research. Though his vitality was nearly exhausted, the power of the Rinnegan allowed him to temporarily maintain his life. Byakugan. Rinnegan. Naruto took out the Byakugan from the Hyuga branch family and the Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara. What secrets lie within the bloodline limit of the Otsutsuki? Through the inside of the Rinnegan, he began to analyze the structure and energy flow of the two eyes. Interesting. The Byakugan can see the flow of chakra and chakra points, while the Rinnegan can control life and death and space. If they could be fused. Naruto tried to inject a trace of Rinnegan's power into the Byakugan, and the Byakugan suddenly emitted a strange glow, with its patterns starting to change. Indeed, there are commonalities. The bloodline limit of the Otsutsuki clan originates from the same source. Naruto turned his attention to Shinji's corpse, particularly the Rinnegan. This eye is more complete and ancient than mine. He carefully extracted the eye and preserved it in a special container. Through dissecting Shinji's body, Naruto discovered many astonishing facts. The cellular structure is completely different. Is this the secret to Otsutsuki's immortality? The chakra meridian system is more complex and efficient. The eye on the forehead connects to some alternate space. What intrigued Naruto the most were the memories within Shinji concerning the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan. Are there other more powerful beings? The divine tree planting plan spans multiple planets. The chakra fruit. Is it the true divine fruit? These discoveries left Naruto both vigilant and excited. The threat was far from over, but the opportunities were also greater. Meanwhile, Naruto's shadow clone was meeting with the leader selected by the 5 Kage, a middle-aged ninja, his face marked by fear and submission. Remember my rules, the shadow clone said coldly. First, do not develop techniques against me. Second, submit resources on time. Third, eliminate all rebels. The leader trembled as he answered, yes. My lord, may I ask, what do we need to do? The shadow clone replied flatly, just survive. Maintain your order, develop your technology, multiply your population. Like hamsters in a cage running on a wheel. As long as you do not attempt to jump off the wheel, you will be very safe. Even quite happy. The genjutsu of the Sharingan deepened this suggestion quietly. The leader's gaze became even more vacant. Yes, my lord, we will happily run on the wheel. Within the dragon's cave, Naruto's research made breakthrough progress. The fusion of the Byakugan and Rinnegan was successful. Naruto looked at the brand new eye in his hand. Its sclera turned black, its pupils silver, with the circular patterns of the Rinnegan and the inside of the Byakugan. I shall call you the Rebirth Eye. Naruto implanted the new eye into his own, instantly gaining a new perspective. At the same time, through studying Shinji's cells, he began to restore his depleted vitality. The cells of the Otsutsuki can complete my deficiencies. Naruto injected Shinji's cells into his body, his pale skin starting to regain some color. Not enough. I need more samples from the Otsutsuki. I need the chakra fruit. Naruto looked up at the sky, his rebirth eye penetrating the atmosphere, gazing at the distant starry sky. The Otsutsuki clan will arrive soon. Before they come, I must become stronger. Under Naruto's rule, the ninja world entered a strange period of peace. No wars, no conflicts, but also no freedom, no hope. Under the influence of the Sharingans, genjutsu people became obedient and numb. The 5 Kage became puppet rulers responsible for maintaining order. Research on ninjutsu was strictly limited, and any techniques that might threaten Naruto were prohibited. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his research deep within the Dragon's Cave, preparing for greater challenges. The arrival of Shinji was just the beginning. The true Otsutsuki clan was still to come. Peace has finally been achieved. Naruto looked at the reports coming from the ninja world, his expression emotionless. Peace achieved through fear and absolute power is still peace. The rebirth eye glimmered slightly, reflecting Naruto's cold visage. Next step: to welcome the Otsutsuki clan, and then to seize the chakra fruit and become the true god. A new era had begun, and the real challenges were only just beginning. Within the depths of Ryuchi Cave, Naruto embarked on a month-long ultimate transformation. This process surpassed the limits of human endurance, yet he bore it with an unyielding will. On the first day, Naruto injected Otsutsuki Ishiki's cells into his own body. Instantly, an indescribable agony engulfed him. Naruto let out a rare scream. The Otsutsuki cells clashed violently with his human cells, as if every cell was being torn apart and reassembled. Black patterns surfaced on his skin, only to fade away, cycling endlessly. His bones emitted a grating, crackling sound, only to be reformed under Sage Chakra. The White Snake Sage observed grimly: human and Otsutsuki cellular rejection. A conflict of life essence. One must either evolve or perish. Naruto clenched his teeth, his Rinne Sharingan spinning wildly. I must succeed. On the 7th day, he began transplanting Ishiki's organs, the most painful being the implantation of the Rinne Sharingan into his forehead. Sage Art Organ Fusion. Naruto sliced open his own forehead and embedded the Otsutsuki Rinne Sharingan. Blood and cerebrospinal fluid gushed out, only to be halted by sage techniques. Aya! Naruto's screams echoed through Ryuchi Cave. The foreign organ's rejection felt like billions of needles piercing his brain. But the transplantation of the Sharingan was even more agonizing. Naruto grafted Kakashi's Sharingan and Obito's Kinni Sharingan onto his left and right arms. Sharingan Arm Seal. A special jutsu sealed the Sharingan into his arms, ready to be activated when needed. The process felt like molten lava being injected into his veins, each heartbeat bringing a searing pain. On the 15th day, Naruto began restructuring his chakra system. The Otsutsuki chakra pathways were entirely different from humans, far more complex and efficient. Sage Art Meridian Reforge. Naruto forcibly altered his chakra flow, suffering agonies akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades. His original chakra points were violently enlarged and new ones were created. The entire process was like performing delicate surgery on a living being without anesthesia. The most perilous part was the fusion of the Ten-Tails chakra with the Otsutsuki chakra. Two godlike forces clashed within him, nearly tearing him apart. Subdue. Naruto's Rinne Sharingan erupted with unprecedented light, forcibly balancing the two powers. On the 22nd day, physical pain ebbed slightly, but mental erosion began. Fragments of Otsutsuki Ishiki's memories and consciousness invaded Naruto's mind, attempting to seize control. Get out! Naruto roared, his Rinne Sharingan fiercely opposing the invading consciousness. Illusions flashed: the origin of the Otsutsuki clan, the Shinju planting plan, the destruction of other planets. Countless memory fragments assaulted Naruto's awareness. The most dangerous was Ishiki's instinctive, devouring desire, the craving for chakra fruits, the greed for evolution. This is my body. Naruto's will, like steel, forcibly suppressed the Otsutsuki consciousness fragments, transforming them into pure memory data. On the 30th day, the transformation entered its final stage. Naruto performed the ultimate fusion ritual. Sage Art Divine Fusion. He formed an unprecedentedly complex hand seal, and the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave surged wildly into his body. His body underwent final changes: skin turned pale gold, mysterious divine patterns emerging. Hair turned completely silver white, flowing without wind. The Rinne Sharingan on his forehead fully fused, its 9 tomo becoming more intricate. The Sharingan on his arms merged perfectly with his flesh, ready to activate at any moment. His chakra became platinum white, its quality fundamentally elevated. When the last trace of pain faded, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes held no human emotion, only pure divinity. It's done. Naruto's voice became ethereal and majestic. Now, I am a true god. During the transformation, Naruto had sent shadow clones to deal with the remaining Akatsuki members. Obito was deprived of his Kimyu Sharingan, reduced to an ordinary ninja. Nagato's Rinnegan was extracted, leaving him frail. Konan's paper person of god technique was permanently sealed. Deidara's explosion release was restricted. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear was destroyed. Zetsu was imprisoned in a special barrier. Naruto did not kill them, but stripped them of their power and threat. The Akatsuki existed in name only. Now Naruto had completely surpassed the human realm. His height increased to 2 meters, his physique perfect as a sculpture. Divine pressure radiated naturally, making ordinary ninjas unable to meet his gaze. His chakra volume reached unprecedented heights, rivaling the 10 tails. He could wield all bloodline limits and secret techniques at will. His lifespan was vastly extended, nearly immortal. He raised a hand lightly, and the Sharingan on his arm manifested Kamui. Space twisted effortlessly, far smoother than when Obito used it. The Rinne Sharingan in his forehead rotated slightly, a Mino to Jikara. He instantaneously moved to the other end of Ryuchi Cave without any strain. This is the power of a god. Naruto felt the newfound strength. Humans can no longer comprehend this realm. Naruto emerged from Ryuchi Cave and appeared before the 5 Kage. When he manifested, everyone involuntarily fell to their knees. The divine pressure was too overwhelming for mortals to stand. From today, the shinobi world enters the age of divine rule. Naruto's ethereal voice resonated across the land. I am the law. I am the truth. He raised a hand lightly, healing all the wounded. This is my mercy. With another wave, a towering mountain was leveled to the ground. This is my authority. The 5 Kage and all ninjas knelt deeply, any thought of resistance extinguished. Naruto gazed upon the prostrate masses, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Live well under my protection. As long as you follow my rules, you will be safe. With that, he vanished, instantly returning to Ryuchi Cave to continue his research. How to obtain a chakra fruit and how to deal with the possible arrival of the main Otsutsuki clan. Deep within Ryuchi Cave, Naruto looked at himself in the mirror. Golden skin, silver white hair, the divine eye on his forehead, the Sharingan on his arms. Human emotions are almost gone. He analyzed his state calmly. Joy, sorrow, anger, fear, all feel distant. But he did not care. Power is eternity, our rule is truth. Human emotions are but evolutionary baggage. Next, wait for the main Otsutsuki clan to arrive, seize the chakra fruit, and become a true god. Naruto closed his eyes and entered deep meditation. The path of godhood had only just begun. Meanwhile, under his rule, the shinobi world entered a bizarre era of peace. No wars, no conflicts, but also no freedom, no hope. People lived under divine pressure, both in awe and despair. The true age of divine rule had arrived. Deep within the dragon cave, Naruto, having completed his transformation, floated in midair. The platinum divine patterns shimmered on his skin, while the Rinnegan on his forehead slowly rotated, perceiving the movements of the entire ninja world. These survivors, Naruto coldly assessed, they have been deeply tainted by war and hatred. Even under my rule, thoughts of rebellion still surge beneath the surface. He gently raised his hand, revealing the Sharingan on his arm. The problem needs to be fundamentally addressed. This generation is already a defective product. The next generation is the true hope. Using the supercomputing ability of the Rinnegan, Naruto began to design an entirely new education system. First, we need qualified teachers. But the existing teachers are all deeply poisoned by old ideologies. They need to be transformed. Secondly, we need entirely new teaching materials. Remove all content related to war, rebellion, and independence. Lastly, we need a monitoring system. Ensure that the educational process fully complies with the requirements. He performed hand seals to create a special shadow clone. Go execute the educational reform plan. With divine power, reshape their thoughts. The shadow clone arrived at the newly established Divine Education Center on the ruins of Konoha. Here the selected teachers gathered, each face marked with fear and unease. Ladies and gentlemen, the shadow clone's voice was ethereal and authoritative. You have been chosen to carry out a sacred mission. nurturing a new humanity. An older teacher trembled and asked, "My lord, what is the new humanity? Forget war, forget hatred, forget rebellion. Perfect humans who only understand peace and obedience." The teachers exchanged uneasy glances as anxiety spread. Now begin the transformation. The shadow clone formed hand seals, divine technique, thought purification. The Rinnegan erupted with a brilliant light enveloping all the teachers. The teachers emitted painful groans as their old memories and thoughts were forcibly erased, new commands implanted. When the light faded, the teachers' gazes became hollow and devout. Serve the divine. Nurture the new humanity. Naruto's true self personally compiled the teaching materials in the Dragon Cave. The Rinnegan read and modified all existing books at super speed. Ninja history was rewritten, all war content was deleted, replaced with the divine's arrival brings peace. Basic ninjutsu was modified, all offensive ninjutsu was removed, retaining only practical techniques. Ethics and morality was newly added, emphasizing that obeying the divine will is the highest virtue. Most importantly was the newly compiled Divine Oracles Codex. Article 1, the divine is truth. Article 2, obedience is virtue. Article 3, questioning is sin. Article 4, peace is eternal. All teaching materials were specially processed, subtly deepening mental control during reading. Naruto used divine power to construct a brand new educational facility overnight, the Divine Nursery. These buildings had no windows, with pure white walls etched with divine patterns. The interiors were filled with monitoring arrays, ensuring the teaching process was completely controllable. Each classroom was equipped with a special device, the thought resonator, which could amplify the teacher's spiritual suggestions, ensuring every student received exactly the same information. Through precise screening with the Rinnegan, Naruto selected the first batch of children of appropriate age. Most of these children had lost their parents in the war and were more susceptible to new ideas. Children. The transformed teachers spoke in hollow voices. Welcome to the Divine Nursery. Here you will be taught true peace. The children blankly repeated, true peace. The teachers, using the thought resonator, directly instilled processed information into the children's minds. War is bad. Rebellion is sinful. The divine loves the world. Obedience brings happiness. These simple tenets were repeatedly reinforced, accompanied by pleasant emotional suggestions. Any questioning would be immediately corrected, accompanied by slight painful punishment. Naruto observed the entire process through the monitoring arrays. Very good. The mental stamp is forming. This generation will never know what rebellion is. For the existing parents, Naruto also implemented strict controls. They must attend a divine oracle lecture every week to receive thought reinforcement. Any behavior that teaches children old ideas will be immediately detected, and the individuals will be taken away for thought correction. A father was discovered for secretly teaching his child Shuriken techniques. Naruto's shadow clone personally handled it. The remnants of the old era must be thoroughly eliminated. The father was taken away and the child was sent to the Divine Nursery for special correction. A month later, Naruto evaluated the educational results, randomly checking a few children. If the divine commands you to do something you dislike, what will you do? The child answered without hesitation, obey the divine will. If you see someone rebelling against the divine, what will you do? Report immediately and stop the evil. What is the essence of war? The foolishness of the old humanity. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The program is operating normally. Continue to strengthen the cultivation of obedience and peacefulness. However, not everything went smoothly. Some children displayed strong independent thinking abilities and resisted the brainwashing education. A child named Lianhua asked in class, "Why can't we learn ninjutsu? What will we do if we encounter danger?" The teacher responded, "According to the program, the divine will protect us. Ninjutsu leads to war." Lianhua pressed on, "But were there wars before the divine?" This question triggered an alarm. Naruto personally handled it, an interesting individual with strong resistance. Needs special treatment. Lianhua was taken into a special correction room for deep thought reform. After emerging, he became one of the most devout followers. Naruto formulated a long-term educational plan, complete brainwashing education for all age-appropriate children within 3 years, establish a comprehensive educational monitoring system. Within 5 years, I cultivate the first batch of completely loyal new humanity. Within 10 years, and achieve ideological unity in society within 20 years. By then, Naruto coldly planned, rebellion will become a foreign term. Peace will truly be realized. The 5 Kage were forced to cooperate with the educational plan, but privately felt deep unease. This is destroying the next generation. Tsunade said painfully, but they have already become different. Inoki sighed, those children. Their gazes are terrifyingly hollow. Conan worried. Even the concept of rebellion has been erased. This is true death of thought. Yet they were powerless. Naruto's divine power was omnipresent, and any dissent would be immediately detected. In the Dragon Cave, Naruto continued to perfect the education system. Occasionally fragments of memories would surface. Iruka's teachings, Jiraiya's legacy. But Naruto immediately suppressed these emotional fluctuations. The education of the old era was filled with errors and pain. My way is the true peace. He gazed at the under-construction divine nursery, the Rinnegan, showing no fluctuations soon. Rebellion will completely disappear. Under my rule, true peace will be achieved. The educational reform plan continued to advance, and the reshaping of thoughts was quietly changing the entire ninja world. The world of peace that Naruto envisioned was gradually becoming a reality. The cost was freedom and humanity, but for the divine, these were merely necessary sacrifices. Deep within the Ryuchi cave, Naruto awakened from a profound meditation. The platinum divine patterns flowed across his skin, and the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead slowly opened, peering into the fabric of space-time. The reformation of the ninja world is underway. He sensed the progress of the brainwashing education within the divine nursery, but it is not enough. Facing the Otsutsuki main family requires even greater power. The Rinne Sharingan pierced through space, locking onto the seal deep within the moon. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. Your strength shall become my nourishment. Naruto formed hand seals and vanished, appearing the next moment on the desolate lunar surface. Under low gravity, his silver-white hair drifted without wind, divine might radiating naturally, causing even the moon's natural energy to tremble. 6 paths, earth pulse perception. Naruto pressed one hand to the ground, and the Rinne Sharingan precisely located Kagaya's seal coordinates. Arriving at the sealed site, Naruto beheld the massive frozen pyramid, the core of the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. Kagaya was sealed within like an eternal statue. Pathetic being, Naruto commented coldly. Possessing such power, yet defeated by your own creations. He clasped his hands, divine technique, sealed dissolution. Intricate sigils emerged, and the pyramid began to disintegrate. Ice shattered, and Kagaya's figure slowly materialized. When the final seal was undone, Kagaya slowly opened her eyes. Her white hair danced, and the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead opened, exuding a terrifying pressure. Who awakened me? Kagaya's voice was ethereal and ancient, but when she saw Naruto, her pupils contracted. This aura. Indra. Ashura. No. More complex. Naruto gazed at her calmly. Kagaya Otsutsuki, progenitor of chakra. Your era is over. Your power shall serve me. Kagaya laughed in fury, arrogant. Mere lowly creature, you dare covet the power of a god. She struck instantly, all killing ash bones. Dark bone spikes shot toward Naruto, carrying the force of annihilation. But Naruto simply raised his hand, divine technique, energy absorption. The all-killing ash bones were completely absorbed before touching Naruto. What a... Kagaya was shocked. Impossible. Naruto's Rinne Sharingan rotated. Let you witness. True divine power. Divine technique, space-time imprisonment. The surrounding space instantly solidified, freezing Kagaya entirely. Divine technique, chakra extraction. Kagaya's power was forcibly drawn out, transforming into streams of light that poured into Naruto's body. Kagaya let out a pained shriek. Stop, you thief. She struggled desperately, Yamanaka, trying to pull Naruto into the primal space, but Naruto remained unmoved. It's useless, Naruto said coldly. Your techniques, I have already analyzed them completely. Kagaya was utterly stunned. Who are you? A new god? Naruto replied, simply continuing to drain her power. Sensing the crisis, Kagaya burst forth with all her strength, rabbit hair needle. Countless gray strands shot toward Naruto, while she simultaneously used Yamatsu Hirasaka to flee. But the Sharingan on Naruto's arm manifested Kemui, space collapse. Kagaya's space-time jutsu was forcibly interrupted. Sage Art, heavy particle barrier. The rabbit hair needles dissipated around Naruto. The final step. Naruto clasped his hands. Divine technique, origin extraction. Terrifying energy was forcibly drawn from Kagaya's body, and her form began to disintegrate. No, I am the progenitor of chakra. I am immortal. Kagaya let out a desperate roar. Naruto remained impassive before my power. Nothing is immortal. When Kagaya completely dissipated, leaving only the purest origin energy, Naruto began the most dangerous step, merging with the power of the chakra progenitor. Divine technique, origin fusion. Naruto infused Kagaya's origin into his own body. Instantly, indescribable agony swept through him. It was torment more horrifying than any previous fusion, as if every cell were being crushed and reborn. Arg. Naruto rarely cried out in pain, the platinum divine patterns flickering violently. Kagaya's origin power clashed fiercely with his divine energy, two god-level forces colliding madly within him. Bones shattered and reformed meridians collapsed and regenerated, even his soul was torn apart. Most dangerously, Kagaya's consciousness fragments attempted to devour him, pathetic thief. Perish with me. But Naruto's will was like steel, mere remnants. Dare to rebel. The Rinne Sharingan blazed with unprecedented light, forcibly suppressing Kagaya's consciousness. When the most intense pain subsided, the fusion entered its final stage. Naruto's body underwent ultimate metamorphosis. The platinum divine patterns on his skin grew more intricate, containing the mysteries of space-time. His silver-white hair became more crystalline, with faint starlight shimmering at the tips. The Rinne Sharingan on his forehead increased to 12 tomo, gaining the ability to manipulate time. The Sharingan on his arms evolved into new patterns, granting him Kagaya's space-time techniques, and his chakra quality elevated further, bearing a faint rainbow sheen over the platinum. Naruto slowly rose, feeling the new power. So this is the power of the chakra progenitor. He lightly raised his hand, all killing ash bones. Dark bone spikes materialized, even more formidable than when Kagaya used them. Yamanaka. He effortlessly switched dimensions, more adept than Kagaya. Yamatsu Hirasaka. He opened space-time portals more stable than Kagaya's. After fusing with Kagaya, Naruto achieved a qualitative leap. Time manipulation. The Rinne Sharingan on his forehead gained preliminary time abilities, space domination, complete mastery over all space-time techniques, origin absorption, capable of absorbing any form of energy, creation power, initial grasp of creation abilities. Naruto tested his new capabilities, divine technique, time slow. Time around him instantly slowed while he moved at normal speed. Divine technique, space creation. A small pocket dimension was created. Divine technique, energy conversion. He transformed natural energy into various chakra natures. When Naruto completed the fusion, the entire ninja world felt an inexplicable tremor. What just happened? Meitarumi asked uneasily. Anoki's expression was grave. Some essential change. The power of the god has grown even stronger. Tsunade looked anxiously at the moon. Naruto, you are drifting further away. In the divine nursery, the children simultaneously looked up, a faint golden light shimmering in their eyes, as if sensing the god's transformation. Naruto stood on the moon, gazing down at the ninja world below. He had now completely transcended the realm of humanity and even surpassed ordinary gods. Kagaya's power is indeed extraordinary. He analyzed calmly, but still insufficient. The Otsutsuki main family may possess even stronger beings. He recalled fragments from Kagaya's memories. Ishiki Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki main family, the divine tree planting project, the chakra fruit. I need more. Greater power. Naruto made up his mind. The next target, the Otsutsuki main family. But before that, he needed to fully master his newly acquired powers, especially time abilities. Naruto formed seals and returned to Ryuchi Cave to adapt to his new strength. Time manipulation was especially dangerous. Even the slightest misstep could cause irreversible consequences. Time acceleration. Time deceleration. Time reversal. Naruto cautiously tested the abilities. Not yet proficient. Need more practice. Simultaneously, he refined his plan for reforming the ninja world. Education must accelerate. Ideology must be unified. Strength must be consolidated. The Rinne Sharingan on his forehead rotated slightly, peering into future possibilities, multiple timelines. Multiple probabilities. Must choose the most advantageous one. After fusing with Kagaya, Naruto not only gained power, but also attained deeper cognition. He now truly stood at the height of a god, overlooking the fates of all beings. Soon, the Otsutsuki main family will come. Naruto gazed at the stars. When that time comes, it will be the decisive battle. Divine perfection was complete. The next step would be the divine expedition. But before that, the ninja world must be utterly subjugated, becoming my stable rear base. The god of a new era was ready. Deep within the dragon vein cave, Naruto floated suspended in the void. The power fused with Kagaya circulated within his body, platinum divine runes shimmering with the mysteries of time and space, while the 12 Magatama Rinne Sharingan on his forehead perceived the essence of all things. Kagaya's power has been fully digested. Naruto felt the surging divine energy within him. But it's not enough. Facing the Otsutsuki main family requires even stronger trump cards. The Rinne Sharingan pierced through time and space, locking onto three particular existences, the three great sages. The embodiments of natural energy. Your power will complete the final puzzle. Naruto first arrived at the deepest part of the Dragon Vein Cave. The White Snake Sage seemed to have foreseen his arrival, her massive serpentine body gliding slowly within the cavern. You have come. Her voice echoed with ancient resonance. For the final power. Naruto gazed at her calmly. You know my purpose. The White Snake Sage nodded slowly. Naturally. From the first moment you set foot in the Dragon Vein Cave, I foresaw this day. She offered no resistance, simply watching him quietly. But you must understand. Devouring a natural embodiment means making an enemy of the entire planet's natural energy. Naruto remained unwavering. No matter. A god should transcend nature itself. The White Snake Sage spoke her final words. Those who immerse themselves in their own world often remain trapped in the cycle. With that, she voluntarily transformed into a pure stream of natural energy. Come, complete your metamorphosis. Naruto's Rinne Sharingan spun. Divine art, nature absorption. A vast torrent of natural energy flooded into his body, clashing violently with divine power. This pain was unlike any before, a conflict at the very core of life essence. Naruto let out a low roar, but forcefully suppressed the energy backlash. When the process concluded, serpentine divine runes emerged across his form, granting him the ability to control the cycle of life and death. Within Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage sat upon his throne as if he had been waiting long. I foresaw this day would finally come. The balance of nature will be utterly shattered. Naruto appeared. Toad Sage, your prophetic ability. I require it. The Toad Sage offered no resistance, only gazing deeply at Naruto. Child, do you know what you are doing? Devouring natural embodiments means betraying the will of the entire planet. Naruto replied coldly, the will of a god is the will of the world. The Toad Sage sighed. Those who immerse themselves in their own world often remain trapped in the cycle. He voluntarily transformed into a stream of energy. I hope you will not regret this. Naruto began absorption. Divine art, prophecy, fusion. This pain was even more bizarre, as if countless timelines were clashing within his mind. Naruto glimpsed countless possible futures, his brain nearly bursting. Yet he forcibly steadied his mind, fusing the prophetic ability into his Rinne Sharingan. When the process concluded, Naruto gained the power to foresee the future, and the Rinnegan on his forehead manifested clock-like markings. At the Shikatsu forest, the Slug Sage split into countless tiny slugs, attempting a final resistance. But when she saw Naruto, she refused. Useless. Facing you as you are now, resistance is meaningless. Naruto nodded. You are wise. Absorbing natural embodiments. You will gain boundless power, but you will also lose your connection to nature. Is it worth it? Naruto replied, a god needs no connection, only dominion. The slug sage spoke her final words. Those who immerse themselves in their own world often remain trapped in the cycle. She transformed into the purest life energy. May you find the true path. Naruto began the final absorption, divine art life drain. This pain was the most intense, a tearing apart of life essence itself. Naruto felt his very existence being reconstructed, nearly losing his sense of self. But with absolute will he suppress the backlash. When the process concluded, Naruto obtained the power of infinite regeneration and life manipulation, and his skin became adorned with iridescent slug-like patterns. After fusing the three great sages, Naruto began his ultimate transformation. He floated in the depths of the Dragon Vein Cave for 9 days and 9 nights, completing the final evolution. When the metamorphosis was complete, Naruto had utterly transcended all concepts. His skin turned into platinum-glazed crystal, naturally bearing the divine runes of the three great sages. His silver-white hair became a flowing radiance with starlight shimmering at the tips. The Rinnegan on his forehead evolved into the finality Rinnegan. 18 Magatama slowly rotating, containing the ultimate mysteries of time, space, life, and death. His body naturally emanated a divine domain that ordinary life could not approach. His chakra quality reached unprecedented heights, a platinum white, tinged with iridescence. Naruto gently raised his hand. Divine art creation. A miniature world was born in his palm, complete with mountains, rivers, and the cycle of life. He waved his hand again. Divine art annihilation. The miniature world instantly returned to nothingness. This is the ultimate power. Naruto felt his new existence. The divine perfection is complete. After evolution, the words of the three great sages echoed in Naruto's mind. Those who immerse themselves in their own world often remain trapped in the cycle. Naruto did ponder the meaning of those words deeply. He saw countless possibilities. If he had chosen another path, would things be different? If he stopped, would he lose himself? If he continued forward, would he be trapped in an eternal cycle? But soon he abandoned the thought. Right or wrong, no longer matters. Naruto muttered coldly. This path, there is no turning back. He rose from the place of transformation, divine majesty naturally radiating. Whatever lies ahead, I can only keep walking. After completing divine perfection, Naruto returned to the ninja world. His very existence was changing the world. Wherever he went, plants withered and revived, rivers changed course and restored, as if the rules of the world were altering for him. Children from the divine nursery sensed the divine pressure and knelt in worship. The god has grown even stronger. The teacher's eyes grew more hollow. To obey God is the ultimate truth. The 5 Kage felt the pressure and abandoned all thoughts of resistance. This is no longer an existence we can comprehend. After a brief inspection, Naruto returned to the Dragon Vein Cave to begin final preparations. With complete power, Naruto started planning strategies against the Otsutsuki main family. Through his prophetic ability, he saw multiple futures. The Otsutsuki main family would arrive in 3 years, led by the Otsutsuki patriarch, whose strength far surpassed Kaguya and the divine being. They would bring a complete divine tree and ultimate weapons. Their goal was to reclaim all chakra and the divine tree fruit. More preparations are needed. Naruto formulated a plan completely unify the ninja world's ideology to eliminate the possibility of internal strife, to cultivate a new human army of absolute loyalty, forge divine-level weapons and defense systems. I researched the Otsutsuki main family's weaknesses and tactics. The cultivation of new humans. Naruto paid particular attention to the progress of the divine nursery. He personally designed a complete brainwashing education system. Mind steal seal, absolute loyalty, emotion suppression, elimination of rebellion, instinct modification, obedience to divine will. The new generation of children had become entirely different from their predecessors. They knew nothing of war, rebellion, or even freedom. They only knew to obey God and maintain peace. Excellent. This generation will be perfect followers. After completing all plans, Naruto stood alone in the depths of the Dragon Vein Cave. Now he had utterly transcended all existence, but also fallen into absolute solitude. No kindred, no understanding, no resonance. Only absolute power and absolute responsibility. Occasionally fragments of memory surfaced: Iruka Sensei's teachings, Jiraiya's legacy, Sasuke's bond. But Naruto immediately erased these emotional fluctuations. Sentimental weakness is no longer needed. He gazed at the stars, his finality Rinnegan piercing through the cosmos. Otsutsuki main family. Come, let me see what the so-called supreme beings are capable of. Naruto began forging the ultimate weapon, divine art staff of finality. Using the essence of the three great sages and Kagaya's power, he crafted a staff capable of rending stars. He also constructed a defense system, divine art absolute domain. A barrier was laid over the entire ninja world sufficient to withstand planetary-level attacks. Finally, he cultivated an elite guard, apostles of God. From the new humans, he selected the most loyal individuals and granted them a portion of divine power to serve as the vanguard against the Otsutsuki. When the time was ripe, Naruto floated above the ninja world and declared to all life, the final trial is coming. The Otsutsuki main family is about to invade. But under my protection, the ninja world will remain safe. Obey me, believe in me, follow me, and you will witness the victory of a god. The entire ninja world knelt in worship, praying devoutly. The Mind Steel seal ensured their absolute loyalty. Naruto watched it all, his finality Rinnegan utterly devoid of emotion. Everything is ready. Divine perfection was complete. The final battle was about to begin. Naruto stood at the crossroads of fate and chose to continue forward, regardless of right or wrong, regardless of the outcome. This path could no longer be turned back. Above the ninja world and the cosmos, Naruto floated amidst the stars, his platinum robe swaying without wind. As the eternal reincarnation, I coldly gazed into the distance. Behind him stood 300 apostles of God, all lined up in perfect formation, their eyes reflecting absolute loyalty. Naruto spoke softly. As the eternal reincarnation, I had already detected the energy fluctuations from a distant star domain. Suddenly the space twisted, and a massive biological warship jumped into view. The warship resembled a blooming lotus, exuding a suffocating pressure. As the hatch opened, the Otsutsuki clan slowly revealed themselves. At the forefront were 3 Otsutsuki elders, each bearing a complex reincarnation Sharingan on their foreheads. Behind them stood thousands of Otsutsuki warriors, each radiating an aura no weaker than Kagaya's. The elder looked around coldly. Is this the lowly planet? Kagaya was defeated here. The second elder sensed the energy. Interesting. This planet possesses an exceptionally strong energy source. The third elder locked onto Naruto. That platinum being. Is he the mastermind? Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I slightly shifted. The Otsutsuki clan has finally arrived. The Grand Elder waved dismissively. Dispose of these ants. The Otsutsuki warriors surged forward, each wielding space ninjutsu and powerful bloodline limits. Naruto calmly commanded Apostle Legion, eliminate them. The 300 apostles charged out in an instant, their eyes shining with golden light for God. The battle erupted immediately. The apostles disregarded defense, trading injuries for injuries and lives for lives. Brainwashing education had stripped them of fear, and their absolute loyalty propelled them forward. Divine technique, light speed slash. An apostle transformed into a beam of light, instantly slicing through several Otsutsuki warriors. But more Otsutsuki warriors surrounded them, jointly kill the gray bones. The apostles did not evade, they braced for the attack, while counterattacking divine gift life burn. A brutal battle unfolded in the starry sky. The apostles, though slightly weaker individually, caught the Otsutsuki warriors off guard with their fearless fighting style. The 3 elders slowly flew towards Naruto, lowly being. You have stolen the power of my clan. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I responded coldly. Survival of the fittest is the law of the universe. The Grand Elder sneered, arrogant. Let me show you the true power of the Otsutsuki. Divine technique, space-time freeze. Instantly the surrounding space froze, and the flow of time slowed 1,000-fold. But Naruto merely raised his hand gently. Eternal in space-time collapse. The frozen time and space shattered in an instant. The second elder was astonished. How is this possible? How can a lowly being break the space-time freeze? Naruto replied indifferently, I have long since surpassed your understanding. The third elder attacked simultaneously divine technique, causality severance, attempting to directly sever Naruto's connection to his power. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I spun eternal end causality reconstruction. The attack was easily neutralized. The Grand Elder's expression grew serious. It seems I have underestimated you. Go all out. The three elders simultaneously formed hand seals, Otsutsuki secret technique trinity. Their powers merged, transforming into a massive phantom of the reincarnation Sharingan Judgment Eye. A terrifying energy beam shot towards Naruto, shattering the space it passed through. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I glowed eternal end absolute defense. A platinum barrier appeared forcefully blocking the beam. However, cracks began to form on the barrier. Interesting. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I began to spin faster eternal end energy reflection. The beam was reflected back and the three elders hurriedly dodged. The second elder sneered futile. Otsutsuki's secret technique energy absorption. The reflected energy was easily absorbed. The third elder attacked simultaneously Otsutsuki secret technique soul tear. An intangible attack struck at Naruto's soul. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I narrowed eternal end soul barrier. The soul attack was deflected, but Naruto was momentarily stunned. The Grand Elder seized the opportunity. Now is the time. Otsutsuki's secret technique, source deprivation. A special technique enveloped Naruto, attempting to forcibly extract his power. Meanwhile, the Apostle Legion was embroiled in a fierce battle. Although they were valiant, the Otsutsuki warriors were simply too numerous and too strong. An apostle was struck by the joint attack of Grey Bones, but before dissipating, he self-destructed for God. The explosion took out several Otsutsuki warriors. Another apostle was torn apart by space, but still desperately clung to the enemy divine radiance. They perished together. One by one the apostles fell, but their sacrifices inflicted significant losses on the Otsutsuki army. The terrifying effects of brainwashing education revealed themselves. Absolute loyalty, unafraid of death. Naruto sensed the dwindling number of apostles, and a flicker of disturbance passed through his eternal reincarnation, I annoying insects. It's time to clear the field. Eternal and space-time confinement. The surrounding space-time froze once again, but this time, it was even more powerful. The three elders paused momentarily. What? A space-time control stronger than ours. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Sage Art Eternal End Cataclysmic Deluge. A torrent of platinum energy surged forth, disintegrating the Otsutsuki warriors in its path. The three elders hurriedly defended Otsutsuki's secret technique, Absolute Guardian. But the protective barrier constantly shattered under the impact of the torrent. Impossible. The second elder exclaimed in shock. This level of power has already surpassed the clan leader. Naruto coldly increased his output eternal end energy extraction, simultaneously absorbing cosmic energy to replenish his consumption. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. We can only use that now. Otsutsuki forbidden technique, bloodline burn. The three elders simultaneously ignited their bloodlines, their powers surging explosively. Forbidden technique, reincarnation end. A massive phantom of the reincarnation eye reappeared, but this time, it was more solid. Terrifying energy compressed into a point, shooting towards Naruto. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I shrank slightly. Interesting. Eternal end absolute defense. Fully unleashed. The platinum barrier expanded with all its might, but this time, it was directly shattered. Naruto was hit and sent flying, his platinum robe developing cracks. Did it succeed? The third elder asked hopefully. But as the dust cleared, Naruto slowly stood up, merely slightly injured. A commendable attack. But still not enough. The three elders turned pale. Even bloodline burn cannot injure him. What kind of monster is this? Just as Naruto prepared to counterattack, a voice of authority echoed from within the Otsutsuki battleship. Enough. A figure slowly emerged. Unlike the other Otsutsuki, he had purple-golden skin, with a Ninetamo reincarnation Sharingan on his forehead, radiating an aura far surpassing that of the elders. Clan leader. The three elders hurriedly bowed. The Otsutsuki clan leader coldly looked at Naruto, lowly being. You are quite interesting. Submit to me, and you may avoid death. Naruto's eternal reincarnation, I showed no fluctuation, that statement. I return it to you word for word. The clan leader smiled lightly arrogant. But interesting. Let me personally crush you. The true battle of the gods has only just begun. In the starry void, Naruto's battle against the Otsutsuki clan leader reached a fever pitch. His platinum divine robe was torn in many places, and his final reincarnation, I spun furiously clearly at a disadvantage. The Otsutsuki clan leader floated amidst the stars, his purple-gold divine patterns flickering the nine-tomo Rinnegan cold and merciless lower life form. To have endured this long is commendable. But it ends now. The clan leader formed hand seals, Otsutsuki divine, art final judgment. The nine-tomo Rinnegan erupted with devastating energy, forming a colossal energy vortex that swept toward Naruto. Naruto defended with all his might, final absolute barrier. A platinum barrier expanded instantly, but under the clan leader's full force strike, it trembled violently, and cracks rapidly spread. Useless. The clan leader sneered, increasing his output. My power far exceeds your imagination. The barrier shattered completely, and Naruto was struck by the torrent of energy, sent flying backward, his divine blood spilling across the stars. Seeing this, the three great elders struck simultaneously now. Otsutsuki combined art triple absolute kill. 3 attacks, temporal freeze, causal severance, and soul rending, converged upon Naruto. Naruto's final reincarnation, I spun at incredible speed, but he couldn't fully defend in time. Final triple barrier. He barely blocked most of the assault, but the residual force still grievously wounded him. Naruto knelt in the void, divine blood dripping ceaselessly. The final reincarnation, I analyzed the battle. His apostles were nearly annihilated, he was severely wounded, and the clan leader's strength far exceeded expectations. Only a desperate gamble remains. A flash of resolve crossed Naruto's eyes. He deliberately left an opening, luring one of the great elders into close combat. Got him. The second elder thought the opportunity had come and struck with full force, aimed at Naruto's vital point. But at that very moment, Naruto suddenly exploded into action, final temporal acceleration. His speed multiplied 10,000 times, instantly bypassing the clan leader and lunging straight at the second elder. What a... The second elder was shocked, but had no time to react. Naruto's final reincarnation, I turned blood red, final absolute tear. His hands transformed into blades, piercing through the second elder's chest in an instant. Ugh! The second elder let out a harrowing scream as his divine body began to disintegrate. Even more shocking to all was that Naruto did not perform a conventional energy absorption, but instead tore off the second elder's flesh directly and devoured it madly. Has he lost his mind? The third elder stared in disbelief. Devouring Otsutsuki flesh directly will cause his body to explode. Even the clan leader frowned slightly. Foolish. Otsutsuki flesh contains violent energy whose direct consumption is akin to suicide. But Naruto did not stop. The final reincarnation, I spun manically, forcibly suppressing the violent energy within the flesh, divine art flesh furnace. Terrifying energy erupted inside his body, nearly tearing him apart. The genetic fragments within the Otsutsuki flesh rampaged against his divine body, bringing unprecedented agony. Naruto let out an inhuman roar, but his devouring only accelerated. Astonishingly, Naruto did not explode. Instead, his aura began to surge. The platinum divine patterns were tinged with purple gold hues. The tomo on the final reincarnation, I increased to 24, and his entire being radiated a pressure similar to the Otsutsuki's, yet even more formidable. Impossible. The great elder could not believe it. Directly devouring Otsutsuki flesh. And yet he evolved, though. The clan leader's expression turned grave. Interesting. This lower life form's body is peculiar. Naruto sensed the newfound power, his final reincarnation, I growing colder. So this is it. The Otsutsuki flesh is the key. He fixed his gaze on the remaining great elder, and the clan leader, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. More. Need more. Meanwhile, the last few apostles met their end. For the god. An apostle embraced an Otsutsuki warrior and self-destructed. Glory to the god. Another apostle burned the last of his life, severely wounding several enemies. But outnumbered, the final apostle was reduced to ashes by a casual strike from the clan leader, Ant. In the way, the apostles were all annihilated, but they had bought precious time for Naruto with their lives. The clan leader grew completely serious. I cannot let you live. Must erase you utterly. The Trinity's secret art was invoked once more, but this time the clan leader led it personally. Otsutsuki, forbidden art, final annihilation. Energy many times more terrifying than before coalesced, and the very stars began to warp. Having just completed his evolution, Naruto immediately engaged, final cycle of creation and destruction. Platinum gold and purple gold energies interwove, forming a vast yin-yang pattern. The two ultimate forces collided, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Nearby asteroids shattered, and the starry sky trembled. Though temporarily empowered by devouring flesh, Naruto still found himself at a disadvantage. The clan leader's strength was too terrifying. Each collision damaged Naruto's divine body. Useless. The clan leader shouted coldly. Temporarily elevated power is ultimately an illusion. Naruto was blasted away again, the newly gained power becoming unstable. Not enough. Need more Otsutsuki flesh. His blood-red final reincarnation, I fixed on the Great Elder and the Third Elder. You too shall become my nourishment. The clan leader sensed his intent, protect the elders. But Naruto was faster, final temporal theft. Appearing instantly behind the Great Elder, final flesh stripping. The Great Elder resisted desperately, Otsutsuki's secret art life, combustion. But Naruto grew even more frenzied, final absolute devouring. He tore off the Great Elder's arm and devoured it. Madman. The Third Elder retreated in terror, but Naruto followed like a shadow. The clan leader intercepted with all his might, don't even think about it. But Naruto ignored the defense entirely, enduring the clan leader's strike, to continue lunging at the Third Elder, final flesh siphon. The Third Elder's flesh and energy were forcibly extracted, surging into Naruto's body. Erg! Naruto let out a scream interwoven with agony and ecstasy, his power soaring once more. The clan leader was enraged. You have thoroughly angered me. The 9-tomo Rinnegan opened fully, Otsutsuki ultimate secret art cycles end. The starry sky began to collapse, time and space started to shatter. The true finality had arrived. Having devoured the flesh of the two elders, Naruto's final reincarnation, I blazed with a mad light. Come on. Let's see who is the true end. Divine blood splattered, the starry void shattered. The final confrontation entered its last phase. The starry sky had turned into a battlefield. The corpses of Otsutsuki warriors floated in the void, divine blood glistening like stars amid the darkness. Naruto stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood, his platinum divine robe stained dark crimson, while the final samsara eye gleamed with bloodthirsty brilliance. Not enough. I need more. Naruto whispered hoarsely, his final samsara eye locking onto the next target, the Third Elder. The Third Elder recoiled in terror. Madman. You demon, devouring your own kin. Naruto appeared before him in an instant. Demon. No, a god. Final arts flesh stripping. His hands pierced through the Third Elder's chest, tearing out flesh to devour. Aya! The Elder's scream echoed across the starfield before swiftly fading into silence. Naruto consumed voraciously, his amethyst gold divine markings deepening, and the final samsara eye gaining 30 tomo. The clan leader roared in fury. Cease. He launched a full-force strike, Otsutsuki's secret art star burst. Yet Naruto did not dodge, he endured the attack, while continuing to devour final arts energy conversion. He transformed the attacking energy into fuel for his consumption. When the Third Elder was completely devoured, Naruto's aura surged, and the final samsara eye evolved, gaining space-time patterns. The Great Elder fled in panic, but Naruto followed like a shadow, final arts space-time chains. Innumerable chains erupted from the void, binding the Great Elder tightly. Clan leader, save me. The Great Elder cried in despair. The clan leader rushed to rescue Otsutsuki's secret art, void severing. But Naruto was faster, final arts devouring domain. The domain expanded, swallowing all energy. No. The Great Elder was dragged into the domain, his flesh forcibly torn away and consumed. Naruto reveled in the ecstasy of evolution. Delicious. The flesh of Otsutsuki, truly delicious. The clan leader's eyes split with rage. You dare. Naruto licked divine blood from his lips. Next, it will be you. When the last elder was devoured, only 2 figures remained in the starry sky. Naruto hovered above a sea of blood, the final samsara, with 40 tomo, rotating, his mere presence radiating an oppressive force beyond comprehension. His platinum divine robe had transformed into dark gold battle armor upon which the faces of every Otsutsuki he had consumed emerged. The clan leader stood at a distance, his 9-tomo Rinnegan showing solemnity for the first time. Lower being. You have accomplished the impossible. Naruto replied coldly. Lower being. Now, who is the lower one? He sensed the surging power within him. Thank you for your gifts, allowing me to achieve final evolution. The clan leader took a deep breath. I must admit, you are a miracle. But it ends here. He formed hand seals, but Naruto appeared before him in an instant. Too slow. With a single punch, the clan leader barely blocked, but fractured his arm. What? He exclaimed in shock. Speed increased this much. Naruto sneered. Not just speed. Final arts. Space-time collapse. The surrounding space shattered, forcing the clan leader to retreat. The clan leader's 9-tomo Rinnegan spun rapidly, analyzing the battle, but the more he analyzed, the more alarmed he became. Energy level Naruto surpassed him 2-fold. Space-time control Naruto held absolute dominance. Life hierarchy Naruto had achieved ultimate evolution. Impossible. For the first time, the clan leader felt fear. This lower being, no, this monster, had transcended the bounds of Otsutsuki. Sensing the clan leader's terror, Naruto revealed a cruel smile. Afraid. Even the Otsutsuki clan leader knows fear. The clan leader forced calm. Arrogant fool. Let me show you the true power of Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki forbidden art bloodline combustion final. His amethyst gold divine markings blazed and his power skyrocketed, but Naruto watched with cold indifference. Is that all? Naruto's final samsara, I radiated contempt. Final arts energy drain. He directly siphoned the clan leader's burning energy. What? The clan leader realized with horror that his power was ebbing away. Even burning one's bloodline can be absorbed. Naruto savored the influx. Delicious, truly delicious, the energy of a clan leader, unique. The clan leader became utterly frenzied. Then let us perish together. Otsutsuki ultimate forbidden art Rinne ending. His 9-tomo Rinnegan burst, unleashing devastating energy that began collapsing the entire starfield. But Naruto merely raised his hand. Final arts absolute devouring. The fearsome energy was forcibly absorbed, instead nourishing Naruto. Useless, Naruto said coldly. In my current state, I am immune to all Otsutsuki techniques. In despair, the clan leader realized that every attack was ineffective against Naruto. The bloodline suppression had completely reversed. Naruto closed in slowly. The game is over. The clan leader struggled to flee, but space-time was fully locked. Final arts flesh fusion. Naruto placed both hands on the clan leader, initiating the final devouring. No. The clan leader's last scream tore through the void as his flesh and energy were forcibly extracted. The process was excruciating. The clan leader struggled desperately. Stop. I will submit. I can. But Naruto showed no mercy. I have no need. Only for your flesh. When the clan leader was completely consumed, Naruto let out a thunderous roar, and the final samsara I evolved into its ultimate form. A 49-tomo samsara I containing the deepest mysteries of the universe. Naruto floated amidst the shattered starscape, feeling the ultimate power, creation and destruction of space-time, bestowal and revocation of life, manipulation and rewriting of causality, control and transcendence of reincarnation. The final samsara, I perceive the essence of the cosmos, past, present, and future entirely within his grasp. Is this the ultimate? Naruto murmured to himself, his voice devoid of any emotion. He gazed into the distance at the Otsutsuki warship, the final nourishment. With a slight turn of the final samsara, the warship instantly dissolved into energy and was absorbed. The starfield fell silent once more, only the drifting corpses bearing witness to the carnage. Naruto swept his final samsara across the battlefield. Cleanup complete. With a casual wave, all corpses turned into energy and were absorbed, no trace left behind. He felt the power surging within him, his final samsara piercing the depths of the universe. The Otsutsuki main house and other branches. But for now he needed to digest this immense power. Naruto formed hand seals and returned to the ninja world. When he appeared in the sky, the entire ninja world trembled. His ultimate divine might radiated naturally, and all living beings knelt involuntarily. The god has returned. Naruto's final samsara, I swept across the ninja world, instantly perceiving everything. The education plan was proceeding smoothly. The new humanity, completely loyal, thought reform, nearly complete. Excellent. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Now, to digest power and prepare for greater challenges. He returned to the depths of Ryuchi Cave to begin the final digestion. The process lasted 14 days. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he had utterly transcended the realm of gods. His body became a form of pure energy, able to shift shapes at will. His mind encompassed the entire universe, processing infinite information simultaneously. His power was inexhaustible, capable of creating and destroying galaxies. His lifespan reached eternity, surpassing time and reincarnation. The final samsara, I evolved into the cosmic I, capable of perceiving the multiverse. At last, Naruto felt his new existence. I have reached the ultimate. Yet he felt no joy, no excitement. Only absolute peace. Emotion had vanished completely. Naruto hovered in the universe, gazing at countless stars, the ultimate power and the ultimate solitude. No kin, no understanding, no resonance. Only eternal power, eternal responsibility, eternal loneliness. Occasionally fragments of memory surfaced, past dreams, past comrades, past humanity. But the cosmic I easily erased these impurities. Soft emotions are no longer needed. He stared into the endless starry expanse. Forward is the only path. The celestial dome ended and the gods' devouring was complete. Naruto, or rather the ultimate being, now embarked on a new journey, devouring and evolution never-ending. The universe had gained a new master. After the battle of the starry sky, Naruto returned to the ninja world. At this moment, he had surpassed all cognitive boundaries, the eye of the universe perceiving all things, and the power of the end controlling reincarnation. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, this deity, who devoured the stars, chose the most serene way to return. Naruto hovered above the ninja world, the eye of the universe sweeping across the land. The brainwashing education had progressed to the third generation, and the new humans fully inherited the gene of peace and obedience. Naruto said softly, intervention ends here. He removed all surveillance arrays, disbanded the thought police, and shut down the divine nurturing garden. Surprisingly, peace did not vanish as a result. The new humans naturally inherited the concept of peace. Children spontaneously adhered to rules, while playing, never quarreling. Ninjas practiced ninjutsu solely for physical fitness, no longer pursuing lethality. Conflicts were resolved through negotiation, and violence became a foreign term. The word rebellion disappeared from the dictionary, becoming a historical concept. The eye of the universe observed all of this. The seeds have already been sown. No further interference is needed. Naruto concealed all his divine might and walked as an ordinary person in the ninja world. His silver-white hair turned into ordinary brown, the end reincarnation, I hidden away, leaving only a gentle smile. Children would see him and happily shout, Naruto brother. Villagers would see him and respectfully bow, Lord Naruto. But he always smiled in response, just call me Naruto. He would teach children to fish by the river, tell stories to the elderly under trees, and guide young ninjas in training. Everyone believed he was merely a gentle guardian, unaware that he was the deity who devoured the stars. Only a few vaguely knew the truth, but they chose to remain silent. Peace was too precious to be disrupted. Yet beneath the peace, shadows still lingered. There would always be those who harbored evil thoughts, those who would attempt to break the rules. One night, a rogue ninja attempted to develop forbidden techniques. Why should there be eternal peace? I want power. But just as he had this thought, Naruto appeared before him. No trial, no warning. The eye of the universe slightly rotated, and the rogue ninja instantly turned to dust, all related memories erased. In another place, a merchant attempted to monopolize the market. I want to control everything. Naruto gently shook his head, and the merchant suddenly enlightened, voluntarily sharing his wealth. Eliminate evil thoughts, preserve good thoughts. Naruto adhered to this simple principle. No need for punishment. Only elimination. Naruto's true form was constantly evolving. He no longer devoured, but directly siphoned void energy through the eye of the universe. His body gradually became energy, its form continuously transcending. In the first year, he could exist in multiple spaces and time simultaneously. In the 5th year, he could create small universes. In the 10th year, he could rewrite physical laws. In the 50th year, he transcended time dimensions. Yet he always remained attentive to the ninja world. The eye of the universe divided into countless avatars, each guarding a life. "Grandpa, why doesn't Naruto brother grow old?" The old man smiled, "Because he is our guardian deity." A century passed, and the ninja world welcomed true harmony. War became an ancient legend, crime rates dropped to zero, technology and ninjutsu developed in harmony. The population balanced itself naturally. The new generation could hardly comprehend the concept of war. When schools taught history, children would ask in astonishment, why did ancient people harm each other? Teachers would smile and reply, that's why they needed Lord Naruto to protect them. Naruto would occasionally appear at celebrations, still looking young, wearing a gentle smile. People paid their respects to him while he silently blessed them. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto had become a legend, yet he continued to guard silently. The eye of the universe observed all, and the power of the end maintained balance. Occasionally, alien civilizations would attempt to invade, but before they could draw near, they would be turned to nothingness. The ninja world civilization thrived, advancing into the stars, yet always maintaining its essence of peace. Naruto's thoughts had integrated into the genetic makeup of the race, becoming instinct. On a newly emerging planet, children sang ancient songs. The silver-haired deity protects us. The seeds of peace are eternally passed on. No war, no harm. Naruto, brother, watches over us. Naruto hovered at the center of the universe, his form transcending understanding. Occasionally he would ponder, is it worth it? The eye of the universe traced back time, seeing his former self, the blonde boy dreaming of becoming Hokage. Fragments of memories surfaced, Iruka Sensei's Ramen Jiraiya's teachings, Sasuke's bonds. But the eye of the universe quickly calmed the fluctuations. Peace is everything. Is everything. He looked towards the prosperous ninja world, the peaceful galaxies, the laughing people. This is good. Naruto continued to evolve, continuing to protect. There was no endpoint, no limit. The eye of the universe always watched over the ninja world, and the power of the end always maintained peace. People lived calm lives, unaware of what the deities sacrificed for them, nor did they know of the deity's silent guardianship. And Naruto no longer needed understanding, no longer needed recognition. Protection is existence, peace is meaning. One clear morning, a little girl asked Naruto, brother, will you always protect us? Naruto smiled and nodded yes. Always. The sunlight shone upon him, his silver hair glimmering slightly. In that moment, he seemed to be that boy dreaming of becoming Hokage. Yet deep within his gaze, the eye of the universe turned silently, perceiving all, guarding eternity. The era of peace continues forever. The protection of the deity remains unchanged. And Naruto is always there. The end.